I'm just waiting for the go. Okay.
Mary, you may proceed. We are live.
Okay, good evening, Costa Mesa, and welcome to the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency regular City Council meeting for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 at 6 p.m. At this time, I will call the meeting to order, and now is the time for the national anthem. Tonight, our national anthem will be led by it's actually a repeat of a video that was live at one point in 2019, and that is a performance by Katie Odell, who is a music performance major from Cal State Long Beach. Go Beach, and performed the national anthem, and she led us in the Pledge of Allegiance back on November 5th of 2019. So at this time, we will mute our microphones, and we will have the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem by Ms. Odell. And then we will have a moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Mark Page from Grace Fellowship Church. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Okay, do we have Pastor Page on the line?
Madam Mayor, at this time, we're not sure if Pastor Page is here. Could you please raise your hand? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, he's not here.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, would you like to do a moment of solemn expression for us?
Yes, sure. Dear Lord, please look over us today so that we make good decisions on behalf of the citizens of Costa Mesa and all of its stakeholders. Protect us. Let us be civil with each other, kind to one another, and wise, and protect us in this upcoming season. And please consider all the people that are on the ballot and pray for them. I ask this through Christ our Lord, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Green, will you please do the voice roll call?
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Ganis?
Here.
Councilmember Mansour?
Here.
Councilmember Marr?
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Here.
Mayor Foley?
Present?
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, Ms. Barlow, do we have any report from the city attorney from the closed session?
No, Madam Mayor, there was no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
All right, thank you so much. So at this time, we have 3 presentations tonight. First, we have very exciting for our own team here. We have the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors Government Programming Awards to Costa Mesa TV, honoring excellence in broadcast cable, multimedia, and electronic programming produced by our local government agencies. And there's our team, and we just know that they do such great work. They put together the videos that are being used for our do-it-yourself, for our recreation. They put together the information that we get out to the community to share about what's happening in the city, the Costa Mesa Minute, the business and nonprofit showcases, the Mayor's Award, all of the wonderful videos that they've been putting together under the leadership of Dane Bora for so many years. And I'll just give my own personal experience. I know that my sons to this day with their friends still watch the archive basketball and football intramurals that you all did. It's just like being at a real sporting event. So thank you all so much for all that you've done, and congratulations on this amazing honor. Here we go. Thank you. I was wondering. Thank you. Oh, and Ms. Farrell Harrison has the award. Yay. So here are the categories for the awards. The Award of Excellence for Arts and Entertainment, Portraits by Gabrielle Carey McLean. Profile of a Person, Business, or Organization, Costa Mesa Mayor's Award for Zoe and Zach, Z&Z Recycling, Inc. And then the Award of Distinction, Overall Excellence Documentary, our own Orange County Model Engineers, A Railroad in the Park. I remember that one. That was so fun. And then Award of Honor, Sports Programming. We always have great sports programming. Costa Mesa Sports Scene, 2019 Estancia High School. I missed the last part. But these are the awards, and we will display those. Where are we going to display them? Downstairs? As eventually, when we come back to the building, they'll be displayed where everyone can see. So congratulations. Great job, you guys. Really, really proud of your work. Okay, our next up is a proclamation for crime. And I'm sorry, Mr. Bora, did you want to say anything? He might be too busy on the back end. Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you want to say anything?
I'll just echo your comments, Mayor, of just how wonderful the team has been, especially during a very difficult time. Over the past few months, they have been working around the clock to get out timely information in multiple languages, all very user-friendly for individuals to understand just all of the benefits of the services that we have to offer, the COVID-19 testing, the video that they did with you, the Spanish language videos that they've done about the importance of social distancing and washing our hands and wearing masks. They've just been instrumental in getting the word out, being timely, being creative, trying to address multiple audiences and different stakeholder groups, doing programming that's good for our elders while also being useful to millennials and younger people, just trying to get as much information out there in as many different mediums as possible. And they've just done an incredible job. And so just really thankful to have such a great team, and very thankful that they've been acknowledged for the work that they do. And so congratulations to Dane and everybody on the team that's worked so hard to put us on the map with these incredible 5 different awards. I think we swept the Academy Awards of Public Government Communications. So we're excited about that.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that extra input. Really great. Next is, again, our proclamation for Crime Prevention Month. This is Crime Prevention Month, and City of Costa Mesa has always made welcome progress in its efforts to combat crime. Nevertheless, even though we have stemmed rising crime rates, we know that the incidence of criminal activity in this city is still affecting the community. Whereas we must all work together to prevent crime and apprehend perpetrators, and through active, concerted efforts by residents with their neighbors, improve quality of life in their communities. And whereas residents and the Costa Mesa Police Department work together to establish neighborhood watch programs around the city to effectively reduce crime in their neighborhoods and reduce the attractiveness of their neighborhoods for criminal activity. And whereas through voluntary programs such as crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED, and reporting suspicious activity to police, residents empower greater vigilance and oversight in their neighborhoods. And whereas successful crime prevention involves more than vigilance and caution, the Costa Mesa Police Department reaches out to residents in other ways, including promoting and hosting community events such as Coffee with a Cop and National Night Out, hosting 2 Citizens Police Academies annually, staffing a community policing unit with a bike patrol detail that engages in community outreach to residents in need of resources, and a GAIN unit with 2 school resource officers in Costa Mesa's high schools who conduct youth-specific outreach events to bridge the gaps between at-risk youth and law enforcement. And I'll add another one, whereas we also have an excellent Explorers program. Now, therefore, I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2020 as Crime Prevention Month. In recognition of the Costa Mesa Police Department's crime prevention efforts and activities to enhance community engagement, interaction, and partnerships, I call upon all Costa Mesa residents to observe this month and with appropriate programs and activities designed to encourage greater public involvement in crime prevention efforts. Dated this 20th day of October 2020. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chief, for all the great community policing work that our team does every day. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want to say anything else about Crime Prevention Month? I know you helped us put together the proclamation, so thank you to your team.
No, for us, it's a major issue. It's not just going to be on the police department. It's those partnerships that we have with the community. And it's not just about arresting individuals, but trying to provide those notices and through social media and different platforms that we notify the community what's going on, give them some precautionary or suggestions on how to better make themselves hard targets so they aren't victims. We're always trying to work with them. And then again, the community outreach for us is important. Trying to really instill that in our organization because we don't have all the answers, but working with the community and partnering is a way we could all get better for this city. And I want to thank everybody in the police department for their hard work on that.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Chief. Okay, next up is our update on City Council goals, priorities, and accomplishments. I think we have a specific area that we're going to cover tonight. Ms. Phil Harrison, is that you or someone else?
That would be me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We just wanted to give you an update on the council's goals and priorities. As you know, during the past 7 to 8 months, we've been furiously working on council priorities while also managing the pandemic. And so this will be part 1 of a multi-part series where we'll be communicating to you our progress in terms of meeting the goals and accomplishments that you set forth in 2019. It was a very ambitious agenda that abruptly had to be somewhat redirected for COVID. And so we wanted to share with you the work that we've been doing for the past 6 to 9 months, primarily around the COVID response. You'll see that even in addressing something as unique and as specialized as a pandemic, many of the goals and priorities that you have put forth that under your leadership, you made priorities for the City of Costa Mesa, they're still relevant. And so many of the goals that you've put forth in terms of keeping the community safe, having long-term financial stability, having improved community engagement, looking at housing and homelessness and addressing those challenges, those are all timeless goals, if you will. And so there's a good amount of work that we've done even during the pandemic to help reach those goals. And so it's a long presentation. I won't get into all of the details, but I did want to give you some highlights. It's so far a 30-page document, but it's a good inventory of the work that we've been doing, and it's still being updated as we speak. Departments are still loading additional information, and so even this document will likely be expanded to include some activities and events that are not currently included. But we wanted to give you the highlights of a lot of the work that we've done together, that under your extraordinary leadership during a very difficult time, we've been able to accomplish. You'll see that it pans again across many different areas, and it was at such a fast pace that it's shocking to think of all that we've accomplished in just the past 6 to 7 months. And so I'll just share that the goals that you've set forward were still, as I mentioned, relevant during the pandemic. And so even though we've been very focused on addressing all of the challenges related to coronavirus, there's still a lot of work that's been done in helping to move the goalposts further in the other areas that are also essential during our normal times when we're not dealing with an emergency or disaster or a crisis. But in terms of the pandemic, Connor, if you will, to the next slide, and priorities, what we've done here is we've basically cataloged by month all of the actions that we took during this time. This will be important for also FEMA purposes, for showing our auditors when they come to look at all of the funding that we've utilized and how we spent the funds, all of the reimbursement requests that we've put in, and also just having something for future generations. We hope to never have to ever address a pandemic ever again, but in case in some future generations there will be, and they have access to this information, we want them to have the latest and greatest in terms of how we manage the pandemic, some of the lessons learned, the actions that were taken and when. And so I'll have you look at this at your leisure, but I did want to just go over a couple of the highlights. You'll see that for us, this really started in February. For many cities, it started in March because of the state's stay-at-home orders, but we were in the very unique position of having to address, we were the first city in the nation to have to address COVID-19 because of the plans at the time to bring passengers from the Diamond Princess cruise ship over to Fairview Developmental Center, which feels like years ago. But it really was just February. And so we were catapulted to the very front of the line in terms of our response. We challenged that initially because of the lack of a cohesive plan at the federal, state, and county and local levels. And so I'm hoping that the work that we did even back then in February helped to engage and inform this dialogue at the national level because of what we pressed for. We did press for emergency declarations. We pressed for coordination at every level of government. And so you'll see that for us, the work began a month previous to a lot of our peers in the region. We were the first city in the county to do a disaster declaration. We were one of the first to actually also engage in some of the initial preliminary activities to make sure that we were in a good path for reimbursement, securing ourselves at the front of the line in terms of being assertive and taking some actions initially. Connor, if you could go to the next slide and let's go to March. In March, many of the state's activities prompted the stay-at-home orders and the closures and a lot of work around basically getting the information out to all of our businesses and being able to coordinate, putting together the public information team that has been instrumental in getting that information out. That ties very nicely to our community engagement, our governance, and making sure that we have all the tools available to get information out, especially during a pandemic. If you could go to the next slide. Taking some of the initial actions that we did around homelessness and housing. We have the fortune of having Susan Price on the team working to make sure with the county that we had the tools necessary to be able to manage what could have been a very scary situation with a very vulnerable population. We were able to put plans in place very quickly. We haven't had a COVID positive since the beginning of this pandemic in our shelter because of the fact that we took swift action quickly to move people who are high risk over the age of 65, underlying conditions, and putting them in facilities where we could create that social distancing and be able to manage all of the needs that they might have during a very difficult time. We worked on a lot of the strategies around our open spaces and making sure that we were reducing and mitigating risk there. Working with the business community. Connor, if you could move to the next slide. Having a lot of the declarations that we brought forward to you for a variety of different things. I mean, at one point we were having meetings on a pretty regular basis, just about every week, around governance and keeping the public safe. Keeping the public safe is our #1 goal and priority. And so a lot of work that's embodied here in this document is central to that very basic premise of what it is that we do. Next slide. The urgency ordinances that we put forth were enabled by, one, the disaster powers that I have as a city manager that need to be ratified within 7 days. And you'll find that there are many, many urgency ordinances that we put into place in order to facilitate safety, but also providing some security for our most vulnerable residents. You'll see that, as early as March, we had the temporary moratorium on evicting tenants. So very soon into the pandemic, we were able to offer that kind of security for people that were immediately dislocated from their places of work, and basically securing the ability for them to be able to have some permanency and not have to resort to other means of housing, or in worst case scenarios, ending up being homeless. So even as early as the first month of the pandemic, we are improving our communication. We're dealing with housing and homelessness issues. And we're also working on the fiscal sustainability, which comes closer to April. If you would go to the next slide, Connor. And the next. So in April, we have a lot more of the engagement. We begin the virtual town halls, which of course the mayor is very familiar with, and many of our council members participated in those virtual town halls, but a great mechanism for us to be able to do that community engagement, making sure that we're getting information out to the community, that individuals are aware of all of the different services that are available, and the latest and greatest information from our public health officials. And so very early on, we engaged OC Public Health, Dave Soulelis, who then subsequently moved on. And now we have, of course, Dr. Clayton Chow, but very early on providing information from our police and fire chiefs. Again, public safety and good communication. Next slide. You'll see additional ordinances. When we look through, there's one urgency ordinance after another of just all the information that we were able to get out to the community, and all of the different speakers that we were able to have at our virtual town halls, multiple languages. We even were able in April to have a Spanish, a bilingual information session, which was great for the community as well. Next slide. And then, of course, then we had our face mask ordinance, which I think in many ways helped us to get ahead of the curve and helped to prevent an even wider outbreak within the community. And then in terms of our finances and our long-term sustainability, within just 30 days of the stay-at-home orders, we brought to council a two-pronged approach to deal with the pandemic, and two different scenarios of what we would do with a $10 million revenue shortfall and what we would do with a $30 million shortfall. If we could forward to May, Connor. In May, we also engaged our business community. So we started the Restore Costa Mesa and then also the Costa Mesa's Back initiatives. Those were instrumental in helping our small businesses and the entire business community, not just the small businesses, but every single sector of our business community in Costa Mesa, to plan and prepare for eventual reopening and understanding all of the guidelines being promulgated by the state. Very ambitious, as the guidelines, as you know, were very difficult to understand at times, not always all-encompassing, a lot of questions, but having that timely information to the business community was essential and central, and we're really proud of the work that we've done. And we also received an award just last week from the Association of Orange County Cities And it was the Golden Hub of Innovation Award specifically for Restore Costa Mesa efforts and the Costa Mesa's Back initiative. And you can see all of that great information on our website. If you could go forward to June. In June, I'll just highlight that we had a lot of the conversations regarding the budget for the subsequent fiscal year. So we had two plans, one for the fiscal year ending June 30th for that last quarter, given the business closures, but then that forward look as to how do we deal with a potential revenue shortfall in the current fiscal year, and came forward with some recommendations and had the budget adopted in June. In June, we also discussed having a solution for addressing our budget shortfalls, which required all the cooperation, and I'm proud to say the commitment of every single employee within the city to take a 5% pay cut and have an employee furlough, and the council agreed to participate as well. And so we were able to address a potential $30 million shortfall with a variety of different tools and strategies. But central among those was everybody pitching in and basically tightening our belts for the next year until we can get past the pandemic. Next, let's go to July, Connor. In July, we're in the first month of the new fiscal year. We continued our small business relief program efforts. We were able to get some funding, Federal CARES Act funding, which was fantastic. 1.4 million from the state, 900,000 from the county for our disaster recovery efforts, and then the small business relief grant program, which is also on the agenda this evening. And so again, through our small business collaborative, getting that information out, getting the applications in from our small businesses, and basically being able to provide business relief to all of the different businesses that qualified if they were able to meet the eligibility requirements. And we're still going through that process now to give them some relief so that they can stay in business and we can keep our local economy going. If we could go forward to August. In August, we've continued a lot of the activities that we had related to the virtual town halls, the Restore Costa Mesa, a lot of our advocacy work as well. We continue to advocate for additional funding from the federal government for the revenue losses that we've all experienced. And we've continued a lot of our social media and information strategies and plans to make sure that we can continue to progress through the 4-tiered system that we're under right now. We're currently still at the red tier, if you will. This is the second iteration of reopening strategy from the state. But at this point, many of our businesses have reopened. Some still are not at full capacity. Many are still not at full capacity. So we just need to continue the good work so that we can move into the next phase and continue to reopen while we're still addressing the pandemic. Let's go to September. In September, a lot of the work that we've been doing is continuing to work with our federal and state partners, trying to secure additional FEMA reimbursement. And so again, all along the lines of a long-term financial sustainability, you'll have a presentation this evening about where we are on the budget and where we ended preliminarily for last year, which I think we'll all be very proud of and very happy with the swift action that we took and the great benefits that that's provided. And so in September, we did a lot of the work around getting the information related to how we're ending June 30th and then how that can inform the current fiscal year. And let's move now to present time. And so in October, we continue to have the meetings with our business community, keeping them up to speed, having multilingual information that's available to our business community, to our residents, to our families, continuing our efforts around homelessness and housing. Tonight, you'll have an agenda item that expands the rental assistance programs that we brought to you at the last meeting for both families and individuals. And so we continue to focus on those specific areas that are goals of the council, even within the work that we're doing related to COVID. And in terms of some highlights, I just wanted to go to the last page, Connor. We can talk about our communication efforts. You'll be very pleased to hear that our social media efforts during this time have actually expanded our reach. And so while it is a different way of communicating and we are in a virtual type of communication with our public. We have had a 90% increase in Facebook, 140% increase in our Instagram followers, which is really exciting. 24 and 26% increases in Twitter and Facebook followers, and just really happy with the work that we've done as well at the Network for Homeless Solutions on getting our homeless residents housed permanently from both our street outreach efforts and our efforts at the shelter. And so this is just a quick recap. Of course, there's a lot more information contained on all the slides. And again, we're still building on this. This is sort of the first glance, the first look-see, but you'll see that during the past 6 to 9 months, even as we've worked on COVID, we've been working on keeping the community safe, enhancing our engagement, and different creative ways of getting information out to everyone who needs it in as many different ways possible, making sure that we're dealing with the issues related to homelessness and housing, and increasing our long-term financial sustainability, not just the short term. So looking at, current year, and then also having a forward-facing look. Bikeway and mobility issues have also come up during this time. We did a nice pilot for the roundabout exercise that we got a lot of good information and feedback from the community on, just partnering with SCAG and also with the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. Just so much that we've done. Again, this is just a very small portion. Departments will continue to load information, but we are continuing to try to keep the community safe, improving our neighborhoods, staying fiscally sustainable, making sure that we're addressing our housing commitments. We did bring to you the housing element outreach plan and strategy at the last meeting, working on transportation solutions as always. And of course, last but not least, that community engagement piece is really key. And so we will continue to build on this, but I just wanted to give you a snapshot of some of the work that we've done related to COVID-19 and how the goals and objectives that you put forward are timeless, truly, in nature. And they continue to fit into every part and parcel of everything that we do. And so thank you. And if you have any questions, we're available to respond.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that work, Ms. Harrison. And thank you for, on the back end, Mr. Locke and whomever else is responsible for keeping and collecting all of those data points to include in the timeline that will be hopefully housed not only at City Hall, but at our Costa Mesa Historical Society, because this is a historic year for sure. Okay, appreciate that presentation. So next up, what we have is public comments. Is there anyone here in the public comments? This is the time for public comments that are not related to items that are on our agenda. So if you'd like to speak to us about something that's not on the agenda, this is when you would speak. When you want to speak to items that are on the agenda, that'll come up as we call each topic or public hearing item. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in the hand raise option. I see a couple hands raised already. If you're on a telephone, please press *9 and that will raise your hand. And then when you're prompted to speak, you can press *6. The first speaker is call-in user 1. You have the floor.
Call-in user 1, if you press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, we're going to go to, we'll come back to that speaker, and we'll go to phone ending in 452. Please press *6 on your cell phone or your landline.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for taking my call today. Okay. So I have something prepared. Hello, members of City Council. We feel that we must have a say in the direction of our city's future with regards to development. Every resident, including myself and local realtors, grumble about all these high-density structures being built everywhere around here, such as on Placentia and Victoria. These recent developments make Costa Mesa feel congested and no longer the spacious suburbia it once was. Besides this, there will be many unforeseen impacts on traffic, parking, schools, sewage, water, and other services. We need to curtail this out of control and excessive high density development in our city, which is killing the ambiance of our Costa Mesa. And shout out to Costa Mesa Brief for bringing this to our attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If you leave your name with the city clerk, we can respond to you. Next speaker is call-in user 1. Call-in user 1, could you please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself so that we can hear from you?
1 year ago, Chief Rob Sharpnick filed a lawsuit against the city of Costa Mesa, which will be costly in legal fees. One of his allegations stated he was asked to do illegal acts by Mayor Foley and the city attorney. In an Orange County Superior Court document, Chief Sharpnick alleges that he was asked to destroy official city memos dating from April through September 2019 because a member of the public had requested copies of said memos and they felt it would affect the political future of the mayor and mayor pro tem. The chief refused. However, he states the memos were destroyed by someone in the city. The resident that asked for those memos from the city and Chief Sharpnick in 2019 was me. Were my rights and the rights of all residents violated by this act? Absolutely. Lack of transparency, questionable practices, without a doubt. The Costa Mesa Council and current candidates keep using the word transparency. Transparency is not allowing administrative interference with city departments. In Chief Sharpnick's case, the mayor attempted to insert herself into police operations. Again, in the Orange County complaint document, Chief Sharpnick states he was asked to fix tickets for friends and families of Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Foley. So as we residents are asked to trust our council, it's impossible. Fast forward to the ad hoc committee established by Mayor Foley regarding Restore Costa Mesa, a committee that is using county funds to help small businesses. This committee has no agenda, no public access, no minutes. I requested information via public information process and was advised no information was available. But I did receive a note that Mayor Foley's chief of staff would contact me. This has not happened. So in an attempt to verify whether $300,000, which should be going to small businesses, instead will be used to augment the camp area parking, this can't be confirmed or denied. Another lack of transparency at its worst. COVID has been a friend of the backdoor proposals and shutting out the residents. I hope you consider your votes very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spadoni. Okay, we now have no further, well, let's see, 869 I think already spoke, right, Ms. Green? Or is that a new speaker?
I'm sorry, it's a new speaker, I believe.
After this speaker, Ms. Barlow would like to respond. 869, please, if you could press *6 on your telephone.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. I am a member of the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, but I am at this time speaking just as a member of the public. During that committee, the chairperson, Mr. Tabota, shared a memo basically that said that all committee meetings are going to be on an as-needed basis because of staffing issues, and that member comments were going to be limited to emails and not everyone would get to hear like during a normal meeting because of time constraints. So this prompted my comment, which is the following. I worry that our city council majority and city manager are using COVID as an excuse to limit inconvenient and maybe critical public input. Before Lori Ann came to Costa Mesa, she tried to have the Huntington Beach version of FIPAC meet on an as-needed basis for political reasons. Some of their recommendations weren't in line with the city council views, and it was a way to silence their input. I was at the Huntington Beach City Council meeting where this was met with vehement resident opposition. This was before COVID, yet this unpopular pattern of as-needed meetings has migrated to Costa Mesa with Lori Ann. I think what Costa Mesa residents are going to find is that any question by the public and public input will be quashed, ignored, sidelined under the guise of COVID limitations. I have already found that public record requests are extremely late and basically going unfulfilled. Resources have to be made available to follow the public information laws and meaningfully allow for public input. COVID can't be an excuse to suspend resident rights. How long will this last? Will it become convenient, permanent policy? COVID is here to stay and will have impacts for years, as will budgetary restrictions due to COVID, as well as pre-COVID drunken sailor-like spending by the current city council majority. Public input and committees need to proceed on a more than as-needed basis. Our city needs to value this and not have it be the first thing on the chopping block. As an example of where there are no as-needed basis restrictions on staff time is the Restore Costa Mesa Ad Hoc Committee operating without any public oversight. Public record requests have come up empty, no agendas, no minutes, etc. A resident was told that Foley Chief of Staff would call to give an update. COVID is a convenient excuse to conduct government business in the shadows. And why are shadows necessary? Because corrupt and probably illegal activity is afoot. Case in point is a $300,000 parking improvement benefiting the Sadihi property, longtime political supporters of Foley. Why is something like this not being done at a city council meeting under full public scrutiny?
Thank you.
Thank you. These questions are worth addressing.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so I will, Ms. Barlow, you wanted to respond to something?
Specifically, I'd like to respond to the claims that were referenced in former Chief Sharpneck's litigation. They're completely false. At no point in time would I ever risk my license to practice, my professional reputation, or my personal integrity to direct someone or allow someone to destroy public records. In point of fact, I spent hours, as did staff, reviewing documents for the public records request that Ms. Fedoni made, and lots of documents were produced to her, some of which were less than flattering to those who authored them, and especially former Chief Sharpneck, unfortunately. So I want to make very clear, we do not destroy public records. We have not destroyed any public records. All of the records that existed prior to Chief Sharpneck's retirement remain and are available, and there is absolutely no legitimacy to that claim. So I just wanted to respond to that.
Thank you. Ms. Barlow, could you also describe, because the council members, we have no role in the public record requests, correct?
That's correct. The public records requests come into the city clerk's office. As Ms. Farrell Harrison aptly described, despite the pandemic and the furloughs and the reduction in staff time, the closure of City Hall and the working from home of many employees, we have continued to process public records requests through the city clerk's office. We provide some assistance to them in doing that, to review documents for privilege and other things. It has been a challenge during this time. And it is particularly a challenge when we receive public records requests that ask for years and years and years of documents and
many thousands of emails. So we work closely with IT. We work closely with the departments in locating those documents, reviewing them for privilege and protected information, including personnel information and security information, and we respond to them as quickly as we can under the circumstances.
And you don't speak to the council members or the mayor about your analysis and whether or not to produce something or not, right?
No, ma'am. That is the determination that is made by the city attorney's office, working with the department heads and the clerk's office. I can't recall a single instance where I've ever consulted with a member of the council, either in this city or any of the other 20 cities that I represent, to discuss with them whether or not to produce a document in response to a public records request. We do ask the council to provide us with documents that may be responsive to public records requests. We ask for text and other information when we receive a request that may include documents you may have in your possession. But we also will search our own records, the city's own records, for those documents, for emails and other documents that come to you or come from you.
Okay, and then any emails that we have on our city email account, you have full access to. We don't have any ability to delete or to remove, right?
No, ma'am. Those are preserved through IT, and we have backup records so that even if a document were attempted to be deleted, the master document would remain.
Okay. And I appreciate you explaining that, because I do think it's important for the community to understand the process because of these false allegations that don't really reflect what the reality is. Okay, one other request I have is that for our, and maybe Ms. Farrell Harrison or Ms. Green, maybe you can answer this question. All of our FIPAC meetings, those are, well, they used to be televised, but now they're taped and they're on the YouTube channel. Is that right?
Madam Mayor, yes. The FIPAC committees are recorded via Zoom.
Okay.
And are available.
And so we had, I don't remember how many, but we've had multiple FIPAC committee meetings over the last 6 months. And so all of those meetings, Ms. Molina, you've been at all those meetings. How many have we had? Like 6? I can't remember.
We've had over 8 FIPAC meetings, and we continue to hold them even during the pandemic.
Okay, and those are all taped and they're available to the public. They could either have watched them live at the time of the meeting, or they can go on right now onto the city's YouTube channel and watch them at any time. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. At this time, oh, there we go. There's the YouTube channel. You can watch a lot of things. You can watch our prior city council meetings. You can watch all the FIPAC meetings. You can watch any of our city committee meetings, and you can hear the full discussion, all the questions. I think sometimes we forget we're being taped in those meetings. We're even eating at times. So there for everyone to see. Okay, I'm going to move on. I appreciate that. I do think it's unfortunate that we have misinformation being spread out there. Okay, so let's see. We have council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. Each council member will have 4 minutes to give your update. Council member Reynolds, you're up first.
Okay, trying to figure out where to start here. I think I want to address what we heard in the public comment first. Just my perspective on a couple of the issues raised. So the characterization of our spending over the last year, I just want to assure those listening that we are doing meticulous review of spending. I certainly spend a lot of time. Staff knows I ask a lot of questions. You don't see in these meetings how many questions I ask. I think I've developed a little bit of a reputation about that. But lots of questions asked about why we need to spend, why things cost a certain amount. Just want to assure there's no callousness in the spending. certainly this year was irregular for many reasons, spending we've not had to do and very quick actions we've had to take. But want to assure those listening here that we are very careful and conscious about that spending, and you'll hear that sort of an update, a summary of that report later in this meeting. On the committee meetings piece, I agree with the sentiment about the importance of committee meetings. I ask that folks please do not try to sort of peg motivations behind that. Where we've been in a very challenging time this year, where we've had to balance a lot of different requests for time at the same time as as you've heard, all staff have been furloughed, and we had to make a decision to allow staff to sort of stabilize a little bit in response to everything that's been going on this year. I absolutely agree that the committee meetings are an extremely important vehicle for resident input. I have always advocated for meaningful public engagement. I think our residents absolutely know our city in different ways than our staff know our city, and that diversity of thought and input is critical. And I would like to get our committee meetings back as soon as possible. We've expressed this, and we'll get there. But we had to balance and stabilize all of the different efforts at City Hall, and I think we're getting close, barring some new emergency or disaster, which hopefully we don't run into. But I do, it's the input part of our committee meetings and creating input opportunity for our residents, I think is absolutely critical. Okay. Pivot to a bunch of sort of thanks and acknowledgements. I just want to give understanding all of the work that's been done this year. Thank you, City Manager Farrell Harrison, for the quick summary. It's helpful. I think I, for one, am always looking forward on what I want to do, so I appreciate you sort of forcing me to look backward and acknowledge all of the work done to date. I'm still looking forward, though. I do want to thank, I biked by Lions Park today and did see the banner on the fence at Lions Park, so I wanted to thank our public services team for getting that up there, providing some information on progress at Lions Park. And I want to thank the chief in his report on the proclamation too for always reiterating, again, the importance of that community engagement as part of our public safety efforts. Preventative efforts on public safety through developing relationships between our police and our community members. And that is, I think, in every conversation about public safety, you and your staff at the police department seem to always bring that up first. And I really appreciate that philosophy that we use here in Costa Mesa. Thank you also to staff. One of the original council goals, pre-COVID council goals, was addressing parking issues. That is something that we have been working on, both in direct response to everyone being home because of COVID and through some strategies we had discussed early on. So I want to thank the staff who are working on some ideas to address some parking burdens there, and for adjusting based on some of the issues we've had with overlapping street sweeping schedules. Okay, I'm going to have to move a little faster.
It's 4 minutes. Can you wrap up just so that we can be consistent?
Sure. I will jump to some of the things that I would like us to
we have more time
look at. City Manager, if you could. Ms. Farrell Harrison, could we get an update on the when the ADU ordinance is expected to come in front of us? And then I'll just add one of the other items that is sort of feels urgent is maybe this is the next task for our great CMTV team. If we could get more information out, a new wave of information out to our residents on how to respond when we see encampments or homelessness issues to address. Thank you.
Sorry, and don't forget, we have our other section at the end if you think of other things that you wanted to share. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everyone watching the meeting today. I have really two quick brief things to talk about today. I've gotten a call from a resident in my district about how he feels frustration that every time he calls the hotline for homeless solutions for someone who's homeless, he can't quite get an answer in the late parts of the night. Twice my resident has called me past 9 p.m. saying that the numbers we provide, no one answers them after a certain point. And I think that's something critical that we should perhaps look into with Mercy House or whoever else we could address that issue with, because sometimes we do find people who are good Samaritans who talk to our homeless residents and want to help them, but find that the later in the day it gets, the harder it is to help them out. So just want to put that to staff's point of view. I do want to spend most of my time being the young person on the city council talking about this, the ballot. So everyone who's an registered voter should have received their ballot by mail. And this is the first time the entire county is going, this year's the entire county is going to a vote by mail system. And it is very new, and I know people are confused about it. So I just want to walk over it real briefly and explain the process behind it and why this is a good process for us in these difficult times. So essentially, early this year, the county went towards a vote by mail system to ensure that everyone who can vote gets their ballot on their mail. A lot of us got this in the primary, some of us just register to vote. We're not getting it in general election. Essentially, what you're going to be doing is filling out your ballot at your own home with a black or blue pen. And then once you vote, you close your packet and you sign the top and fill out the information. This is very important because this is how they verify that you're voting. Once you do this, you have a few options. You can put it back in the mail for your mailman to deliver to your post office. As long as it's postmarked by election day, you should be fine to be counted. I'm always a bit more cautious. I like dropping it off at a drop box or a voting location. For people in my district in West Costa Mesa, we'll be having the same location as we did last year at the senior center. So starting, I believe the Friday before the election, there'll be a vote center there where you can drop off your ballot or vote in person if you prefer to do so. We also have 4 drop-off locations in Costa Mesa. It's technically 5, but one's kind of far away, but I'll list all 5 of them just so you guys know where they are. Give me one moment. They're at the Coastal Heights Senior Center, at the Mesa Verde Library, at Twinkle Park Athletic Complex, at Mesa Water, and at the Orange County Department of Education, right near the border of Irvine and the airport. It's very important that you drop off at a sanctioned location. Those locations get checked up every single day at various times of the day, so it's very secure. And one thing I want to reiterate to everyone who's watching this, who's going to be saying, why is Manuel spending time on this topic? Well, quite frankly, people who are my age, who are under 30, for a lot of us, our first time voting. For a lot of us, our first time feeling the need to vote for our country. And I just want to reiterate the fact that your vote does matter, that your vote does have impacts, especially in these local elections, especially here in Costa Mesa. You know, in my election, we had less than 3,000, I think it was less than 4,000 votes cast in my election. And I'm on city council because of it. In a lot of these races for sanitary district, for community college board, the margins are really small and your voice has a big weight. So one thing I want to tell everyone who's watching this, who's a first-time voter, feeling getting involved, please vote often, please get engaged, because here's the secret. When you vote, campaigns see who votes and see how often you vote. So if you want to have your voice be heard, vote every election so that next time someone's campaigning, they'll say, oh shoot, they vote every election, I need to talk to them. That's how you make change in your community, and that's how you should vote. So guys, it's in your hand. You have 2 weeks to go. Please vote. And that's it for my time. Thank you.
Great message. Okay, Councilmember Mar.
Just to clarify, when he says vote often, he means in different elections, not in the same election. So I only have one just real quick announcement. Our Assemblywoman Patty Norris is taking nominations for Veteran of the Year. And so if you know a veteran who's been active in the community, who's been doing anything great, and you'd like to nominate them, there was a really beautiful ceremony last year. Hopefully we'll be able to do something this year to honor those people. But you can go to her website, Patty Norris, Assembly District 74, to learn more about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank members of the public that take the time to speak up and comment. I appreciate it. I appreciate any calls for transparency. And hey, we have an election coming up, and I want to encourage everyone to be respectful. And I think this is going to be our last meeting until the election. But again, thank you for speaking up on transparency issues, and think about that when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
I have a few things. Number one, it has come to my attention that we technically require permits for filming in public parks, and with everybody with their phone, well, filming any sort, still or video. And I don't think I'm ever in a park that somebody's not taking a picture or a video of their kid, or taking a picture of a bird, or taking a picture of something. And so it seems like maybe that's an anachronism, because we don't want to be charging people hundreds of dollars just to take a picture of their kid on the swing set. And I think this is the policy was from a different era where people didn't live on camera. Next, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's remarks about the Fairview Park wetlands last time. And I would urge that we make the DUDEC report public as soon as we possibly can, even if we have to redact some parts of it that may relate to personnel matters. But I think it's important for the public to know why what's happening is happening, because we have a lot of engineers and creative people who might have good solutions too. And then finally, regarding our committees, yes, on the videos on demand, we do have council meeting videos, we have park commission videos, and we have planning commission videos. However, there doesn't appear to be any archive, and I'm looking at our Granica system, of any of our committee meetings, just the commissions and the council. Likewise on YouTube, when I ran a search there, all I got was council and commission meetings, but not committees. And as far as specific committee meetings that were supposed to be available on Zoom, I myself, in cases a couple times, was unable to access, or I saw the beginning of the meeting and then something went down, and you could see where the YouTube comments were. It wasn't my Wi-Fi. It was down because people are going, well, what happened to the meeting? What happened to the proceedings? So we could do a better job. And also, I believe there was misinformation about what is available. And if there's a way to make it available, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, just a couple of responses with the public comments, that I have my own items that I want to discuss. You know, with regard to the Chief Sharpnack lawsuit, as many of you know, I've been a trial lawyer in Orange County for the past 31 years, and I've read a lot of complaints. This is an unverified complaint. It means it's not sworn, and people put all kinds of things in unverified complaints. And because they're not swearing to them, they have no obligation to tell the truth. So the fact that something is in a complaint certainly doesn't make it true. Having said that, there was an allegation or a statement by a person who made the public comment that either the mayor or I or both fixed tickets. Well, that's not even an allegation in the unverified complaint. So that's not true and not even alleged. Getting to the issue about FIPAC, and I think the question is, do we have the meetings? We've established through Ms. Molina, we have the meetings, But not only do we have the meetings, we listen to that group. There were a couple of very important recommendations that they made and that we as a council adopted. Two that come to mind are we were considering deferring a $900,000 expenditure on our IT infrastructure plan. They said we should not do that, and we decided not to do it. We also considered using $1.75 million that's in our 115 trust account and use that to pay pensions. They said not to do that. We didn't do it. You'll hear more about what we did do later in the meeting. Regarding the mosquito issue, we had some great progress on that. We had a great meeting with the neighbors, the Swan Drive neighbors. Thank you to staff, thank you to the neighbors, and thank you to Vector Control for a very interesting meeting. As to the DUDEC report, I definitely agree with Councilmember Guinness, and I brought that up in my last remarks, that there is definitely sections of the DUDEC report, particularly with respect to the wetlands, that should be provided to the community, and I think can be. The DUDEC report is really now still in a draft stage, but when it's finalized, we should definitely do that. And then we also had a great study session regarding short-term rentals. I think we made a lot of progress. Thank you to the neighbors in Mesa North for putting together a very good presentation. Also, neighbors in Mesa Del Mar and on the west side, where there's been some serious issues with short-term rentals and rentals. And finally, I'll say to Councilmember Chavez, not only did I put my vote on Saturday in the box at Mesa Verde Library, but I just learned today that it was received by the registrar of voters on Monday. So I put it in on Saturday, received on Monday, and it will be counted. So please listen to the great council member from the District 4 and vote. Everybody should vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We put ours in on Sunday and we haven't got the notification. You can go to Track My Ballot, which is a website, and that will help you to be able to track when your ballot is received and your vote counted. So lots of information available tonight, and we have a long meeting ahead of us with some good projects to discuss. But I did want to give a report. We attended a League of Cities meeting last week, and it was by Zoom, but Councilmember Reynolds and I think Councilmember Marr and myself were all there on the Zoom. We each attended our own different seminars and the general session. It was a very informative program, lots of discussion about racial equity, about engaging with our community, and what are some tools that different cities are using and how effective they are. There was also, I thought, a really helpful program in the general session about how do we take care of ourselves. We're all working really hard to try to take care of the public, and how do we take care of ourselves? And there's 3 tips. I haven't followed any of them yet, I'll admit, but there were 3 tips. I'm going to try. One was turn your phone off 1 hour before bed. Okay, 1 hour. I haven't been able to do that yet. Turn your phone off 1 hour before bed. Second was read fiction. 20 pages of fiction every day. I know, Councilmember Marr, she's all about the fiction. So is City Attorney Barlow. But read fiction, 20 pages a day. That'll help inspire and get the creative juices flowing in your brain. And then finally, which I loved this one, I did start to read. I don't think I got 20 pages a day. But the third one was find a hobby that's something weird. Okay, something that's not work related, something that's not politics, something that's weird. You know, they gave canning or crochet, or maybe it's, I don't know, collecting bugs. I don't know what it is, but find a hobby that's something weird. All 3 of these tips are intended to help you to kind of get outside of your daily, all day long, focus on one thing and expand your mind. So, and be happier. That's what the message was, how to find happiness. So that was the League of Cities conference, but there was a lot of good information that was more policy related. That was just the fun part. And so also wanted to wish Rob Dimmel, who is retiring from our Costa Mesa Police Department, who is homegrown Costa Mesa, went to Estancia High School, worked for our Costa Mesa Police Department for many, many years, flew Eagle, and he's retiring, I think this week. And we will miss you, Rob Dimmel. We thank you for your service. We thank your family for allowing you to serve us, and just thank you for all you've done for the city of Costa Mesa. We really appreciate you. And then finally, real quickly, I'm going to scroll through this real quickly. I wanted to, Connor, thank you. So a lot of discussion about Restore Costa Mesa tonight, and we are doing a lot of good work. The first time I learned that people felt like they didn't get information about what was happening was when I learned about it this weekend. So I want everyone to know we have these PowerPoints that are done every week. We'll make those available. In fact, I'm going to ask right now if we could just put them all on the mayor's page, and so that people can go and look at them anytime. So here's an example of the one we gave last Thursday. Next slide. We do a case update on the COVID numbers for the California numbers. Here happens to be our update for today. Next slide. We also do an update for Orange County. The goal of the Restore Costa Mesa is to give information out to the business community so they can share it out with others, as well as the nonprofits, faith-based leaders. And what I'll share with the community here tonight is we're doing okay. We're getting our numbers down. So we're in that red tier. We want to move into the orange tier. We still have to bring the numbers down. This Costa Mesa number here, 1950, that's cumulative from the beginning of the pandemic. So our rate today of cases is more in the 200 range. Next slide. Here is where we need to be. We have our testing site at the fairgrounds, and the more we test, the faster we'll get our case rate numbers down and our county positivity down. So here's where we are, 4.6 per 100,000. Our county positivity is 3.2%. That's in the sweet spot. That's where we want to be, but we need to bring our case rate down below 4. And then we have this section that's our health equity section, that the 25th percentile of our economic community, our community here in the economics, we need to be at 5.2%. We're at 5.6. So we're just shy of meeting those numbers to move into the next tier. These are the kinds of updates we give to the business community, the nonprofits, and the faith-based leaders when we meet every other Thursday. Next slide. We also talk about what are the different tiers. We educate them, answer questions about what it means to be in different tiers. When will we get to the next tier? We go this week, we shared with them this new tracktherecovery.org website that I learned about on a group of 400 mayors, and it's a really informative website. I encourage you to go to that. Next slide. So today, and this will be in our, there you go. So today, this would be in our slides for Monday. I keep losing you. So today, the governor announced that theme parks will begin to open in different capacities. One in Orange County, the main theme parks here aren't going to open until we get to yellow. Also professional sporting events and outdoor stadiums. Here's some guidance. So this is what we would be sharing with the group. Next slide. The governor just recently announced, and we shared this on Thursday, Halloween and Dia de los Muertos, state guidance. Basically, it's like try to just stay with your family. Don't get out, go Halloween trick-or-treating, and try to stay close to home, and so that you don't spread the virus. Next slide. Here's an update on what was shared by the state website in terms of guidance on slowing the spread, because we now know that it's airborne and that it hangs in the air a lot longer. And so what we talked about on Thursday was how can we improve ventilation systems? What can we do to get purifiers into different places? We give them updates on what are good purifiers for commercial office and for restaurants, etc. So these are the things we talk about in the Restore Costa Mesa meetings. Next slide. And then we shared some graphics that are put out by the CDC. One graphic that I thought was very important is that face shields are not recommended. They do not take the place of a mask. You're starting to see people wear these face shields. That's just, waste of your money. One, you're not protecting yourself at all or anyone else. Next slide. These are some graphics we shared with them that they can share out with their contacts. Next slide. And then we do a summary of what are some Costa Mesa actions that have been taken that assist businesses in particular and faith-based organizations. And so this is our summary. You can get your camera out, take a picture. That's what I say at nearly every single one of our Restore Costa Mesa meetings. And then, we gave an update on how to get a business grant. This committee does not do anything related to the grants. We don't have any role in the grants. We don't make any decisions about the grants. We don't have any role to play whatsoever. That's all done. And I think we have an item on our agenda tonight that will discuss that. Next slide. And then we have an update from Councilmember Mar on our Power of One Foundation, our efforts to feed our families. And I'll let her just real quickly give an update on what's happening for the trunk or treat, just since it's up.
Yeah, so we're doing the food distributions at the OC Fair now on a once-a-month basis. So you can go to powerofonefoundation.org to figure out when the next one is going to be at the OC Fair. And then next Friday, unfortunately, the event is already sold out. But next Friday, we're doing a drive-through trick-or-treat event for kids. It's probably like the safest way we can possibly still sort of kind of celebrate Halloween. And so the city is going to have a booth there. As folks drive by, they're going to pick their favorite best decorated booth, and we're going to have little goodie bags for kids. So huge thanks to IKEA and to Power of One Foundation for organizing that. And the city is a sponsor and a supporter. So should be fun. Like I said, unfortunately, it's sold out because there was just so much demand because everyone was trying to do something fun with their kids. And I get that, but we got to be as safe as we can and try to get these numbers down. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the kind of information Councilmember Mar gives an update to, and we work with our nonprofit leaders. We talk to our business leaders about how they can support this effort. Next slide. And then we make sure that they know about different countywide activities that are going on to keep people healthy. Here's one flyer that we shared with them about free flu shots, and they will be at the Orange County Fair on October 30th. Next slide. That's it. So those PowerPoints are pretty much a template, and the information changes based on the number of changes in the guidance and the counts. And so I try to use those slides when I do my town hall updates, so you kind of see the overlap. But happy to have all of those. I didn't know that those were not being shared. Those should all be put on the mayor's page so that everyone has access to that great information that our team has put together and that we're trying to get the word out. The whole point is to share the information and get the word out. Okay, and I think that was all I had for tonight, and thank you for allowing me to share that. And now we will move on to Ms. Farrell Harrison, City Manager Report.
Thank you. At the last meeting, you requested, the City Council requested that we provide an update on the hazard mitigation plan. So we have Jason Dempsey this evening to provide an update on where we are with that specific plan. Jason?
Mr. Dempsey, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. So our update with the hazard mitigation plan is, so we first identified our firm, our consultant firm, in December of last year. And you, the council, voted on and accepted that consultant in the beginning of February. And then shortly after, as we know, it's been a wild ride since February with COVID-19 and with all the other challenges that we've been facing. So initially things were kind of postponed until we could get our arms around this and figure out when we could best address the local hazard mitigation plan. On September 23rd, we had a kickoff meeting. The city manager led that meeting along with the assistant city manager and the department directors, where we just discussed what we would be doing with the local hazard mitigation plan, what exactly it entailed and who would be involved. and department directors identified the personnel that would represent their department as a member of our planning team. So this is the internal planning team. And that internal planning team had its first meeting on October 7th. So where we're at right now is we have identified a list, I should say the planning team representing all the city departments has identified a list of natural and human-caused disasters that we believe could impact Costa Mesa at some point. And there's certainly a spectrum of likelihood involved in that, from less likely to most likely, a spectrum involving how severe the impact would be, from least severe to most severe. And we sort of use a matrix to go out and calculate what the overall impact of a particular hazard would be to the city. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And then our consultant is collecting data on those particular hazards, historical data. So what they can find out, say, about flooding in the city of Costa Mesa, about changes in weather. So as temperatures have increased in certain seasons or decreased in others, drought is another thing that's being considered. So we're going through all these things with that historical data using databases that exist. In addition, we have subject matter experts with a lot of institutional knowledge that we've been fortunate to have as members of the team, such as Bart Mejia, for example, who has been with the city for many years and has a lot of knowledge that may not be captured in a record that is held by Orange County or by the state of California. So people like him have actually been weighing in and providing specific information about specific things that could impact the city, so we can sort of add that as part of our calculus. And that's pretty much it. That's where we're at today. And then we're going to use that information once we get all that data sort of compiled to go forward and begin to develop our plan, I should say. And in this process, we'll be reaching out to other entities outside of the internal planning team to include the community, and offer Costa Mesa community members the opportunity to weigh in on some things that are important to them and influence the direction of the plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey. Councilmember Mar, did you have a question?
Just real quick. So I have been spending a lot of time doing power outage resiliency planning in California and across the Midwest. And so I would just double down, because FEMA keeps changing the standards by which they grant for power outages, sort of realizing that all these things can cause power outages. So just really heavily emphasizing we include that in there so we can apply for FEMA grants. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And if I could just briefly, with the power outage as an example, that's the hazard mitigation plan that FEMA funded, for everyone's awareness, is supposed to primarily focus on natural disasters, right? So like, say, an earthquake or a wildfire. The problem is, we know that if we only plan for those hazards, then we would not have a complete plan, and we would not be mitigating against all the things that could happen, right? So there's kind of a way that we're going in and we're trying to address all of those other things anyway. And there's many things obviously that can cause a power outage, such as an earthquake or, many other types of things. And obviously the impact could be pretty severe depending on when and how that took place. So that's definitely something we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dempsey. Thanks for all you're doing to help keep us safe and respond to all these emergencies that we keep having. So we appreciate you, all you're doing. Okay, many of you don't know, but Mr. Dempsey has only been with us for a couple of years now, and he just came on and got immediately thrust into all the crises. He's doing a great job. Okay, so next up, Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you have any other report?
I had just one other thing. This is on behalf of the Orange County Healthcare Agency. Just wanted to advise you all that they are conducting a survey of attitudes towards vaccination. This is specifically for potential vaccinations for COVID-19. And so there is a survey that you can access on the city's website at www.costamesaca.gov/COVID-19. It'll take less than 5 minutes to fill out the simple questionnaire in the language of your choice regarding your attitude about being vaccinated against COVID-19. And so this is anticipation of our federal regulatory agencies making vaccinations available or vaccines available in the next coming weeks or months, and assessing the public's readiness, acceptance, or willingness to accept those vaccinations in order to assess how many we would need in the region and how many residents would be interested in participating in the first round of vaccinations. And so if you could please, whether you are interested in having a vaccine or not interested in a vaccine, we'd like to know either way for the OC Healthcare Agency to plan accordingly so we could get the resources needed for the region. And so please, whether you are in favor, not in favor, would be looking forward to a vaccine, et cetera, please do communicate that to our healthcare agency so that they can put together plans that will reflect the needs of the community and the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Barlow, any further report tonight?
Yes, quickly, I would like to respond very briefly on the issue of film permits so that it's very clear. We do require film permits for commercial filming on in our public right-of-way and on public property. Those we do not require permits from news media. For nonprofits, we do not, unless they're blocking an area or reserving an area. We do not require permits for private family use of photography or filming. It really is designed to protect the public parks and right-of-way from being taken over by filming for commercial activity without obtaining permits, insurance, traffic, protections, and so on. So I did want to assure the public that we're not going to slap you with a fine for taking pictures of your children in the parks. Rest assured. I also just wanted to give you an update quickly. We're going to be posting shortly an update, litigation update. We've had a lot of that litigation activity. I don't want to go through it all tonight because time is limited and you have business to take. There's been a lot of litigation activity, a lot of successes, and I want to point people to the litigation report that goes up on the public website every month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, we'll move to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be taken as under one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless a council member or staff member or member of the public asks that an item be pulled for discussion. If a member of the public wishes an item to be pulled, please use the hand raise feature. And okay, and then before that, Ms. Green, did we have any items that were requested by the council or the public or staff before the meeting to be pulled?
Madam Mayor, we have item number 9 and no items from the public.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have an item you wanted to pull?
I just want to move the balance.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Green, if you could read the title for consent calendar item number 9.
Thank you. This is reallocation of CARES Act funding for COVID Small Business Relief Grant Program. Presentation by Ms. Lee.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you. We have Mr. Inlows with us this evening, and he'll be giving the presentation.
Mr. Inlows, are you there? Mr. Inlows, are you?
Hi. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Better now that I'm not on mute. It's
Okay.
better.
There we go. Okay.
So again, this is for the reallocation of the CARES Act funding for COVID Small Business Relief Grant Program. This is basically a rough timeline of where we started and where we've arrived. March 19th is when we had the stay-at-home order. May 26th is when the county allocated the CARES Act funds. June 2nd is when we took the proposed allocation of those funds, which was $2.7 million, to City Council and received approval. On June 16th, City Council approved the entire CARES Act funding allocation. I'm sorry, June 2nd was when the agreement was approved. June 16th was when the City Council approved the allocation of the funds. And then December 30th, 2020 is the deadline for the disbursement of the funds. The previous allocation that was approved by City Council is listed here. There was a parklets project, CIP right-of-way projects for $750,000. 1.9 was originally allocated to the Small Business Relief Grant Program, and $26,000 was allocated to Shop Costa Mesa or Costa Mesa Back to help with outreach and encouraging members of the community to shop at our local businesses. The proposed reallocation of funding is based on a recent direction provided by the county regarding that these funds are meant to go directly to small business grants. Since we have an existing program, the Small Business Relief Grant Program, that is already accomplishing this, the remaining of the funds that's left will either continue to operate in round one, which will get us to that total expenditure of 1.954 that was originally approved, or the remaining funds that were originally allocated to the CIP projects or the Costa Mesa Shop Costa Mesa program, which is $792,000, will go into round two. Both round one originally applied for this grant
Mr. Inlows, you're kind of cutting in and out.
application in early July. Okay. I'll scoot closer. Does that help?
Yes, that's better. I'm sorry. It looks
So
like
the only modifications to the round two grant program.
maybe just not sure. You keep freezing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Turn off your
Okay.
video.
Yeah, turn off the video. That sometimes helps.
I will. I'm more than happy to do that. That's fine. All right. So round two grant, the modifications that we're proposing as part of the item for your approval tonight is that the city city will distribute the remaining. Has already distributed $1.355 million to 152 grants in 3 months. That's already happened. The rest of the remaining of that 1.954 will be allocated as part of round one. But the modifications for that $792,000, that is going to be in round two, and that the changes are as follows. Instead of grant amounts being $5,000, $10,000, and $15,000, the grant amounts will be $10,000, $15,000, and $20,000. And the grant awards will be prioritized as follows. Businesses located in commercially zoned properties will be prioritized first, followed by industrially zoned properties, followed by home occupation businesses. Grant, so the, excuse me. So round two applicants will be selected at random after the prioritization has been applied from that previously existing pool as mentioned. So of the 430 that applied, if you didn't catch that earlier when I was jumping in and out, that 430 we're pulling from that same group. And we're going to be distributing the funds in the same exception of the previously mentioned changes. The changes were meant to expedite review process, speed up the turnaround time so we can definitely get these funds out as soon as possible, and especially before the deadline that's placed by the county. So the recommendations are to authorize the city manager to take all necessary actions to develop and administer the second round of the Small Business Relief Grant Program and allocate that $792,000 to a second round of that program to small businesses. And that's the recommendations. That's the end of my presentation. Forgive me for the stuttering and the awkward video.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for all you've done on this. And by the way, congratulations on the award for the Costa Mesa Back. I know how hard you worked on that. You began the work on that right before COVID, and then it just got expedited because of COVID. So thank you so much, Mr. Inlows, for that good work. And then I don't see any questions in the queue. I have a couple questions. Can you go to, I think it, well, I won't go to the slide, but the question I have, you heard one of the public commentors somehow saying that the Restore Costa Mesa is allocating these funds. Can you just in brief summarize how the businesses are selected and what is the criteria and what role the council plays in the selection of any of the businesses?
So the role the city council played was approving the grant allocation for a grant program. The guidelines were developed to work in partnership with the business development, SBDC, Small Business Community Development Center. The applicants were accepted in a 4-day period from any businesses that were notified through a constant contact email blast that went out to 4,700 and some businesses. We posted webinars in English and Spanish. This is all before the application period. And we tried to get the word out through kind of any avenue we had to let businesses know that the grant application was happening. They had the 4 days to apply. Once they received those applications, there was a preliminary review of the applications just to make sure the application was complete. They actually operate inside the city of Costa Mesa, pretty basic stuff. And then all of those businesses were preliminarily eligible, were thrown into a lottery that was televised and public. SBDC ran it. Those 189 businesses were selected from that lottery. That's where we, of that 189, 152 were deemed eligible and met all the criteria. The majority of the criteria that we have comes directly from the county that deemed what it is to be a small business and how they, what it is to operate inside Orange County. Ours pretty much made sure that the businesses were in good standing and didn't have active cases or had an active business license, that kind of stuff. So once those were, we went through that initial selection of 189. We worked with SBDC again. We just recently generated another random selection, and that random selection produced 57 additional businesses that we're now going through vetting so we can allocate additional funds. Round 2 will copy the exact process that happened in round 1. Random selection of existing applicants that are in the pool. We have 102 that we're pulling from currently.
Thank you. And then as it relates to the CIP projects, do you remember when we had the public hearing on that item where the staff report included all of the locations of the CIP projects? Do you remember the date of that?
Unfortunately, I was not involved in that staff report, so that would be something I would need to direct to somebody else for the CIP component.
Okay. Ms. Lee, do you remember?
I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, so give me a few minutes. I'll try to find it and come back.
But just in general, when we voted on that in a public hearing and we had a discussion about it, we took public comment and the council voted as to the allocations. And I believe it was a unanimous vote. Is that right? How to allocate all these funds, including the CIP funds?
Yes, there was an item before the council. It was a discussion with the entire council, and there was a vote. I can confirm whether the vote was unanimous or not, as well as the date that it came before this council.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Farrell Harrison, as it relates to our subrogation agreement with the county, we are subject to District 2 allocations. And so District 2 in the supervisorial district, which is Supervisor Steele's district, she had some different language in her agreement than they had in the other agreements for the other districts. And we've since learned that she does not want the funds to be used for public works projects that would allow parklets and access to the businesses for outdoors. And so that's why we're redirecting this money. Is that right?
So what's the initial discussions related to the use of CARES Act funding from the county involved sort of a coalition, if you will, of city managers from all 34 cities, and then also county staff. From those discussions, there was sort of a broad agreement that was put together that transcended the districts. After that, each district supervisor had much more specificity as to the target and the focus that they wanted for the CARES Act funding. So the agreement is broader and encompasses federal treasury guidelines and a lot of the language that the federal government and the United States Treasury put into their documents as it relates to what kinds of expenses are eligible for CARES Act reimbursement. So it's a broad agreement, if you will. But then each district supervisor had the flexibility to basically narrow it down to particular areas of focus. And so from the preliminary discussions with the broader agreement to then subsequent iterations and discussions that happened with each specific district, there was some fine tuning, if you will, of the use of the funds. And in our case for District 2, specifically just business grants. And so those conversations kind of evolved over time. City managers have been working closely with the county. In some cases, in some districts, agreements were modified for cities that had different expenses, if you will, pursuant to the federal guidelines. In the case of District 2, we were instructed that to stay specific to just the business grants. And so that's why we're bringing it forward tonight. We're happy to have the funds, of course, and we're happy to redirect as needed. But, you know, the conversations initially were broader and encompassed all of the different types of expenses from a federal treasury standpoint that the CARES Act could be eligible for to help promote local economic recovery. This is a much more specific focus just on the small business grants. And so we're switching gears very quickly to get that money spent and get it out through the SBDC, through that lottery process, independent, outside, third party. I'm not involved in those conversations, and absolutely the council has not been involved in those conversations at all whatsoever. That's done by the outside firm that we hired to assess eligibility and make those determinations and make sure that everything's consistent with the federal rules and guidelines as to who is eligible for a grant. And so the item that we have before you tonight is basically tying up this clarification that we received from the county, and so that we can get the funds out by December 31st and help additional businesses in need.
Thank you. And so when we voted on this, we had some caveats that were pending approval by the county. And so there were some things that we weren't sure about at that time because all of this is evolving very quickly. And so we left some language in there in the approval by the council to give you the flexibility. One of those areas was in nonprofits. We had wanted to give some of the funding to nonprofits. We were told after we voted, no, you can't do that. So you pivoted that money to go to more grants for the businesses. So, and then as it relates to the the CIP projects, the public works projects that we had set the $750,000 aside for, we voted on those projects. It was so just to confirm, Ms. Lee or Ms. Farrell Harrison, it was 19th Street from Placentia to Monrovia. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, it was 18th Street, which is in front of Eat Chow, is that right? And then it was Randolph Street in front of like Wayfair, and I forget what the it's not Wayfair, what's it called?
Gunwale.
Gunwales, thank you. In front of those areas to kind of help to get all the restaurants on there outside. Not on the camp side, not on the lab side, right?
Right. So the focus was to put an emphasis on our major business corridors and try to facilitate with them as quickly as possible the outdoor dining, which was the only way at the time that restaurants could actually get back open again. We may not remember, but not too long ago, the only options were curbside delivery, and then eventually came the outdoor dining. So facilitating the outdoor dining was a major focus for all of the cities in the region, a big conversation that was had between the county and all of the city managers. I was actually appointed to lead the conversations for the city managers. So a lot of those requests came through me to the county, a lot of conversations with county staff on all of the different things that were priorities for all of us to get our businesses back on their feet, get as much business back as possible in a safe way. And the outdoor dining was a major component of that. But since then, there's been this clarification, small business grants only. And so we have the item before you tonight to facilitate that.
Okay, thank you. And that's a prerogative of the supervisor. She can do that. And so we're just complying, right? Okay, so I think we have two hands raised, Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Guinness. Councilmember Reynolds?
Did I get the mute button? There's a few of them. Okay, you can hear it. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I had a question a couple of questions for Mr. Inlow. So the language in the staff report, let's see, I think I highlighted the wrong sentence. You mentioned sort of an expectation, just knowing the businesses that had applied in the first round and how many did not end up getting that first round of funding. You expect the current round of funding to hopefully cover all those businesses. I know you can't commit to that, but it helps to just sort of get a sense of scale of what the existing ask is. Can you comment on that at all? What gives you that comfort?
Mr. Inlow,
here it is. You say staff believes there will be sufficient funds to award grants to most, if not all, eligible businesses that originally applied.
Mr. Inlow, what's the formula you're using to get to that statement?
Right. So the based on the last round that we do have, of the 189 businesses that applied, 152 received grants. It's about a 20% loss. They're actually combined.
You're going to have to reduce your video because you keep cutting out and freezing. There we go. Are you there? We can't hear him. Ms. Lee, do you know the
Right. Can you hear me?
This is why we need our technology at City Hall fixed.
So again, this is back to I'm actually holding my laptop, standing on one leg, scratching my head. So this is where we're going. So we had 189 businesses selected in the lottery. 152 were granted. 152 were granted, deemed eligible and granted received grants. That is more or less that percentage difference, that margin of error. It'd be, whether they were deemed ineligible, they decided to not take the grant money anymore because they felt like they weren't as impacted as they thought they were when they applied, or various other reasons, means there's a little bit of a slide. So we anticipate that even with the increase in the grant amount, of the 102 that are left that can still be drawn for round one and for round two, we think we'll get close to getting through a good majority, most of the grant applicants that we've received. Hopefully you heard that.
Okay, thank you. And I did, yeah, thank you. And one of the reasons I was curious in understanding that a little bit more is just if we maintain the prioritization between commercial and industrial that you recommend, what are the chances the industrial buildings get in? I'm looking at our general plan land use map to look at the commercial and industrial zones. And it's just reminding me how mixed some of our zones are. So I know some of our favorite coffee shops, for example, are along Placentia. That's actually an industrial zone. So my understanding based on the prioritization is businesses along Placentia, most of the sort of west side, the light industrial district, that would all be, there's a stretch of industrial along Baker. My understanding is your recommendation is that those are prioritized after other districts along Harbor, for example, along 17th Street, around the camp area. Is that correct?
19.
And it might be helpful actually if we could look at a zoning map as well. But what was your reason, Mr. Inlows, for recommending prioritizing businesses in commercial zones over industrial zones?
There's probably two primary reasons why I made this we're seeing vacancies disproportionately higher in our retail zone areas. We have significant, we had some vacancies already before COVID happened along Harbor and some other corridors. And now we're seeing some increase in that percentage in our retail corridors. It doesn't really respond to kind of the hodgepodge that you referred to, which I think is a valid point, which is the fact that a lot of industrial businesses were able to stay open. The presumed impact is that retail spaces were impacted a little bit higher than industrial locations. And there is no clean way besides our industrial zones that can expedite review quickly and efficiently that we could get at those businesses without analyzing their use. And debating use is something that would slow down a grant program. So because as you know, there's lots of businesses in the city that have multiple uses, different types of uses, their percentage of uses of one type of use versus another is different. It starts to get a discussion that gets a little murky. So the comfort I had with the recommendation comes down to the fact that we still have a very good chance that we're going to get through the lion's share of these applications through these two rounds of the Small Business Relief Grant Program.
See if I understand. I think your recommendation is based on, ideally based on business type. So your data shows that commercial businesses need help more than industrial businesses. I know I spoke to the Clayville team last week and they were doing just fine. But the way you're doing that is based on zone. So a commercial business in an industrial zone is going to be at a disadvantage. Is that correct?
If we do not get to them in the review process, yes, they would be at a disadvantage.
Okay. And there's no other sort of clean way in all of our many designations of businesses to identify a commercial business from an industrial business?
Not that's as clean cut that results in a very, very non-debate perspective. We have SIC codes, NAICS codes, use types, but all of these are kind of either self-imposed by the applicant or designated by the city without official kind of codification.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inlows. Councilmember Reynolds, any other questions?
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness?
When you advertised, how did you advertise to businesses? You indicated that you sent emails out to 700 and some businesses. Where was that list?
I think you said 4,000 something.
Oh, 4,000. I thought he said 700.
No.
Wow. So just to verify the number, was that just everybody who had a business permit or what?
4,700 businesses is actually anybody who has a business, current business license.
And that's what?
4,700. That's
Mr. Inlows, can you repeat yourself?
for anybody that 4,700, and it's any business that has an active business license that provided their email address so that we could mail out the update to them. And then we and from the city website that we were going to host webinars. We had 3 webinars, 2 in English, 1 in Spanish. And then we also posted and blasted through Instagram, Facebook, and the web to anybody who was listening that we're trying to start this program and the application period.
And then was there an ad anywhere or anything like on our city website that's specified, like say right on the front of the page?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the stuff that we approved on, June 2nd, June 16th, May 19th, and we approved bags of money. But there's nothing in the bags of money regarding, like, so much for loans, so much for improvements, they were generally described as improvements that would allow people to expand outdoors. But, and then there was a PowerPoint, but the PowerPoint did not identify specific locations, and the staff report did not identify specific locations. So when were those specific locations identified? Because I'm not finding them in any of the materials that were provided to council at the time that we voted on the generalized different buckets of money and how the buckets would be used.
Ms. Lee, can you address that? Because I think that's incorrect. I believe that they were spelled out specifically in the staff report, the 3 locations. Can you address that?
Sure. There are PowerPoint presentations as well as the staff reports for all of the meetings that were just mentioned, June 2nd and June 16th in particular. Although the locations are referred to in some of these instances, it was a discussion at the city council, at those city council meetings, and there was a discussion specifically about the 18th Street and 19th Street corridors in particular, and focusing on commercial corridors for these types of improvements that would benefit outdoor uses during COVID. So I can provide a bit more detail, but it was certainly a discussion at the council meeting.
Well, I know that there was some generalized discussion, but I'm not seeing it in the PowerPoint, and I'm not seeing it in the actual resolution that we adopted. But anyway, we could move on. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please, sorry, I was distracted here because I spilt water. Sorry, I didn't want to get all over my computer. Please indicate by pressing *9 on your telephone to raise your hand to speak, or raise your hand in the raise hand feature on the computer. And if you, when you're called upon, please press *6 so that you can be unmuted. And at this time, we have a person, Hoyen IP Sierra Club. If you would wish to speak on this item. This is for this.
No, I also have a comment on this.
Okay, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor and the Council. I made a similar comment here before. I guess that was probably at the first council meeting in April when you were deciding to pitch in for a loan program to help the local businesses. And I thought that was just, it was very brave you did that. And along that, there's some other things you have done COVID regarded. So I want to thank you. I just want to thank you all for all the things you have done in the last several months. So, okay, we'll get rid of that. So the holiday season is coming up. November is coming up, right? And typically, historically, the Thanksgiving Saturday is Shop Small Saturday. Oh, yeah. Now, due to social distancing, and I would like to propose, if you have the capacity, can we expand it to Shop Small November? So, I mean, we have whatever campaign, I mean, at least we probably can get this done on social media or something, but I just think the small local businesses really can use some help. So that's my quick comment. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. That's a great idea. I do have a proclamation coming for that, but that's a great idea. Okay, next speaker is phone number ending 891. Please press *6 on your phone to be unmuted.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening.
Hi there.
So I was just, I guess, I don't know if this will be for Mr. Inlows or whoever, but so I'm a small business owner right here about the grant program. So can a small business still apply for that now for, I guess, the next round of grant disbursements?
Thank you. That's a great question. And we'll have him answer after we finish the public comments. Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
No, that would be it, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak at this time in public comment, please press *9 on your telephone or the hand raise feature on your computer. Seeing no one else, I will close the public comment. Before we get to Mr. Inlows, is there a motion? Council? Anyone want to make a motion? Okay, council member, I'm not sure who raised their hand first. Councilmember Marr?
I'll move to approve the item as written.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
Councilmember Marr, would you include with that sort of equal prioritization for businesses in commercial and industrial areas?
Wait, hold on. Is there a second?
And particularly,
Councilmember Reynolds, is there a second for discussion?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Marr?
Faymore.
Yeah, there's, I know, I wish we had actually a list of the businesses that applied, but I know that at least of a couple commercial businesses in some of these light industrial areas that have applied that are hurting. I'm less familiar with the light industrial areas along Baker. Obviously more familiar with the light industrial areas on the west side, but it is the home a lot of our more creative businesses that have opened up commercial shops sort of in an industrial area. I think they should get equal priority to comparable businesses on our commercial corridors. And I know several of them are concerned about feeling the same effects of the economic shutdown. Vacancies in industrial areas, I think, can be just as harmful. Our industrial areas are where we've seen, I guess, everywhere in the city, but we have homelessness issues here, and more eyes sort of distributed throughout in our industrial area is valuable as well. So I just don't see. I wish there was a way to separate between maybe commercial and big industrial, maybe big and small companies, but I just want to give equal weight to our commercial businesses, regardless of their location.
Councilmember Reynolds, so just to clarify your request, is your request just to add commercial businesses that are located in industrial to the list, not to add industrial, but to add commercial businesses that are located in industrial? Is that your request?
That's the interest. My request is equal prioritization, regardless of the commercial or industrial zone, given Mr. Inlow's information about the difficulty in identifying business type.
Okay. Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's so equal by dollar distribution or equal by number of companies. I guess I
Oh,
just don't
equal
wanna get-
prioritization. So right, equal prioritization. So my understanding, and maybe Mr. Inlows can describe this, but his recommendation was applicants in commercial zones first, then applicants in industrial zones. Then there was a third tier. So just lumping those two in the first tier.
Mr. Inlows, was there a reason that we were doing it that way?
Yes, there was. Again, this goes back to the previous two arguments that I mentioned earlier. The fact that there's a greater likelihood that our commercial corridor businesses, because of the previous phasing that was presented by the state guidelines, that they were closed or forced to remain closed in a general kind of. They were forced to remain closed if they were a commercial type business longer than the industrial uses. And so that was one argument. The other argument is our commercial corridors have potentially a denser collection of commercial type businesses. And so that densification has the potential for kind of additional externalities. So if a business closes where there's 20 other commercial businesses, there's a potential spillover impact that's greater than if you have a business that closes right next to it, another commercial business. So there was that was the justification for the prioritization. We can move to just an open format to. I believe the last time I looked at the numbers, there was approximately of the 102 businesses that we're pulling from for round one and round two, there was about 23 industrial businesses. The remaining were
mostly commercial businesses. Okay. I mean, I guess
when you say that, you mean businesses in commercial or industrial zones, correct?
Correct. So these are zoned locations. Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Marr.
Sure.
Okay, so can I get clarity? Because I don't think my question got answered. What exactly are you asking for the motion to change to be? So that
I'm looking for the specific language.
The ask is.
So,
Mr. Inlows, I think you, yeah.
Mayor, if I could
go ahead. Sorry, I'm just looking for the specific language.
Yeah, so if I could just weigh in quickly, I think if it's a broad prioritization to look at them both, I think that's probably a lot more doable than specific dollar amounts or anything like that, because at this point, our main focus is to try to get the money out as fast as possible. So, one is there about the equal prioritization that would slow down our efforts with SBDC or anything else?
Right. Okay. So as I understand it, page 3 of the staff report, we're modifying the recommendation to be that we're moving the line regarding prioritization structure to prioritize commercially zoned properties as first priority. And instead we're saying commercially zoned and industrial zones shall be the first priority, and home occupation permit shall be the second priority, effectively.
Yes,
thank you. Removing the distinction. They're all one.
That was the request. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's 102 of those businesses in total. Is that right, Mr. Inlows?
There's of the commercial and industrial zoned of the 102 total that we're pulling from for this program, there's 99 that fall into that program.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Earlier you said there was 102 businesses that are eligible for this next round that are left. And of those 102, 23 are in the industrial and 80 are in the commercial zone. That's what I wrote down. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I just mentioned what was in the industrial. I didn't mention what was in the commercial. That was probably my fault for not being clear. There are 3 categories that are currently proposed. Of the existing 102 list, there are 3 that are home occupation permit businesses, There are 23 industrial zoned businesses that are residing in industrial zoned properties, and the remaining are in commercially zoned properties.
Okay. So essentially you're adding 23 to the first priority. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I think we all know now what we're talking about. And you think that's doable, Mr. Inlows, that we can manage that?
No, yes. The prioritization was only to help focus the stimulus.
Okay.
This is definitely doable.
Okay, great.
Can I speak to the motion when I get a chance?
Yes, please do.
So it's silly season. The election's in like less than 2 weeks, right? And so we're gonna get. I think so far we've been accused of being corrupt and illegal at the same meeting. So that's the first for me. So just to put this simply, sorry, Councilmember Guinness, can I finish speaking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
To put this simply, we haven't been involved in this process whatsoever. It's actually been fun to get calls from folks who own businesses saying, hey, I got a grant award, and I'm just as surprised as they are because I didn't know that they were getting it. And then we tried to do something really creative with parklets. You've got a bunch of people on this council who are excited about eating outside, about making streets more walkable, about making things more accessible, who got really excited when they saw El Matador take up an entire city block on Harbor Boulevard. And so we were trying to be creative and trying to put money out there to do some of these cool projects that, yes, some of it we've wanted to do for a while. I'd love to make Randolph more walkable and more accessible and have parking be less of a pain. But you can read conspiracy into that if you want to. The other alternative is, hey, the rules that kept changing didn't allow us to do it. So we're going to move on. We're going to iterate. We're going to try something new. We're going to get money into businesses as fast as possible. And if you want to spin conspiracy theory out of that, you are totally welcome to. But it's your First Amendment right. But my view of this is we're doing the best we can with what we've got. We're getting money out into the community. And you know what? Every once in a while, we're going to try to propose something that's just not going to work, and we're going to move on from there. So I think this is good. Thank you for everything you do, Mr. Inlows, and look forward to getting more phone calls from folks excited about winning some grant money.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the motion?
I'll just add that I'm hopeful, Mr. Inlows, that your projections are true, and everyone who's or work out so that everyone who applied will get some funds. Unfortunately, I've got the calls from businesses who haven't received the funds, and I know there's way more need than there is money in lots and lots of areas. I appreciate the adjustment to the motion because I know that there. Some of our real creative businesses are nestled in these industrial areas, and City of the Arts really want to help those businesses as well and make sure they at least have a shot at the funds here.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I'll be supporting the motion. I appreciate the compromise, and I think I've gotten both calls. In fact, just this weekend, I got a call from a local restaurant that I think that's family owned. It's over on the west side near the park. And they haven't gotten anything. They haven't gotten PPP. They haven't gotten a grant. They're really struggling. And so I forwarded them to Mr. Inlows to see if there's something that he can help them to get access to. So that's all we're trying to do. Help these small businesses stay open. And thank you for our amazing city team for doing all the work. One of the things Mr. Inlows didn't mention is that we actually had a member of our city staff calling small businesses to find out if they had emails, trying to get the word out. Our Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce sent out lots and lots of communications to let the community know about the webinars, about the grant application. Costa Mesa Travel did the same. South Coast Metro Alliance did the same. I think to the extent that we could, we tried to get the word out in the most efficient, because it was a really short time frame, most efficient, inexpensive way possible. So thank you all for all you do. And for that, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gennis?
Yes, and I would like the record to reflect that the yes vote is predicated on a bucket of money. It isn't any specific project per the staff report.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Just to clarify, there's no project. We're voting to give the money to the third-party vendor that we contracted with to distribute the funds to the people who already applied and didn't make it into the lottery. And so there's no project, just to be clear. Okay, moving on to the next item, unless anyone needs a break. Does anyone need a break? Raise your hand. Yes? Oh, no, move on. Okay. So next item is new business. Public hearing item number 1.
Thank you. It's substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan to add community development block grant coronavirus CDBG-CV funds. Presentation by Ms. Bowens Colleen, zoning administrator, and Mr. Linares, CDBG home coordinator.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. This is the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG, annual action plan to reflect the new round of CDBG CV funds that were just granted to the city. And I'm fooling around here. Sorry about that. So, sorry. Let me start over, please. Sorry about that.
That's
I'm
okay.
having a little bit of problem with the way the screen is on the right-hand side and how it covers the, there we go, kind of, sort of. So anyway, the CARES Act provided $5 billion in federal community development block grant funds. They were to assist America's low-income families and more vulnerable citizens. We've received in round 1 over $668,000 in this CDBG CV funds. The CARES Act requires that these funds be used for activities that prepare, prevent, respond to impacts of the coronavirus, but they may not be used to pay for costs if we have another source or of covering these costs or other unrelated COVID costs. So on June 16th, the city amended the citizen participation plan to reflect this $668,658 in the round 1 funds. A portion went to the homeless prevention and street outreach, and a portion went to the administration. So then in August 2020, the president directed HUD to identify additional funds that could provide temporary financial assistance again who are struggling as a result of COVID-19. And then on September 11th, HUD announced the round 3 of almost $2 billion to be distributed around the nation. So we received out of that almost $2 million in these round 3 funds. We are recommending that the funds be allocated to homeless prevention and street outreach services, as well as for administration purposes. So here's the breakdown that we are proposing. So the homeless prevention would include things like food assistance programs, rental assistance, and eviction prevention, whereas the street outreach would include things like encampment response, linkages to available resources, augmentation of street outreach services, and vouchers for emergency sheltering. Administrative costs are going to be everything that it takes for the city staff to monitor subrecipients, prepare plans and reports, and the legal costs, accounting services, etc. And CDBG does allow us to allocate up to 20% of the grant funds for program administration, and we are recommending that the full allocation of 20% be accommodated in this newest round of funding. And so here again, here's a breakdown showing round 1 versus round 3 and our total amount of money that we're looking at. In the first round, we did propose 15%. Now we are proposing 20%, and that is in due large part that the amount of time that we have to spend these funds is between 3 and 6 years, and we feel that the 20% would be necessary to be able to allocate or to administer these funds throughout that time period. So we are recommending that you approve the recommended allocation of $1,168,216 in Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Round 3 funds and adopt a resolution to approve the substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan as amended. And then we also recommend that you authorize the city manager or the city manager's designee to, let me see if I can get this out of the way, submit the substantial amendment to the annual plan 2019-2020 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and to designate the city manager or the city manager's designee as the official representative of the city to sign all certifications and assurances and sub-agent agreements for the use of funds approved in the substantial amendment to the 2019 and 2020 Annual Action Plan. And I am available if you have any questions, as well as Mike Linares and Susan Price, as Neil. I'm so sorry, Neil, if I forget your last name. I apologize, I'm blushing. Anyway, for any questions that you might have on the details for the money and distribution.
Okay, I think that's Mitch Neiman. Is that who you're referring to?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Sorry, Mitch.
Okay, he's new. We'll, everybody will get to know each other, and you're not seeing each other in person anymore, so it's even harder. Okay. At this time, do we have any questions from council? Looking here, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, I will open this item up for public comment. And I'm not sure if this is somebody who has a public comment currently or is left over from the last time, but if you'd like to speak to this item in particular, please press *9 on your phone or use the raise hand feature, and then press *6 to unmute yourself. We have 891, phone number ending in 891. Okay. Press *6 to unmute yourself if you would like to speak to this item and your phone number ending in 891. Hi there.
Hi, sorry, I'm just left over from the last one. Mr. Reynolds didn't answer my question, but I guess I'll email him.
Okay, you know what? That's my fault. I apologize. I will get an answer to your question after we finish this item. I apologize.
Great,
Okay.
no worries.
Thank you. Okay, I seeing no other hands raised, we'll close public comment. And if I can get to the panelist window, okay, we can take a motion on this item, council. I don't see any hands raised.
I move to approve the item.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, Councilmember Mar. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the item?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, would you like to speak to the item?
I'm good.
Okay, I have a question. Is it possible that Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, that you would be willing to allocate of the homeless prevention, rental assistance, and food assistance bucket, which is $577,382? Would you be willing to allocate $400,000 to the rental assistance, and then the $177,382 go to the food assistance? I'm just worried about evictions, and so.
Yeah, I understand, and we do need more for that. We learned that at our last meeting. So, yeah, I would agree to that.
Councilmember Mar?
Okay.
Are you good with that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Guinness, did you have a question or you want to make a comment? You're on mute.
See, I forgot to mute myself before, so I'm trying to be extra good.
My only comment was to try to maximize rental assistance because we have a lot of people at risk right now. And I realize that giving someone food will then free up money for rent. But I agree that we need to try to make sure we get a little more out there for rental assistance.
Okay, so you support my request to make that more. Okay, thanks. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. We'll call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes, something just popped into my head based on the conversation I had with Ms. Price before this about not being able to get exactly down to the dollar amount on the capacity of different organizations. So not to make you redo the motion, but is there a way we can sort of add more? Okay, Susan Price looks like she wants to talk, but add more like breadth to plus or minus some amount if it's not
approximately.
We just say up to.
Okay.
Up to 400,000. Is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. Is that a yes, Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is new business or public hearing, new business. We don't have any old business. We have new business left over. And so we have 4 new business items. So new business item number 1.
City Council Policy 500-5, single room occupancy for residential hotels. Presentation by Ms. Valens Colleen, Zoning Administrator.
Valens Colleen.
I'm still getting used to all of this. All right. So tonight what we're presenting is potential upgrade, modernization, if you will, of our City Council Policy 505, which has to do with single room occupancies. Believe it or not, we adopted our policy back in 1991 that provided standards for the establishment and operation of SROs throughout the city. The zoning code allows SROs in commercial zones subject to a conditional use permit and parameters that are established in the policy. The purpose of the policy was to be able to provide an alternative low-income source of housing for the labor force, especially in the low, very low, and extremely low income ranges. And we have these established guidelines for future development or conversion of existing motels in SROs into SROs via the conditional use permit in commercial zones. It's included in our zoning matrix. So there's actually 5 existing SRO locations in Costa Mesa. CUPs were approved basically in the 90s and early 2000, and they're all located on Newport Boulevard. Although they are located in Newport Boulevard and they are in the Newport Boulevard specific plan area, the plan itself is silent on SROs, but it does encourage residential uses out there, which includes the conversion of the motels to residential uses. So we have been approached with a proposal to transfer ownership of the Costa Mesa Village SRO at 2450 Newport Boulevard to a new owner. And per the regulatory agreement and the owner participation agreement regarding this property, in order for the city to approve the transfer of the property to the new owner, the city has to find that the project is in compliance with the city requirements, the conditions, and agreements. Now, we have found that the project is not compliant with certain conditions of approval or agreement provisions that reflect the city council policy. And the prospective owner had originally requested an amendment to the approved conditional use permit and agreements to modify certain conditions and provisions. And if this request moves forward, then the city council policy would have to be modified before such a request could move forward. So at this moment, the prospective owner has indicated they don't want to move forward with amending the CUP. Though staff has advised that such modifications appear to be necessary to bring the project into conformance to allow the transfer. So this request kind of provided some inspiration, impetus for us to go ahead and evaluate the policy. And like we said, this policy hasn't been updated in 30 years. As a matter of fact, HUD even calls them different units now. They call them efficiency units versus single room occupancy units. So 4 items that were brought up by Costa Mesa Village and that we've been recognized as out of date are unit requirements, a management plan, rental term, and rental rates. So right now, the policy requires that each unit be furnished like a motel would be: bed, chair, table, color television, my favorite, the telephone, and that each unit has to have a kitchen and a fully enclosed bathroom. But now that these units are being approached more like efficiency units and as an affordable housing alternative or additional type of affordable housing, tenants have different space needs. They might have their own furniture, or maybe they have a wheelchair that just wouldn't fit around the type of furniture that might normally be provided. So we do recommend that this standard be modified to only require permanent improvements, such as the fully enclosed bathroom and the kitchen. Another proposal from the Costa Mesa Village people was that the complete management plan not be required. We do now require all 3: conditional use permit, property management plan, and the regulatory agreement. All these documents have different contents and purposes. They work together and reference each other for the operation of these facilities. The property management plan sets forth very specific details on the day-to-day operations. And so we feel that it's still important to have the property management plan. They a lot of times include operational details that are really specific to the operators program and address various areas of concern for the city beyond the standard conditions of approval of the CUP. The SRO policy also allows rooms to be rented on a monthly, weekly, or daily basis. There are limitations to how many daily rentals will be permitted, but now that we're looking at these units as a type of long-term residence, it makes sense to go to a monthly type of a rental versus a daily and weekly. There are, as part of the policy, there is a range of affordability that's required, that at least 50% of the units be affordable to very low income tenants. And as a matter of fact, when we look at the policy, it even looks like we're looking at extremely low income as well. However, the way that these SROs have been approved, they don't necessarily comply with what was called out for in the policy. At least Costa Mesa Village, a good thing with them is these units are affordable in perpetuity. So, like I said, the other existing SRs in the city don't comply with these standards. Our difficulty is, though, is that we feel that this might be a financially unrealistic requirement, and it might serve as a disincentive for new efficiency units or conversions in the future. So then what we would like to recommend is that City Council amend the policy to require minimum affordability levels at 50% AMI for the efficiency units, with the exception of the manager's unit. Delete the remainder of the position, but then because we're going through a conditional use permit on a case-by-case basis anyway, that kind of affordability level can be negotiated as part of the CUP and the regulatory agreement. And then, of course, another option, City Council could specify in the policy a specific percentage of the total number of units that you would require low, very low, and or extremely low income rates. So we're seeking your feedback on the specificity and level of affordability that you would like to see included in the policy. And the conclusion is 30 years. It looks like it's really warranted to update this council policy, especially with the changes that have happened over the decades. Modifications to the policy might accommodate desired changes by some of the city's existing SROs, and it may also encourage potential future developments or conversion of existing hotels into these long-term efficiency units. And then the staff report does have a short list of modifications to the policy. We could undertake a more comprehensive evaluation and revision at council's discretion. So staff recommends that the City Council consider and provide direction on proposed provisions to City Council Policy 505, that you may adopt the revisions to the policy as discussed in the staff report and/or direct staff to perform additional due diligence and bring a more comprehensive policy update back to City Council at a later date. And that's my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions, as well as Jennifer Lee and Kim Barlow.
Okay, Council, I see one hand raised. Councilmember Guinness.
Regarding number one, the unit requirements and the furnishings, you indicated that a person in a wheelchair might have trouble getting around a bed. Are you proposing that there be no beds?
The recommendation is that there be no furnishings whatsoever supplied, because now they're really being approached as very small studio apartments. And so most people, at least per the application from Costa Mesa Village, their indication was most people bring their own furniture and they don't even want what's in the individual units.
Okay, that makes sense, but the reference to a person in a wheelchair not being able to navigate around a bed, there's an implication, a very strange implication.
Now, I'm just thinking, like with my son, you know, sometimes you go into these rooms and the beds are so huge, and the way they're set up, unless you get a handicapped accessible room, they haven't really left enough room like around the beds to really give any kind of access.
Which actually brings up an interesting point. Have you considered handicapped accessibility? Typically, nowadays for affordable projects, you try to have a certain amount of units accessible to people who have disabilities, and that actually is something I would like to see us consider in the policy for the future. I did find it odd though, because I thought, well, they're not going to sleep in the wheelchair. Okay. Although I could see where you would prefer having a hospital bed to a bed that's provided as well. The management plan, I'd say, actually, on most of this, I have very little interest in reducing the affordability levels, but we have to hear from the public first. But that was my main question, because it made no sense to me about not having a bed. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, this question may be for Ms. Price or maybe Willa. So my understanding is that the proposed changes come with the sort of intention that these units are really become long-term, semi-permanent homes for our families, right? Removing the furniture requirement comes with the implication that the people who would be living in these spaces are furnishing their own spaces. And so my question is, we've talked about lots of different types of need. Absolutely, we have a need for very, very affordable living spaces. As we think about this wave of evictions and sort of the challenge of getting rehoused, we've also talked about the need for sort of short-term living spaces. So I'm just curious, if we, remove the daily and weekly opportunities, even for a small fraction of these homes and furnished locations, are we losing an important resource for the family or the person who gets evicted and needs like a 1 week affordable holding place before they can find a new home? Can someone comment on that? Are we losing an important need there? Do we have that need covered somewhere else? Yes, Ms. Price.
Ms. Price, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I would say no, because that's really, it appears to be somewhat of an outdated model, where in the past SROs were used as daily and weekly rentals. What we see now, things like Project Home Key that the county and the state are doing, where they're doing conversions of motels, because you can basically get a large number of smaller units to assist single men and women, as Councilmember Guinness mentioned, people with disabilities that are just seeking a roof over their head, right, to end homelessness, to get into a smaller efficiency unit. a lot of them are being used as longer term housing. They're just smaller, and the market doesn't really build those types of units. And what we see in the market often are, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and single family. So these units have become really precious to address single men and women, seniors, disabled populations. And so, the staff recommendation is to keep it at a monthly rental. Anything less than that is difficult to manage, and is really kind of an outdated model, as was mentioned in the staff report. Even the term single room occupancy no longer exists. In the HUD codes, efficiency unit can have a couple or a person with a caregiver. So you typically would end up having 2 people maximum in an efficiency unit, the way the model is described in the more modern sense. And so that's kind of what we were trying to do with this opportunity to modernize it at this time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If you wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone and we will call on you, and you can unmute with *6. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, I will close public comment. Having trouble. Okay. And council, anyone raise their hand for making a motion? Councilman Reynolds.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Well,
anyone want to second the motion?
Well,
okay, Councilmember Guinness, are you seconding the motion?
no, because staff recommends that the city council consider and provide direction. So we're supposed to provide direction. So
Councilmember Reynolds, was your direction?
Can we have more specificity on what she's moving?
Can you let me finish?
Sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yeah. Thank you. I was going off.
to move forward with what the staff was recommending in Ms. Bowens-Colleen's PowerPoint.
I was going off what was described in the staff report. So I'll sort of move the staff update policy as recommended and described in the staff report.
Okay.
That'd be great. We
Okay,
understand that directly.
Councilmember Guinness, are you okay with the second still? Does anyone want
I'll second for discussion.
I would not
Councilmember Moore, second for discussion. Councilmember Moore, second for discussion. Councilmember Guinness, did you have anything else you wanted to change or add?
Yeah, I'm okay with the furnishings. I agree with staff that we need to keep some sort of management plan and on the rental term. However, I would not want to change the affordability requirement to reduce it in any way.
We can leave those affordability covenants. We were simply offering the council an opportunity to amend those standards so that specifics could be addressed by CUP. We're more than happy to leave those affordability standards as they are in the SRO policy, which we will be renaming efficiency unit policy.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Reynolds, you're good with that?
Yes, with the official renaming of the policy as the efficiency unit policy.
Okay, and Councilmember Mar, you're good with that?
2 questions. So one, is there a possibility that we'll ever rename low, very low, extremely low differently than we currently connect them to AMI? So should we specify both or just one? I mean, I think our intent, go ahead.
Yeah, those definitions come from HUD. Right. Is there a possibility that they could change? Certainly, we could, rather than use the terms, we could apply the percentages that represent those categories. If that would be preferable, but we think if those categories change through HUD definitions, we can always bring that back to you.
Okay, and then my second quick question is, do we think, are we missing out on an opportunity for extremely low here? It's the hardest for us to possibly acquire in the city. Like, this is pretty much the only place in which I see it being reasonable. That's definitely a Ms. Price question.
Yes, Ms. Price, I see you raising your hand. Go ahead.
Hello again. On the affordability factor, the current project is not compliant with the affordability as stated in the SRO policy. And so, Ms. Barlow, I think that we would need to make a decision in this motion tonight to address the affordability piece. What the staff is recommending is that we say 50% or below. And to your point, Councilmember Mar, certainly below could be that 30 AMI. And anything at 50% AMI or below can be dictated in the regulatory agreement as was described in the staff report. But if it's the SRO policy, the way it's worded right now on the affordability is super confusing. And we spent a lot of time trying to decipher what it meant, to be honest. And none of the current programs are compliant with it right now. And so we tried to have that middle ground and say 50 AMI or below for efficiency.
Yeah, I apologize. I think that's correct. And I agree with Ms. Price on that score. We are looking for approval at 50% or below, and then we can negotiate through affordability agreements and regulatory agreements and conditional use permits for lower. We all are looking for lower when we can.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mar, did you have any other comments or questions?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Gennis, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I do have a concern that I actually think reading how it's worded, I think that at the time it was adopted, people thought they knew what it meant, which was basically leaning towards your extremely low income, because at 50%, that's the very low. But the way it's worded, it's just like, oh my goodness, what in the world does this actually say? So it might be helpful to replace that with some specific percent of extremely low. I would hate to leave it to negotiation, because what'll happen is every single time it'll be negotiated away. And I think we need to make a firm statement on the affordability levels.
Okay, I thought we covered that. Ms. Price, is that 50% or below? Does it cover that? It seems like that consumes that concept.
Well, the current project, for example, is at 50% AMI in perpetuity. And, we've already kind of discussed that at length. Having an entire project be at 30 AMI can be challenging.
Oh, no.
Finance.
But I guess my question, let me be more specific. What we have on the motion right now is 50% or below, which gives flexibility within that entire range. Is that what you would prefer?
Yes, that is our staff recommendation. Okay. At 50% AMI or below, and that those details be specified in a regulatory agreement that's project specific.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, you're good with that? Okay, Councilmember Mar, you're good with that? Okay, let's take a vote on this by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gennis?
Could we restate what we're actually moving for the part on rental rates?
50% or below. And it'll be determined on a case-by-case basis through a regulatory agreement and a conditional use permit process. Right, Ms. Price? Ms. Barlow? Okay.
Well, then I hate to do this at this point, but I seconded on the basis of leaving the affordability the same.
Okay,
and this would be a change. So I withdraw my second.
I took the second from Councilmember Mar. You weren't the second.
Okay, well then I will not support the motion, because currently it's 50%, but it would be 50% of that segment should be available at rentals not to exceed 20% of 50%, which is really, I'll admit, screwy language. But it specifies that a chunk of the very low income units will be even more affordable. And we're losing that in this motion. And I then cannot support this, because we're actually raising the affordability levels.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Moore.
Okay, so I'm going to read from the staff report. Staff recommends that the council policy continue to require minimum affordability levels of 50% AMI for all efficiency units. Delete the remainder of the provision and allow conditional use permit and regulatory agreement to establish deeper affordability levels on a case-by-case basis. That's what I'm supporting. All of them at 50% AMI or less, and we can go deeper based on CUP.
Okay, continue the voice vote, Ms. Green.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Gann is voting no.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is item number 2, new business.
Authorize the city manager to file an appeal of the regional housing needs assessment allocation for the 6th cycle housing element. Presentation by Ms. Ashabi, Principal Planner.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. I think we were going to try to address the public speaker's question. From
Oh
Mr.
gosh,
Inlow
thank you. Thank you.
in between items.
Thank
Wanted
you.
to catch. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay.
If you're still here.
Mr. Lewis has already left, but maybe Ms. Lee or Ms. Farrell Harrison can answer this question as it relates to if you weren't already in the mix in terms of being as part of that first round, will there be another way to apply for a business grant at this time?
Mayor and council members, the original applicant pool essentially is what it is based on the applications received. What we're proposing is to continue round 2 funding by pulling out of that existing pool. So the answer is no, there are no additional applications being received at this time.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully we can find some more money so we can give some more grants. Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Councilman Reynolds. Okay, yeah. Next item.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Arias will be delivering the presentation, and I will be available for questions right after.
Thank you. Mr. Arias, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Justin Arias, an Assistant Planner in the Development Services Department, and as Manu mentioned, I'll be presenting the proposed appeal of the city's RHNA allocation. As a bit of background, RHNA, which stands for the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, is a process mandated by the state that involves quantifying housing needs within each region for specified planning periods, as well as updating housing elements to accommodate that need. State Department of Housing and Community Development determines the share of state housing need for each region based on population projections, as well as other factors. In turn, the Council of Governments for each region allocates to each local jurisdiction its share of the regional housing need. The RHNA process also follows a similar timeline as the Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Communities Strategies, formerly known as RTP-SCS, and is now called the Connect SoCal Plan. And then I did want to mention that the SCAG region encompasses 6 counties, including Orange County, Los Angeles, Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino and Ventura counties. SCAG is then in charge of developing a methodology to distribute and assign the regional housing need so that every jurisdiction receives a share of the regional need allocation, with the final methodology required to be approved by SCAG's approved and adopted by SCAG's Regional Council. For the 6th cycle, which covers the planning period from 2021 to 2029, SCAG's regional housing need is 1,341,827 housing units. Per state law, the RHNA process requires jurisdictions to have a housing element certified by HCD. The housing element is required to demonstrate appropriate zoning at adequate densities to accommodate development and satisfy the jurisdiction's housing need at the various income levels within the planning period. On March 5th, 2020, SCAG's Regional Council adopted the final RHNA methodology for the 6th cycle planning period, taking into account factors including existing housing need, projecting housing need, and income category distribution. This slide here provides a visual depiction, which is also taken from SCAG's presentations and approved methodology for determining the existing and projected housing need. The top line is used to determine the jurisdiction's projected housing need and takes into account the jurisdiction's projected household growth, future vacancy needs, and replacement need. The bottom line is used to determine the existing housing need, which takes into account the jurisdiction's share of the region's population located within high-quality transit areas, as well as the share of the region's jobs accessible within 30-minute driving commute. The map on this slide shows the locations of the high-quality transit areas for the SCAG region, highlighted in the purple shaded area. And then this heat map on this slide shows the job accessibility scoring for the SCAG region. On September 3rd of 2020, SCAG's Regional Council adopted the Connect SoCal Plan. With the adoption of the Connect SoCal Plan and the previously adopted final RHNA methodology, SCAG issued the draft RHNA allocations to each jurisdiction, which also kicked off the beginning of the appeals process. The table at the bottom of the slide provides a breakdown of the distribution for each county and the various income levels. Under SCAG's approved final RHNA methodology, Costa Mesa's RHNA allocation is 11,733 units, which is broken down into the various income levels as shown on the slide. For reference and comparison, this slide provides the city's allocations for the previous 2 cycles, as well as the draft allocation for the upcoming cycle. The RHNA appeals process began on September 11th, and the deadline to submit an appeal is next Monday, October 26th. Following the 45-day filing period, there is a 45-day public comment period, which is then followed by the public hearings. For all appeals, the RHNA subcommittee would be the hearing body. And following that, the final RHNA allocations are scheduled to be released in February 2021, with housing elements required to be certified by October 2021. Jurisdictions can only file an appeal based on the criteria listed in government code and are related to the application of the adopted RHNA methodology, information related to local planning factors and affirmatively furthering fair housing, or changed circumstances that have occurred after April 30th, 2019. The city has been actively participating in the RHNA process, including submitting both the local planning factors survey as well as the affirmatively furthering fair housing survey. And the city also did submit public comments for the RHNA methodology on 4 occasions on September 12th, October 4th, November 6th, and March 5th. With consideration of the disproportionately high RHNA allocation, substantial challenges due to circumstances under the current pandemic, and considerable flaws in SCAG's allocation process, staff is recommending the city file an appeal on the city's RHNA allocation. The city would generally focus on the changed circumstance criteria due to the impacts of the COVID pandemic, which have affected job accessibility and transit accessibility. Also new to the RHNA process, jurisdictions as well as HCD have the opportunity to appeal the RHNA allocation of another jurisdiction's allocation. Staff currently isn't taking this approach, but is another option that is available to the council. The appeal would also reiterate the issues noted in previous letters submitted by the city and will point out new circumstances affected by the pandemic related to reduced transit ridership, effects related to effects from working from home for office workers, and reduced number of commuters. In addition, there's been studies, articles, and additional information that has been released that call into question the RHNA allocation and methodology, including an inaccurate estimate of California's housing shortage, taking into account long-term vacancies, migration out of the state, as well as household growth. There's also some inaccurate assumptions from previous RHNA cycles that have led to some double counting in some areas, as well as recent trends related to working from home and transit ridership that the city has gotten Costa Mesa specific data that we were able to look at, and has actually shown a decrease in approximately 50,000 riders per month since the pandemic earlier this year. Staff believes that all these factors warrant reevaluation of the RHNA methodology applicable to this planning period. Whether or not SCAG grants the city's appeal, the city has an interest in exhausting its administrative remedies, including the right to appeal. Therefore, staff is recommending that the City Council authorize the city manager to submit an appeal of the city's RHNA allocation to SCAG on or before the appeal deadline of October 26, 2020. Alternatively, the City Council could direct staff not to submit an appeal. And that concludes my presentation. Myself, Minu Ashabi, and Jennifer Lee are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. Great job. Council, I have questions from.
No, I don't.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple questions. I'll begin with, I guess, the first one. So, what's the cost going to be for the city to file this letter? Is there a cost?
Ms. Barlow, can you answer that question?
Yes, I can actually. We have already prepared a large part of this. It was part of our previous report to the council on these RHNA numbers. We have some new data with reports. It's really a minimal cost to prepare this appeal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you. And then just to reiterate to the public, our basis for the appeal is we're questioning their methodology because of COVID. So what we're basically implying is that we expect these trends of lower ridership, of less commuting to continue post COVID, correct?
Okay, I think Mr. Arias, other than the COVID, there were some other basis for the appeal. Can you describe that?
Yeah, so we would definitely touch on the changed circumstance due to the coronavirus pandemic. Some of the other things that we would like to touch on are related to the double counting that has been perceived based on some of the previous, it was, I believe, Senate bill, sorry, I'm blanking on the bill, that introduced some new factors into the RHNA allocation process that looked to accommodate some other factors, but may not have realized they were already a part or evaluated as part of the process.
And I'm guessing that's because I think our last cycle, we only had to build 2 houses, right? Is that why you feel like there's a sense of double counting? Is that correct?
It's a different issue.
Okay.
The double counting wasn't specific to Costa Mesa. There's a study that's come out that shows that the whole region was double counted, or at least that's the theory. Can someone else give some more information on that?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, so the original RHNA numbers was based on the study that was done in 2017. Subsequent to that, there's been multiple other studies that show double counting. There's also questions regarding the job housing balance ratios, vacancy ratios. There are several factors that have been in question that has resulted in double counting, as well as some cities in LA as well as Orange County that being considered under certain criteria, so they did not receive nearly the same proportion that other cities have received. So some of those units have been redistributed throughout the county. There's 44,000 units that have been redistributed. So there are multiple factors that we would need to include in the appeal letter.
And I'm sorry, because I'm trying to weigh whether or not I'm in support of this. So anything you could give me is really helpful. So what instances did we see that cities were able to reallocate their funding, their housing element? Because my understanding is if we were to lower our housing element, for example, let's say by like 2000, right? That would go somewhere else in the region. So what arguments were effective for cities that managed to lower their allocation?
So this appeal process has just begun. So the hearings and the appeal letters have not been submitted. The redistribution would probably be throughout the SCAG region and not the county. So that's how it will be distributed back to the SCAG region.
Okay, and then my final question, and this is a really important one for me. What do we view our likelihood of success in actually lowering our housing element over?
We at this point, with the numbers that's being considered, it seems within the planning period of 8 years, which is from 2021 to 2029, it seems that it would be a very high goal to achieve for the city. We as well as many other cities in the county have not been able to achieve this number, even close to this number during the planning period of 8 years.
Okay, and then having known that, do you feel confident that SCAG will actually lower our housing element number with this appeal?
No, the appeals actually in the past have not been successful through SCAG, but at the same time, the number of the RHNA that has been allocated has never been this high before. So we really don't know what's at stake, but we feel that it's definitely worth our effort to present the appeal and see what the outcome would be. It all depends on how many other cities would appeal and what are the bases, and whether or not SCAG thinks that there's a commonality within the appeal letters, and whether or not it warrants reevaluation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Arias, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that there is also the factor of if we don't appeal and there are other successful appeals within the region, that reallocation would be coming, a portion of it would be coming to us as well. So there is a potential that our reallocation would increase.
Thank you. That's an important point. Any other questions, Councilmember Chavez?
None, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Hey, these are sort of comments, but they do go to the previous questions. In the past, if you didn't make your housing element numbers, it was you wanted to try to make them, but the penalties were not terribly severe. There was one city that had its building permit authority revoked, but it was pretty grossly out of compliance. And they didn't mind because they didn't want to build anything anyway. But there could be severe consequences for the city financially should we not meet our numbers. And there could be, the penalties are really, really bad. So these are ambitious numbers, and you might say, let's plan big. But the problem is if we don't meet the ambitious numbers, we could face really serious penalties. So maybe we'll make them anyway, but it's better to have not be required to. But as far as how this all worked out, initially SCAG estimated that the region would need about 800 to 900,000 dwelling units. HCD came up with the 1.3 million numbers, which was basically 1.5 times, because SCAG's was 2/3. So of what SCAG protested, actually some of the same bases that are being used in this protest, and HCD reduced the number that they originally assigned to SCAG from 1.3 million, whatever it was, and reduced it by 3 units. So it was basically sort of an insult to like the 100-page analysis that had been prepared by SCAG. And by the way, the statewide need that has been projected means 25% more units over the whole entire state within a like 10-year period, which is not doable. As explained by staff, we have the existing need that's not being met, and then the future need that we have to meet as part of this whole package. What had happened
Sorry to interrupt, but do you have a question? Because right now I want to get to the public comment.
Okay, because I was trying to answer his question.
Well, I know, but staff already answered his question.
Well, sort of. Oh, well. Okay, well, I'll hold it till later. But anyway,
yeah, thank you, Member Guinness, but I ask questions that were very direct for a reason.
Okay, because it was the existing need versus the future need where the thing really fell apart. And the methodology is not what was recommended by SCAG staff either.
Right. I think he knows that. He's very well versed on this. He has his own reasons for asking those questions. Okay, let's go Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Okay. Well, I may not be as well versed on it, but I have really good reasons for asking these questions. So when we look at the allocations of other cities in doing this appeal and deciding whether to bring up other cities, are we looking at Orange County alone, or are we looking for in the entire 6-county region?
Council member, we have not specifically looked at appealing in other cities' RHNA numbers. That's an option, but we have not considered it. If we were to consider that, we would probably focus on the cities in the Orange County only.
Okay, and so looking just at Orange County cities, because somebody on the call must have an opinion about this. Are there other Orange County cities that, as compared to Costa Mesa, we believe are disproportionately low?
Disproportionately low or
low
compared to our numbers?
In the allocation.
Yes.
So we're saying we're high.
Yes.
Are there other cities in Orange County that we think are low?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And what okay, then why are we not appealing the allocations that we believe are disproportionately low?
We could certainly do that. We could also question the way the redistribution has occurred in general. So that would be not just one city, it would be several cities in Orange County. We can take a look at both of those options.
If we don't appeal the allocation for cities that we believe are disproportionately low, does it create an issue where, you know, we haven't made a record on that point? And well, let me ask another question first. Is, let's assume for the sake of discussion, we lose this appeal. What is our recourse, if any, after we lose the appeal?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can answer that.
Ms. Lee?
There really is no recourse if the appeal is not granted. There's been some case law in the past that has established that the determination of the appeals board is the final word on this matter.
So there's no like writ of mandate or anything of that nature?
That's my understanding, correct?
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. So by not appealing other cities' low allocations, it's not like we're, you know, foreclosing our opportunity or not making a record for a subsequent proceeding. But I mean, isn't that kind of a belt and suspenders type deal? If we're saying our allocation is too high, don't we have to make that case in relationship to another Orange County city that we're saying is too low?
Well, if I could, it's actually not so much an issue with Orange County cities as the entire methodology that was adopted
and how they shifted development away from areas that actually have space for development to areas that don't. But primarily, the methodology issues that we have to do with the process, the notice, the lack of transparency and participation, as well as the double counting that has been reflected in several of the reports that Ms. Lee and Mrs. Shafi made reference to. Frankly, if they accept our appeal, they will have to look at the entire region and the methodology, which is primarily what we're focusing on.
Okay. And so that was why I asked the first question. Are we looking at the entire region, or are we looking at Orange County? So then let's broaden it. So are we, in our appeal, are we going to be making the point that relative to another region, another city, whatever the geographic, boundaries are, they're too low and we're too high? Is that an argument we're making?
I don't think we're making arguments about specific cities. I think we are focusing our argument on things like there are areas within the SCAG region that have immediate and close access, for example, to Metrolink trains and other rapid transportation that have relatively low numbers assigned to them, whereas Costa Mesa, as just an example, has very high numbers assigned to it based upon a bus line that runs along Harbor Boulevard. That's not an appropriate methodology, especially given the circumstances that have changed, as well as a lot of the information that has showed up about double counting.
So we have, as I wrote down, 1,341,000. Is that right? Am I getting it right? 1,341,000 roughly units that have been attributed to the 6-county region. So isn't it true though that it's like a zero-sum game in the sense that if one unit is moved off of Costa Mesa, we're not saying that it should be less than 1.3 roughly million allocated to the region. We're just saying that that unit should be allocated to another jurisdiction within the region. Isn't that our argument?
Well, I think it's clear that the allocation to the entire region is excessive.
And is that part of our appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
But in addition to that, we are focusing on, why is the majority of this overly large allocation being assigned to cities that are already built out and really don't have the infrastructure that appears to be what they're looking for.
Okay. So one thing I want to ask about, and it frankly, although you may have been intending to provide comfort to Councilmember Chavez, it provided concern to me when you said it wouldn't cost much to do the appeal. My question is to whoever at staff, have we put all of the possible resources we can into this appeal? Hired all the experts we need to hire, done every bit of possible analysis to win the appeal, knowing that it's our only last shot? And if the answer to that question is no, then is there a way to apply to extend our time to make this appeal so that we can put all of those efforts into the appeal? Because it seems like this is our only shot.
We haven't retained any experts, but I'll let Ms. Lee speak to the issue of all the effort that's gone into preparing this.
And also, can you speak to, this is kind of a bit of a unified effort amongst many cities. It's not just about us. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, our staff have put considerable effort into preparing this appeal and to researching a plausible basis for this appeal based on the criteria that have been outlined by SCAG. The criteria to appeal are very limited, and that's on purpose. We have done extensive research. We have consulted with other cities. We have consulted with expert consultants, although we have not retained them directly, who are watching this process very closely. We feel that we've put a very important and very critical piece of appeal, an appeal letter together that we think is our best foot forward. We think it's very similar to many other cities in Orange County who we have consulted with who are doing something similar or considering doing something similar. So we truly believe that this is us putting our best foot forward. The only other thing that one could do is to retain a specific expert consulting firm, but we feel that we've consulted with experts already as well as our surrounding cities, and we're on solid ground as much as we possibly can be. As Minu indicated in past appeal rounds for past RHNA allocations, it is very few cities in past RHNA allocations who have appealed who have ever successfully been granted an appeal. This is obviously a very different RHNA allocation and a very different process, but we expect to put our best foot forward and watch the outcome at the SCAG Appeals Board.
So what I hear you telling me is if we had all the time in the world and all the money in the world, we would file the same document.
We would file a very similar document, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Counselor. Okay, now let's see. There's no other questions in the queue, and now I will go to public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise or press *9 on your telephone. And now we have Mr. Castaneda.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Jose Trinidad Castaneda. Just for this specific item, I want to wear a different hat. I'm a board member on a nonprofit organization called Abundant Housing Los Angeles. So I speak on the RHNA allocations and housing element updates on a weekly basis with folks all over the South Coast region. And from what I hear, with much respect to the staff, I'm a little confused as to whether or not the reason stated for moving forward with an appeal of the RHNA allocation is enough or substantive to win. I don't think, if I were in your shoes and I would want for the best outcome for Costa Mesa, I didn't hear a substantive argument that would fly to the SCAG Regional Council or through the appeals process. Just based on the fact that I'm speaking with housing leaders that are working on very progressive land use policies in the next iteration of the housing element as their day jobs every day. So I just want to caution that you can choose whichever path you want, but I think there needs to be stronger arguments for how you would win the appeals process because there are, yes, in my backyard, pro-housing advocates that are ready to push back and maintain the allocation numbers as they are. I was heavily involved in the last year and a half with the public process for the RHNA allocation. So, there was a level of public input that I think might stand against staff claims that there was no public input. So just wanted to give my thoughts on this, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Art Goddard. Mr. Goddard?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you very much. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to encourage the city to file the appeal because if for no other reason, I believe it's a protective measure, if nothing else, a defensive measure. Whether we win or not, that's a separate issue. But I would like to mention to the council something that's equally important, or maybe more important, that we should be doing in this period. First of all, I want to draw your attention to the significant amount of land in Costa Mesa, which is under public ownership. The city, the county, the state, federal government a little bit, and numerous special districts. When I look at the Cycle 5 report, I interpret that the state withdrew the Fairview Development Center from being part of the solution, if I read the text correctly. Now, I am not educated in civics and things like that, so maybe I've misread it, but that's the way it looks to me. And so what I'm proposing to the council is all of us as ambassadors of the city, what can we do to enlist the cooperation and the partnership with the publicly owned lands in Costa Mesa to help solve our housing issue? The Fairview Development Center, can that be brought back into play to help solve the problem? Don't cringe, but maybe you will. Is it time to move the Orange County Fair up to the Great Park and devote that land to housing? So I'm just saying that really one of our most important jobs here is to try to bring these other or agencies that own land, public agencies that own land in Costa Mesa, to try to bring them in as part of the solution by being ambassadors to help solve this housing crisis. Look at my notes here. I think that's really all I wanted to say at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goddard. Okay, if you'd like to speak to this item, please press the *9 on your telephone or use the hand raise feature. Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Guinness.
I'm sorry. I was going to move to.
Well, Councilmember Guinness.
You're on mute, but do you want to make a motion, Sandy?
I would move to approve the appeal, and then if there's a second, I would like to address that too.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
Okay, I talked a little bit about this, that there are consequences if we don't meet our numbers. It is true, actually, that there was not adequate public vetting of the methodology. There were many, many meetings that were attended by the public, that were in subcommittees and so forth, that was where the methodology was headed in one direction. At the last minute, there was a certain group of cities that found a way to transfer their units to other cities. It was proposed at the last minute at a meeting. Even SCAG staff indicated they had not had an opportunity to properly vet it, so let alone the public. So that is a very good argument for the protest. Another argument that I don't really see here is part of what happened is you have your future need to allow for future growth, and then the units that you need to make up for basically unmet past need. Your units are overcrowded, people can't find housing and so forth. And what happened was the unmet need from many other communities was transferred over to basically a whole lot of people in mostly cities in Orange County. And one of the arguments I would make for Costa Mesa is that we produced thousands of units during the last cycle over and above what we were told our need was. So in a way, we're already meeting other communities' unmet need. So I would like to point out, at least somewhere in our letter, point out all the units that we produced in the last cycle that were over and above. I think that's an important point to make, that we've done more than our share, more than our assigned share in the past, and we're not getting any credit for it. Another one of the things about changing conditions is there is some movement towards not only the bus routes changing, but changing the definition of what a high quality transit corridor is. where it's not just 1 hour a day, because that's what it is. That's the basis for this number is 1 hour a day. You have buses that come every 15 minutes and the other 23 hours, they might not come at all. But that's sort of up in the air. But one of the biggest things is that also many cities in Orange County are protesting together as a group. And I think there are some who would like to see us point fingers at each other. And so I would hate to see that happen. I think the fact that so many cities together are making the same arguments through the COG, through our various regional groups where Orange County officials get together, I think that gives us more strength. And I also think because unfortunately, even a lot of this ends up being political. And I think the fact that Orange County cities are working together, many, many Orange County cities are working together on this, I think that helps us. And I'm done, at least for now.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other comments? Council, Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak to the motion? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. I support the motion. Obviously, I seconded it. I appreciate the answers to my questions. I know I can be tedious when I ask those questions in that manner, but I'm satisfied that we're going to put our best foot forward. I know that it's difficult to do something like this. And I'm pleased with the answers I got and the effort. And so I think this is very important because I really don't think it's realistic to build close to 12,000 units in the city of Costa Mesa in the next 8 years, in as much as we currently have 42,000 units that we've built in the last 67 years when we had much more open space in town. So while I'm not against housing, I do believe that the allocation is, as a practical matter, unrealistic. And if we are assessed penalties as a result of not hitting those unrealistic benchmarks, then I think that would be very unfair to the city of Costa Mesa.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also too will be supporting the motion. I think, as everyone knows, I'm very pro-housing, and quite frankly, one of the only things I look for when it comes to housing is are you going to displace people, and are you going to have access to quality jobs for residents in Costa Mesa? And if you meet those criteria, I'm usually pro-housing. However, there's a few issues in this process that are a bit nerve-wracking for our city. The first point that Mr. Arias made that's really important to me is if other cities are appealing these housing numbers and we don't appeal and they're successful, there's a high probability we'll get those extra housing units. At this point, it's not really a matter of principle for me. It's a matter of practicality for residents of Costa Mesa. And if others are going to put their foot in the ring to see if they can get the lower housing element, then so should we. That being said, I do want to reiterate a few points that are very particular to my district. My district is one of the few areas that's overly dense in Costa Mesa. My district is roughly around 1 square mile. Mayor Pro Tem's district, in District 1, is quite larger than that, and so is everyone else's district. And I just want to point out the fact that while I am voting in favor of the appeal, I am by no means saying we don't need more housing. We do need more housing. I have residents in my communities where I live who are doubling up in apartments. I have friends who are my age who cannot move out of their houses because they have no place to go because housing's too unaffordable. It's too expensive. And part of the way you fix that is by getting more demand in the market, getting more supply in the market to meet the demand. However, we must do it in a safe manner for our residents, and we must make sure it's an equitable process for our residents. So I'm very for housing, but I still think this process is a bit flawed, and we can do our best for our residents of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion for almost all the same reasons we've heard everyone describe here. I think it's a necessary move, a defensive move, as we heard one of the public speakers mention. I think the need for a coordinated strategy to help make our argument more robust is important, as Councilmember Guinness mentioned. My particular sort of bone to pick with this issue is the high quality transit area designation. I think it's really important to make that point, maybe even invite some of the sort of SCAG leadership members down to ride one of our buses and see how far they can get in an hour. You know, I completely support the philosophy of more dense housing near genuinely high quality transit. We are far from that, and there's no way we can add this amount of housing without appropriate high quality transit. So thank you for making that point. I think it's a very important one.
Okay, thank you. I will also be supporting the motion for all the same reasons. And also, I do think that it's important for us, as it relates to the penalties in particular, that we not be put in a situation where we haven't tried to at least get the phasing of the allocation extended. If they're not going to change the number, we at least want to fight to not have to do it in such a short period of time, because it is just not realistic, and not realistic, not just from a planning standpoint, but from a availability of land and property owners who are in a position to build housing. So we do need to continue to work on housing, and we're moving forward with our housing element. And I've always felt like, oh gosh, there's this allocation and we haven't finished our vision. So we need to be able to do the vision and not feel like we're jammed by this allocation pressuring on us. So I'll be supporting the motion as well. And with that, oops, I lost my screen here. Call for the motion by voice vote, please.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we've had a request to take a 5-minute break. And so we're going to take a break and we will be back. It is now 9:41. So let's say we'll be back by 9:50. Okay?
You may begin.
Okay, welcome back. And we now are going to be moving into new business item number 3. And let the city clerk read the title.
Thank you. Review fiscal year 2019-20 preliminary unaudited general fund financial results. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
All right, thank you, Ms. Molina.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. Let me start the presentation.
And as you're beginning that process and setting that up, just would like to share this presentation, or at least most of it, was provided to the FIPAC Finance Committee. Is that right?
That is correct. We presented this presentation at the last week's FIPAC committee. They saw the entire presentation and provided some positive feedback.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Molina. Continue.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It is my pleasure to you tonight to present to you the fiscal year 2019-20 preliminary unaudited financial results. In tonight's presentation, we will go over those general fund results, as well as some of the COVID impacts the city has experienced since Governor Newsom declared the emergency in the city as well. We will provide some feedback on some general fund reserve balances, and we'll recap our 2021 adopted budget. For our preliminary 19-20 recap, I wanted to remind City Council that the fiscal year started in July 1st, 2019, and just closed at the end of June 30th. The 19-20 mid-year report, which went to council in February pre-COVID, included some adoption of some staffing changes, an appropriation of about $440,000 for the fire department overtime, and some net neutral impacts related to grants. Shortly thereafter, on March 19th, the worldwide pandemic COVID hit our shores and Governor Newsom's stay-at-home orders were implemented. Right around that time, April 21st, the City Council adopted some cost containment plans to ensure that fiscal year 19-20 was to be implemented with some cost containment measures. Our preliminary unaudited general fund expenditures shows you here that the general fund expense side by all the departments really came in really positive. In April, when we first came to the City Council, we were anticipating about $4 million in operating reductions in the last quarter of the fiscal year. We actually came in about $4.8 million. On our revenues, however, as you can see from this slide, our taxes is really where our most fiscal impacts on COVID came in. And I'll dive into the taxes portion, about $4.7 million that the city took a hit in that last quarter. But as you can see, that really was the main category that we were anticipating back in April would be taking the hit, so to speak, for our general fund revenues. Our sales and property tax make up more than 75% of our general fund revenues. Both of these categories have increased in the last 5 years for the city. Sales tax alone has increased about 11.5%, and that is taking into account COVID. Pre-COVID, HDL did provide us some estimates where they were seeing our sales tax ending at about $63 million, which would have been a 23% growth since 14-15. However, COVID hit and it did make the dent into our sales tax revenues. Our property tax, however, did grow 35%. Now, because property tax assessment occurs in January, and that was pre-COVID, property taxes did not take an impact on our revenues. We are hopeful in 2021 that will continue to be the case. Our transient occupancy tax, other known as our TOT, is really the one category that probably took the greatest impact on our general fund revenues. As you can see from the slide, we were pretty much at a steady $9 million. 19-20 came with COVID, and we ended the year about $7 million. And we are anticipating an additional impact in the current fiscal year. So an overall view of our taxes, our property taxes did fairly well. We did an impact of about $2 million in increase. Our sales tax and our TOT together came about $5.9 million less than the adopted budget was assuming over a year and a half ago, for our total impact of about $4.7 million. That being said, we did have some COVID impacts to our city's finances in that last quarter. So let me go through some of the dates that are particularly important as it relates to COVID. In March 13th, City of Costa Mesa was the first city in the county to adopt a resolution proclaiming the emergency. This really put us in a really good place to start getting ahead of COVID-19 pandemic impacts right away. The following week, on March 19th, Governor Newsom implemented stay-at-home orders. Within 30 days, City Council was taking action on implementing cost containment plans. We had provided to the council 2 scenarios that we were seeing at that moment for cost containment measures in 1920 for the last 3 months of the fiscal year. The first scenario was $10 million in cuts. $4 million of these cuts were targeted specifically for department operating expenses. The other $6 million we targeted for capital improvement projects. We also had a second scenario, which is about $18.5 million in cuts. That cut included the $10 million plus an additional $1 million in CIP for streets and the use of our declared emergencies reserves accounts. There were some implementations that occurred during that time that really helped make sure that our costs were contained. We targeted hiring freeze. We quickly implemented an essential services only processes. That memo was written to the city departments the week of the declaration of the emergency on March 13th. What that did is it really slowed down the expenses in that last fiscal year, towards the last quarter of the fiscal year, allowing the departments to really pull back and really take a good look at really what it was that they needed to spend their funds for in the last 3 months. We've also implemented FEMA documentation protocols. We set up the disaster fund in a way that would be easy to be tracked and traced for FEMA reimbursement purposes. During this time, it's important to note that we were in March and April, we were dealing with 2 fiscal years at the same time. We were dealing with the COVID impacts of 1920. We were also taking a look at 2021 and seeing what impacts 2021 would be seeing as it related to the worldwide pandemic. So at this same time in April or May, as we were dealing with 1920 and trying to maintain cost containments in the general fund, we started negotiating with all of our 9 associations, requesting a 10% employee furlough. By May 19th, we were already before council, starting to prepare the city council and the city with some preliminary general fund revenue and expenditures that included COVID impacts. By June 9th, the proposed budget was set forth for the council for review, and by the 16th, the adopted budget was adopted by the city council. All during this time, the negotiations with the associations were occurring, and by the end of June, most of the associations already had side letters, and by July, all associations in the city, including the safety, had side letters addressing a 5% employee furlough. Now, for other revenue sources for COVID-19, there's essentially 3 different pots of funds that the city was receiving. In the first part of fund, which we'd like to call the CARES Act funds in 2020, $2.7 million of that was specifically set aside for a small business grant program. The city council heard some of that information earlier tonight on reassessing some of that 2.7. Over 130 businesses have received funds to date. We are still distributing the additional 1.5 million that needs to be dispersed out by December 30th of this year. Cal OES further approved a little bit over $900,000 of city-related expenditures to COVID. We are in discussions with FEMA currently over that money. We also received 1.8 million in CDBG COVID funding. And these expenses are mostly related to the homelessness prevention. rental assistance, vouchers, food assistance, and so forth. Now for the disaster fund alone, I want to spend a little bit of time on this slide since it was seemed to be a little bit confusing because it does tackle 2 fiscal years. In the first portion of the slide, you'll see 2019-20 revenues. The city received $1.1 million of COVID-related funds from the federal government through either the county or the homeless reimbursement through the county. Those funds were set forth against $3.4 million in expenses. Now, these are attributed to 1920 alone. However, since 1920 ended at $2.3 million in set deficit, we have received $1.4 million from the state in CARES Act. We are still talking with the auditors about this particular fund, specifically because in 1920, this fund will end in a negative balance of about $2.3 million. Our understanding at this point in time is this $1.4 million that is currently booked in the current fiscal year in 2021 can be used to help offset that deficit, because the CARES Act funding allows the use of expenses incurred between March and December 30th of this year. So year-to-date expenditures about $490,000. Assuming we are provided about $940,000 from FEMA, which we have not yet received. This fund year-to-date would be in a negative disadvantage of about $400,000. Now, the important part of this here is unless we receive more monies to help offset our expenses, this is where we'd be sitting right now. By the end of next fiscal year or this fiscal year, we will be looking at ways to help offset these negatives. Now back to the general fund. Now in our general fund, our revenues came in at $137.6 million against $137.4 million. In essence, we have a contingency of about $250,000 to the positive in the general fund. However, I do want to make sure that we understand that these are preliminary unaudited numbers. The auditors continue to be looking at our ledgers and at our invoices and all the documentation fiscally in 1920. So 1%, just 1% could offset this number by about $1.4 million. So even though if I feel this is really great news, the department staff and the city council took a lot of action early on to help make sure that this occurred. The auditors are still working on these numbers, and these numbers will not be finalized until December. We are currently looking at some of our other funds. The disaster fund, which I recently went through with you, that looks like maybe about $500,000 in a deficit. Our housing authority fund, our self-insurance and equipment replacement funds are the ones that are a little bit of worrisome. We're still under reviewing if these may need some assistance. To go over our general fund reserve balances, did want to provide the city council with history of the general fund reserve balances. As you can see, back in 14-15, our balances were about $53.8 million. We're looking at 1920 ending of about $53.3 million. It says it's pretty flat. Between these periods of time, the city council took deliberate actions on these one-times that the city was receiving for the shelter, for some litigations, for the equipment fund, as well as for our IT replacement fund. So these were one-time costs in nature that were used for the general fund reserves. In essence, the reserve balances are fairly stable and they have been flat. To recap for our 2021 general fund budget summary. So the 2021 adopted budget was adopted with $136.6 million. The city took a multifaceted approach to ensure a stable and balanced general fund. The 5% employee furloughs, which resulted in about $3 million in savings across the board in the general fund. $10.8 million in department operating reductions. So as you may remember, as we were going through in May and June through the adopted budget, the departments were provided with 3 scenarios that they had to submit during that period of time: a 5%, a 10%, and a 15% reduction scenario. With those scenarios, we were able to accomplish about $10.8 million in reductions. We also defunded 14 full-time positions. We laid off 54 part-time positions and furloughed 42. In this case, for 2021, we had a $10.2 million earmarked to be used of reserves. However, in 1920, we did not need to use $6 million of the capital improvement projects that we had identified to help offset 1920 COVID impacts. As a result, that $6 million we've set aside in the capital fund to set aside for this current year to help offset that $10 million. The other $4 million, if needed, would be coming from the declared emergencies reserve, which was specifically set up for declared emergency as we are currently in. So as a quick recap to what happened in the general fund estimate, you see here the $10.2 million that was presented to the City Council at the time of budget adoption. $6 million again has already been addressed and set aside. So to recap of what occurred, City Council took immediate, swift action right away. We were the first city to start getting ahead of COVID-19, not only by declaring the emergency, but implementing cost containment measures to make sure that 1920, that we would get ahead of it as much as possible. With only 2 or 3 months left in the fiscal year, we were able to address 2 scenarios and immediately implement those scenarios in the city's financial system. We resulted in $250,000 of contingency to the good. In my mind, we really, really did a great job with the City Council support and leadership and the city staff in making sure that the city's coffers were well protected. Our disaster fund will continue to receive federal funding, and we're hoping to continue to go after those funds to ensure a stable disaster fund by the end of the next fiscal year. And as a recap, the City of Costa Mesa is a AA positive rated credit rating, which is an excellent credit rating. With that, that ends my presentation. There is no City Council action needed tonight. This was a reporting out of our preliminary unaudited general fund balances, as well as an overview of the COVID pandemic. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. Thanks for all your hard work during this challenging time. Councilmember Marr and then Councilmember Guinness.
Could you go back to the $6 million CIP move? So we cut the CIP down to 4.3, I think is the number that I have written down. So that CIP was what the $6 million is what we didn't think we'd be able to accomplish last year. So are you saying that we're essentially rolling that forward and potentially opening up CIP projects in the 2021 budget that we had delayed in the last year?
No, what we're doing is we went ahead in 1920 and we set aside the $6 million of capital improvement projects that we were not going to be doing in 1920. But instead, in 2021, we're continuing to hold that $6 million to help offset that $10 million in reserves that we had in our adopted budget.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that when you said that. Okay. So assuming that we do that, we continue with it, basically pulling it out of CIP as opposed to pulling it out of reserves. What's our 2021 number standing at right now in terms of what we might have to pull out of reserves? Is that the $4 million?
That would be the $4 million if needed. However, we're continually taking a look at it and seeing if we can still get ahead of that $4 million.
Okay, so is it fair to say at this point, we think that our worst case scenario is $4 million then?
At this point, however, I do want to make a note that we're really early in the fiscal year and COVID is nowhere far from being over.
Okay, I think there's a lot of chaff flying around about a $30 million deficit, and my understanding is that that was one of the projections that was put out there very early on in the process to sort of motivate all of these cuts, the fairly significant reductions that each of the employee associations committed to, and the depletion of the CIP. All of these things were things that we did to offset that 30 million. So essentially what we're left right now is 4 million to deal with.
That's correct. The 30 million was our initial assessment when we first started the 2021 adopted budget estimates early on.
Right. Okay. And at this point, you were showing some trends in general of where sales tax is at. Do we have any indication of kind of where we're at for Q3 or projections for Q4?
Well, we just were provided the results of Q2, which I'll be sending forward to you. Right now, they're trending to what the adopted budget is. But again, I really need to stress we're so early in this process. It's kind of hard to know where we'll end. But as of today, we're trending to the adopted budget.
Thank you. I apologize. I don't mean to put the finance manager in a position where she's trying to sort of gamble on where the budget is going to be. But I just do want to kind of emphasize where the scale that we're at right now is that we're thinking about how to manage this $4 million deficit rather than something that's an order of magnitude large. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Now, a few months ago, it was estimated that we would have a decrease of 4.9 million in sales tax below what was budgeted, but now this is showing 2.9 million. So we didn't take as big a hit as we had anticipated. Is that correct?
That's correct. So just as a reminder, we did as a city take a lot of proactive measures, right, to help the businesses come back, whether it was curbside shopping, the pavilion at South Coast, and so forth.
Okay. And then, but we had a little bigger hit on TOT because we had anticipated 2.6 million and it looks like it's going to be about 3 million off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on our capital fund, how has our balance there changed, or will it be changing? I know we put less in, but did we spend less, or how's that going?
We're still reviewing the other funds at this point in time.
So we don't have the numbers on the capital or self-insurance or any of the individual ones really at this point. It's premature.
Right now, yeah, we're still reviewing those funds. Our main focus for tonight was the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and then Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just two real quick questions, maybe three. So if somebody were to say today, hypothetically, to the community that the city of Costa Mesa has a $30 million deficit, would that be true or false?
No, at this time, the city does not have a $30 million deficit.
Okay. And so, are there any indicators, and I want to point to one, the golf course. So I remember the line item we used for the golf course in the 2021 budget was $1,575,000. How is that trending? Because what I've heard from Danny Lane and some of the folks at Mesa Verde Partners, and what I'm seeing out there is that the golf course revenues are even greater than they have been in previous years. So is that trending greater than our, are the revenues of the golf course trending at a higher rate than we had budgeted?
Well, let me answer that by letting you the fiscal year 19-20 budget for the golf course revenues came in at budget. So that tells you that definitely, even after the COVID shutdown, the golf course really made a really big comeback, and I'm definitely seeing those trends right now.
Are there any other similar indicators that are showing that early? I understand it's preliminary. I understand it's early. Are there any other similar line items that you're seeing that are indicating that they're going to exceed our projected revenue numbers in 2021?
The only other one I can see right now is a property tax. However, I do want to caution against that just because we don't know the impacts of the property tax on COVID as far as how it's impacting homeowners. But for right now, how they're looking is property tax is looking really good. We won't know for a couple more months with how really that fares.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot something.
So Member Reynolds?
Yeah, just one quick question, Ms. Molina. I want to make sure I understand. On page 3 of the staff report, we talk about our COVID-related expenses. The city incurred $3.4 million in emergency expenses. We got $1.1 million back. We mentioned the $2.3 million negative fund balance, and I think we say in the staff report that we anticipate that we'll recover that. I think in your slide presentation on slide 14, I think it's the same discussion where you anticipate a $400,000 gap. Is it the same discussion? And I just want to know how much of our COVID related expenses do we expect to recover versus not?
To be honest, it's very difficult to gauge at this point because a lot of it is contingent on FEMA. And FEMA's not very easy to get along with. As far as they have so many emergencies right now, I'm not quite sure how much we'll be able to get from them, which is the only reason I showed the 900,000 at this point.
Okay, so it is the same conversation. I was pleasantly surprised to read in the staff report that we expected to close that gap. I'm less surprised here to say that we're going to be planning for not quite being able to close that gap because of all of the other demands or requests for money.
And we really don't know what's more coming down the pipeline. So our hope is that we are able to close the gap.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor McGinnis, did you have another question?
Yes, I do. You had referenced that we would have an increase in our general fund balance of $250,000, but you also talked about a potential hole due to disaster funds not being fully compensated by FEMA and various other by the State CARES Act and so forth. So does the 250 reflect the 400,000 hole? So otherwise we would be 650 ahead, or how does that relate?
No, they're different funds. So the contingency, and I kind of really want to stress it's a contingency. We really don't know if we're going to end the year with that 250,000 to the general fund. Is solely the general fund, how the general fund actually performed by the end of the fiscal year. The 424,000 is assuming that we'll be able to obtain some of that FEMA reimbursement and hopefully cover, and basically that would be it. With about 424,000, we'd be hoping to go after more FEMA at that point. But this is where we're standing as of today. So the 250 and the 400,000, they're not commingled.
So where would that be reflected, for example, in our CAFR, because our comprehensive annual financial report? Because traditionally, the general fund balance has been set based on various factors, including the need to respond to disasters. However, we also have our self-insurance fund, which is not it's not a disaster fund at all. So where would that be reflected in our, basically, where would it be reflected in the CAFR?
At this time, we're actually having those conversations with the auditor. We can come back and let you know once we have more solid reaffirmation from our auditors where those funds will be reflected.
Yeah, well, where has it traditionally been reflected in the CAFR?
I'll just clarify that if nothing were to change, so let's assume that every single thing here is precisely the way that the auditors will agree it should have been. What would happen is that there would be a net adjustment to the general fund reserves. And so we're probably looking at about 250,000 the other way in terms of general fund reduction. The 424,000 would be applied to the disaster reserve because there is no other funding source. If FEMA doesn't have additional funding, if there's not another round of stimulus, right, worst case scenarios, then that 424,000 would be applied against the disaster reserve. The disaster reserve would come down by that commensurate amount, except that there's the 250 from the general fund. So we would end up at about 300,000 down in the disaster reserve in the general fund. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, because I had always thought that the disaster reserves were part of our general reserves when we would calc it out. And that's why I was trying to figure out how it fit. Okay, thank you.
I was just trying to find my notes. I couldn't find it, but I wanted to ask you, I thought I heard you say that we hit the budget on the golf course. But I thought from the FIPAC meeting, and I can't find my notes, but I thought from the FIPAC meeting, what we were told was we were projecting, and maybe it's in 2021, I'm not sure, $1 million or $2 million more than budgeted. And that we had also in the ambulance transport model, revenue, we were projecting that the revenue was significantly up in that line item as well. I can't find my notes though. I can't remember what date that was. Too many notes.
So for the golf course, basically, once the golf course reopened, we did receive more activity, and we definitely saw an uptake on the golf course revenues in 1920. How that's going to look in 2021, it's still pretty preliminary at this point, just because we really don't know what the impacts of COVID are going to be during the next.
Right. I'm not asking. I remember though, I thought I heard you say at the meeting, and I wish I could find my notes, that because I know I've repeated this several times because you said that, that we were like $2 million over what we projected for the golf course. Is that correct?
We're not $2 million over what we projected. We got to our adopted number of the $2 million, the 2.2. We've actually achieved that. We were expecting a decrease in the golf course revenues for a period of time that the golf course was closed. However, that quickly turned around to achieve the adopted budget number. Now for the ambulance program, that is a fairly new program, and we have been receiving some of those revenues going up, but not to the tune of that much money. I'd have to take a quick look and see how that one ended, but that one did fairly well. Not too much of a game buster, but definitely not something that I was concerned about. I was mostly concerned on the taxes, which is eventually what ended up occurring.
Yeah. And then my understanding from speaking with the Assemblywoman, Connie Petrie Norris, is that, in the general fund at the state level, cash receipts are 13% above what was forecasted by the state in the approved budget by the state. And so they're like $4 to $5 billion above budget, which, obviously that helps us as well if they're seeing those kinds of numbers. And then also that the property taxes, they're not seeing really any change in the property taxes in terms of people not paying their property taxes. They're seeing that that's staying consistent. I know we saw that in the first round, but she's saying that they're saying that as it relates to the property taxes that are just being now collected as well. Okay, so very good. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I know I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes trying to find my notes. I know it's in here somewhere. I will now open this item up for public comment. Would anyone wish to speak to this item? If so, please show by raising your hand in the hand raise option or press star 9 on your telephone. No hands raised, so we will close public comment and just move to receive and file this report. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Call for the question. That's right, Ms. Farrell Harrison, right? That's all we needed, receive and file?
To receive and file. And I just wanted to thank the leadership.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to refer to you. I apologize.
Okay, I really wanted to thank the leadership team, but especially Carol and Jennifer King, who just worked tirelessly on reining in the budget at a time that was still, even now to this day, but definitely when we were first dealing with the stay-at-home orders and the business closures, which were pretty dramatic. And so thank you for everything that you've done to keep the trains on the track, and also to our leadership team for all the work that they did to cut back very quickly. Raja came up with a really solid plan on just deferring some of our capital projects to give us a little bit of breathing room that I think will really help. And of course, with your leadership, with having a city council that was so willing and able and ready to take decisive action, I think we really prevented to have some significant impacts and shortfalls. So I think the sooner we get ahead of these things, the better. It always helps to plan early and to get on top of these things very quickly and then reassess as we go. So I'm glad to bring forward these preliminary results. I do think that it's still early in the current fiscal year. We still have auditors reviewing our work to see if they have any suggested changes, but so far it looks like all of the actions that we took swiftly and decisively have really borne some fruit here so that we can stabilize ourselves fiscally and then continue to move forward and assess and make changes if we need to. But we're feeling pretty good about the results so far. We know that we lost some revenue there, but we had enough cuts to more than offset it. And we're tracking the COVID expenses, and hopefully we'll squeeze that $900,000 out of FEMA. I know that Cal OES has approved it. And so now it's just at the federal level. So we'll see what happens there, and we'll continue to seek reimbursement. It's very slow. But thank you to everybody, including you as our mayor and city council, and the leadership that you showed and making some pretty tough decisions very early on. And I'm thankful for that. So I think we're better for it.
Thank you. And thanks for your guidance and your leadership. I know we had good conversations about what should we do, since none of us have done anything like this before. So
I'd like to second the motion and just speak to it really briefly.
Okay, Councilmember Mar already seconded the motion.
Oh, sorry.
If you want to speak to it, you can.
Yeah, no. I just want to say, so Lorianne, I remember when I first read your resume. I remember where I was. It's true. And I remember that I noticed that you came up through the finance department. You were the finance director at Long Beach, finance director at Huntington Beach, and then of course the assistant city manager at Huntington Beach. And I thought this is what we need in our community. We need somebody to help us with our financial challenges and our financial issues that we have. And I've said this many times, that the most important vote that I've taken in my first term was the vote to appoint you as our city manager. And I'm glad that you brought Carol on board, who can deliver such a crystal clear picture and answer a question so directly and so concisely. And so I really do, I'm just very grateful for the work that you both have done. And also, you know, in a weird way, that whole Diamond Princess fiasco really got us going early on this. And as a result of that, we're starting to see some of the benefits of it. We were focused on this early. We caught some of these, we made decisions early on. And I credit you, I credit Carol, I credit Jason Dempsey and Chief Stefano and Chief Glass and all the people that worked with us back in those days. And it's bearing
Tim Barlow.
Tim Barlow, yeah, God bless you. It's really bearing fruit. You can really see it in what's happened and the results that we're seeing for 1920, but what we see going forward. So I'm very grateful to the work that you're doing, and I thank you very much, and thank you for this presentation.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we all agree we're in good hands and we're stabilizing and moving forward. So I'm very pleased about that. Looking forward to more business sectors being able to open safely so that we can keep stabilizing and keep revenue coming in. As it relates to the FEMA, I have been in conversations with our congressional delegation for Orange County, including Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, who's kind of on the edge, but is a friend. And so I know that Congressman Ruda and Congresswoman Sanchez are actually working to try to get FEMA to maybe get these reimbursements pushed forward, because I know a lot of cities are waiting for those reimbursements. So I'll keep pushing where I can to advocate for that and keep bugging our congressional representatives so we can get the money. All right, thank you so much. And vote by voice vote, unless Ms. Barlow, did you want to say something? No, okay. Vote by voice vote, Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Ganis?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you. So next up, we have our final item of business for the night. It's a miracle. We got through it. It's 10:30. We only 10:35. Okay. Item number 4, Ms. Green.
Community Choice Energy Updates. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Services Director.
Okay, Mr. Sethuraman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Let me start my presentation, share the screen. You can see it, right?
Well, we can see it says that you're sharing your screen, but there we go.
Trying to start the slideshow. There it is. So this item is to provide an update and request direction on the Community Choice Energy Program, or what I'm going to refer to as CCE from now onwards. So CCEs were made possible as a result of California State Assembly 117, which was enacted in 2002. So this bill provided for purchase and sale of electricity by local authorities to residents, businesses, and public facilities. So this shows an a pictorial of how CCE works. Again, as I mentioned, it allows local governments to procure energy on behalf of their residents and businesses. Under the CCE model, so local governments purchase and manage the electric supply. The the distribution is still controlled by the utility provider, which is in our case, it's Southern California Edison. They provide the distribution part of it. And the CCE, through a joint power authority or some other mechanism, they procure the power and deliver to customers. So, so there are some advantages. They have the potential to procure clean energy, and also the important thing is to use the revenues that is generated from the CCEs for other local programs. So on February 4, 2020, so the City Council voted to explore CCE opportunities for Costa Mesa. At that time, City of Irvine approached with a letter of interest. However, even though we started this and approved this in February, between March and July, nothing was done on this due to COVID issues. And so in September and October, we had a couple of conference calls between the cities hosted by City of Irvine. So staff also did some review of what's out in California in terms of CCEs. So there are 21 CCEs to date operating in California that serve about 10 million people. And these CCEs also have promoted development of 3,600 megawatt of new clean energy. So when looking at CCEs in Southern California, so there are few CCEs that are operating in our region. The biggest is Clean Power Alliance. That serves about 3 million customers, serving 32 communities in LA and Ventura counties. This CCE was established in 2017, and again it operates under a Joint Power Authority model, or JPA. The other one is Lancaster Choice Energy. So this started in 2015. So it's called Cal Choice also, and this serves customers in again Edison territory, and it has communities in LA, Riverside, Santa Barbara, and San Bernardino counties. It has a different structure. It's not a JPA. It has its own unique structure. It's a hybrid model where member cities are part of a bigger umbrella structure that's administered by Lancaster City Council. But each city or entity are independent to set their own rates. There are a couple of upcoming CCEs in San Diego County. So the biggest one is San Diego Community Power, and so San Diego, that area is under San Diego Gas and Electric Territory, SDG&E, and this will be launching in 2021. So the cities of San Diego, Chula Vista, Encinitas, La Mesa, and Imperial Beach, they are part of this JPA. And as I mentioned, it is starting in 2021, next year. The other one is Clean Energy Alliance. This is again a JPA that's serving the cities of Carlsbad, Del Mar, and Solana Beach. This is also starting in 2021. And in the San Diego Gas Electric model territory. So now the potential Irvine OC CCE. This is operating in the SCE territory. So several cities have expressed their initial interest in this one, including Costa Mesa, Fullerton, Tustin, Huntington Beach, and others. So in this one, it's the JPA model is being considered for this CCE, and the expected potential launch is 2022, but it requires that the CPUC filing is done by December 2020. So, so when we looked at all the CCEs in Southern California region, we noticed that there are a couple of options for Costa Mesa. One is a Irvine-led Orange County CCE, which is still not in as you know, it's not in operation. It's newly forming. The other one is CalChoice, which is Lancaster Choice Energy. Again, it's a different model than the JPA that needs further evaluation. So just want to highlight a couple of items. So City of Irvine, they conducted their outreach to cities. So as I mentioned before, while they initiated back in February an outreach to cities, more engagement happened in September and October 2020. A draft JPA agreement and a CCE ordinance was given to city in late September, and then the city has requested load data from Southern California Edison through the City of Irvine consultant. So I think there are a couple of the cities that requested the same load data information too. So we had some more discussion with Irvine and determined that they intend to loan to the JPA to cover the initial cost for this one. So there is a consultant fee of $150,000, a pre-launch cost for forming the JPA to hire the staff and the offices of $2 million to $2.5 million, and post-launch cost, which is to initial purchase of the power, which is about 8 to 15 million, depending on how many entities join this JPA. So all these are funds that are loaned by Irvine to JPA, and the JPA will have to repay back. But the details of the loan repayment are not known at this time. So in reviewing all this, the city does not have all the information to provide a detailed fiscal review and to fully comprehend and analyze the benefits of this JPA CCE for Costa Mesa ratepayers and also the relationships between the city and Irvine and other agencies. Also we don't have the load data analysis and also the feasibility study that we might need to provide more information. So there are other missing items such as the operating costs for JPA, the debt repayment schedules, and net revenues. So this kind of information is still missing at this time. And our legal review, when legal staff, when they looked at the agreement, JPA agreement, they determined that it's kind of slanted towards Irvine, and we need to do more further review and negotiations in order to come to a better understanding and to make sure that we all agree on the terms. So our next steps, we want to get a better understanding of the load data, analyze and also review the feasibility study. We want to do a thorough analysis of the CCE options for Costa Mesa. And then we, as I mentioned, we want to make sure that we understand the JPA agreement, governance terms, and financial terms better. And based on this review, we think we can make a more educated and informed decision to City Council for your consideration. We think this usually takes about 6 to 12 months, and that's kind of where we are at this time. So with that, our city manager, our city attorney, our energy and sustainability manager, they are all available for question and answers. And I also want to point out that from City of Irvine, we have Mr. Mark Stoer. He's the Director of Public Works there. And we have their consultants, Mr. Ryan Barron and Gary Salaba. They're available to actually make a presentation and answer questions too. So it's your choice how you want to proceed.
Can we have their presentation, and then we'll take questions after that?
That sounds good. So let me stop this share and I'll pull up their presentation. Brenda, you let them in?
They can speak. If they would unmute themselves, they will be allowed to speak.
Okay.
But do they have their, okay, there we go.
I got it.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ryan Barron. Can you hear me?
Yes, there's an echo. Are they in the Zoom, or this is just on a phone?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay, much better.
All right, sorry about that. I had my phone on backup in case I had issues.
Just a second, Ryan. Let me close this other presentation. So there you go. All right. So Ryan, you can tell me when to move to the next slide, and I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sethuraman, we cannot see. All we see is your folder. We can't see the presentation.
Oh, just a second. Let me do it again.
It's a very organized folder.
Doesn't look like my folders. Okay, there we go.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Let me start the slideshow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Foley, council members. My name is Ryan Barron. I'm special counsel to the City of Irvine on Community Choice Energy. I was just going to have us make some brief introductions so you can recognize our voices. I'll go ahead and start. I'm a partner at Best & Krieger. I have been working on CCA for a number of years now. I'm currently not only been helping the city for the last few months with forming a JPA, but I'm currently general counsel and energy counsel to 4 CCAs, including Western Riverside, Coachella Valley, Butte County, and then San Diego Community Power, which you just heard about, the second largest in the state. And then I've been on the startup teams for LA County's Clean Power Alliance, San Diego County's formation of a CCA in a year or two, and then a number of cities, including Pomona Choice Energy, and onboarding the founding member of the Cal Choice program, San Jacinto, in the Lancaster's program. And with that, I'll turn it over to introductions to Mark Stoyer and Gary Saliba. Mark? Gary, are you on?
Maybe they're on mute.
Madam Mayor, Mark, oh, there he goes. Mark has it now.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now. There we go.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Mark Stoyer, Director of Public Works for City of Irvine. I'm happy to be here tonight, and I am taking the lead for the city from a staff perspective on community choice energy. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Gary Saliba of EES Consulting.
Mr. Barron, we can, if Gary could please raise his hand so we can unmute him. We don't see him on here.
I think Gary called in by phone.
If you could press *9 to raise his hand, please.
The last 4 digits of his phone number are 6678.
Correct, and we don't see him on here. Oh, 6678? Okay.
He has his hand raised.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now here he goes.
Thank you for the logistical help. This is Gary Saliba with EES. We're the technical consultant for the City of Irvine's activities in Orange County. Like Ryan said, we've been the startup consultants for just about all the CCAs that have launched in the last 5 years. Starting up north, we startup consultants for Butte County, for Alameda County, for the city of San Jose, down south, LA, Ventura, Riverside counties. We've done startup work for all of the CCAs in San Diego County. And of course, now in Orange County, we're working for Sustain Southern Cal and for the city of Irvine. So we've been startup consultants for the last 5 years for just about all the new CCAs.
Thanks, Gary. I'll move into the presentation and try to make it brief. Next slide, please.
Yes. It's on the next slide.
Oh,
actually, Mr. Sethuraman, it's on slide 1. You need to go to slide 2.
Okay.
You might need to use enable editing because maybe that's why you can't move the slide. I don't know.
Oh, let me see. I got it.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I won't repeat this slide. It was gone over in detail by staff. This is just how CCA works along with some of the programs that CCAs, particularly CCA 2.0s, start to implement, including energy efficiency, microgrids, electric vehicle programs, distributed energy resources such as net metering, etc. But staff covered this extremely well. Next slide, please.
Okay.
This is a map of how the CCAs are forming from north to south and now moving inland. The second bullet point talks about the reasons for it. And there's been some questions as to why the city of Irvine is supporting CCA. And it's doing so for all of the reasons here. Cheaper energy costs in the form of rate savings to residential, commercial, and industrial customers, anywhere from 1 to 4% off the generation portion of the bill. Reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by putting more renewable resources on the grid, by allowing customers to opt up into 50 and 100% programs. Encouraging local economic development through programs such as net metering, distributed energy resources, energy efficiency, but also attempting to build, local and regional generation assets instead of siting them out of state. And then importantly, local control over power programs and rates, where the elected officials and appointed officials to the board set the rates, are accessible to the ratepayer, whereas, trying to minimize regulation by the state, which we at the local level sometimes don't have any control over, and where rates in terms of service are controlled by the JPA, not by the Public Utilities Commission, where ratepayers can address their grievances directly at the local level and not have to go through the maze of state regulation. And I would just note one other statistic. The Public Utilities Commission issued a white paper in 2018 that 85% of the state will likely be taking retail electricity from alternative sources by the mid-2020s, and with 75% of California under CCA in the next 2 to 3 years. Next slide, please. So Irvine's been looking at this for a lot longer than I've been on the team. Gary, which he can talk about in a second, did a feasibility study for the city that was peer reviewed by MRW Associates. Both had consistent, fairly consistent conclusions and the outcomes of those studies. And so the city council has decided unanimously to move forward. The study originally focused on a CCA, a city-only CCA, but the city's been interested in forming a joint powers authority, has invited all interested cities to participate. This is a map, as you saw, with Fullerton, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, and Tustin being the most interested, followed by Santa Ana, La Habra, Laguna Woods, and Yorba Linda. Also, a city that should be on here that has been interested for some time is Lake Forest, that is awaiting some more information on their load data. And there's a few other cities that are interested in this as well, although not likely in this term. Next slide, please. This is the timeline for adoption of the JPA. Right now, we've been in the process of collecting interest from the cities, asking them to fill out their load data forms, which your city has done. We've gotten we originally asked Edison to provide us the countywide load data, which they did for LA and Riverside. They've been resistant, and so instead of fighting Edison on that, we're going to just collect the load data for the interested cities, and we've been told that will be expedited, and we can get that in shortly. And during this time, we're attempting to negotiate a JPA agreement in the October, early November timeframe, with adoption as early as early November by some of the cities, with final seating of the board in late November, early December, so that we can file an implementation plan with the Public Utilities Commission, which has to include all of the cities in order to be able to launch for 2022. There's a year ahead wait that the PUC puts on everyone. The timeline for funding, and this is reflected in the JPA agreement, is that the City of Irvine is committed, not only funded the formation and implementation costs through the end of this year, but will agree to loan the JPA somewhere probably between $2 to $2.5 million for pre-launch costs through early 2022. And then there'll be some combination of a bank loan and potentially a member guarantee by the city, should that be required of the banks. Sometimes that's asked for, sometimes it's not. We've been in discussions with PFM. We think that there's been a pretty good, although the COVID markets have been impactful on lending generally, that we think it'll be a fairly positive outlook based on the cities that are interested. And one thing I'm going to add to this timeline before turning it over to Gary is that we have met with your city and gone over quite a bit of the numbers. We do have a pro forma that is going to be issued in the next day or two. Once we get city buy-off on that, that extrapolates out the City of Irvine's feasibility study into the partners and looks at the cities from 3 different scenarios based on those that are interested in their load size. It's about a 7 or 8 page analysis that will be updated when the load data starts coming in from Southern California Edison in the next few weeks. And we also have a memo on the effect of CCA on low income customers, which was requested by one of the members, which is going to outline that their rate discounts are protected and what other CCAs are doing to promote rates in low income customers, and also working on a revision to the JPA agreement. With that, I'll turn it over to Gary to talk about the numbers.
Good. Next slide, please. So the financial viability of the CCA is a key component for all the decision makers wanting to go forward on this. And that's EES's role in this project. What we typically do is a 10-year pro forma where we compare Edison rates to what a comparable CCA rate would be. And to do that, what we do is take the load data from Edison for the cities that are going to participate in the JPA. From that load data, we forecast what the CCA revenues are going to be, what the corresponding power supply costs will be, admin costs, operating costs, and repayment of debt, and see what the delta is. And that delta would then go towards customer programs such as low-income assistance or energy efficiency or demand response. We then forecast the SCE rates, and we compare the CCA rates to the SCE rates. And if the CCA rates are less, then it's financially viable. Next slide, please. As Ryan mentioned, we're in the process with as far as the feasibilities to date for just the city of Irvine, EES did a study where we made a presentation early this year in January that showed a 4% savings off the generation rate for Edison. In early summer, MRW did a peer review and showed a 1% savings off the generation rate. Since the May study, several things have changed. On the CCA power supply, they have 4 different products that they buy. They buy short-term and long-term renewable energy by market power and resource adequacy. And all of these numbers have been changing the last 6 to 8 months. So it's time for a tune-up on numbers. What we're going to do is this week, as Ryan mentioned, we're going to do an initial update where we update power cost and update for Orange County CCA with about 6 cities in it, 6 representative cities. That will be out this week sometime. Then the final financial feasibility will be done after we get Edison load data, which we anticipate in the next 3 to 4 weeks. As soon as we get that, we'll do a final update, which would then go into the implementation plan at the end of the year and filed at the PUC. Next slide, please. The final thing I want to talk about is money, and money is always an issue what people want to talk about, and we have some detail which I'll share with you about what kind of funding we need to have. And there's basically 3 tranches of money. The first is the initial funding for this year's activities, which would fund the JPA negotiations, the CCA feasibility study, and implementation plan filing, and that's roughly $150,000. The second tranche would be the pre-launch funding for next year. And next year, there's several things that need to be funded. The PUC requires a bond from any new CCA, which we would provide. Edison wants a deposit from the CCAs, which we would provide. There is infrastructure that needs to be developed, such as offices, computers, and desks. There's legal and technical consulting, and then some initial hires for the CCA. And on hiring, usually we suggest hiring an executive director fairly soon after you decide to go forward. That's about $2.5 million. And then after launch, there's another, somewhere between $10 and $20 million needed, depending on the size of the CCA. And that goes towards providing collateral for power purchase agreements, which we'd have to make, which are basically down payments or escrow accounts required by some of the power suppliers. But the bigger component to that's the lead lag between payables and receivables for a CCA, and that the CCA has to pay expenses in 30 days and then get revenues for 60. So there's about a 30-day lag there. With respect to funding sources, there's 3 sources which we save from CCAs. The JPA members can kick in money. There are commercial banks out there that will loan money to CCAs, and there are investment bankers like Goldman Sachs and Barclays. Probably some combination would be needed to fund the 3 tranches we talked about. As Ryan mentioned in the JPA agreement, the way it's drafted up, the City of Irvine would fund this year's funding and next year's funding. The long-term funding, we probably go to a third party with maybe some collateral from one of the members. The final part, and probably the salient part for the funding, is all this, the repayment would come from the JPA. So there would be no obligation to the individual cities for repayment of these loans. So with that, Mark, I'll turn it over to you for wrap up.
Well, if I could just add one thing on that slide, Gary, just to be clear, the JPA agreement contemplates that the City of Irvine is the member that potentially posts that cash collateral. So the JPA is written that there are no additional contributions from any of the members. The JPA cannot obligate them through a board vote or otherwise to contribute monies. All the debt and liabilities are going to be solely between the JPA in borrowing from a lender, and monies to be repaid back to the City of Irvine.
Okay. Mark, did you want to put a wrap on it?
No, I'm good, Gary. Gary, did you want to mention one thing on what the first year expected gross revenue would be for the CCA? Let's say, assuming 5 cities or 6.
Sure. 5 or 6 cities, CCA. We're looking at gross revenues in the neighborhood of $300 million a year, something like that. With after we pay back the debt and accumulate some cash reserves, the net out of that would be between $15 and $25 million a year. So it's a big business and can be very profitable down the road.
Good. Well, I thank you, Gary. That ends our presentation, City Council, and we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And we appreciate you coming and staying so late to give a presentation to our entire City Council. I know some people have been learning about this, but I think it's helpful for everyone to hear the information at the same time and ask questions. So now I will turn it over to the council for questions. Councilmember Mansour, then Councilmember Guinness, then Councilmember Mar. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Just a couple questions that I want to get out there initially, and then definitely hear back from the public. Mr. Sethuraman, I'm looking at page 5 of the staff report. Let's say second paragraph from the bottom. It mentions that obviously on this CE that we're talking about, that's led by the city of Irvine, they're going to pay all the initial upfront costs. But what's the deadline for us to get into that one? I know you mentioned there's some other ones that could be a potential that we potentially could be involved with, but for that one, did I understand you correctly? We have to make a decision on that one by December of this year.
So, Madam Mayor, Councilor Mansour, in order to make a filing by the December 30th deadline, the JPA needs to be approved in November timeframe. So that's when we have to approve that.
Okay.
So
right. So pretty quick here. Okay. But as you mentioned, we don't have all the financials and a lot of information is not available yet. So I know one of the other presenters mentioned that there should be some good revenue, but we don't know that factually what's going to actually happen until we have all the numbers in and the load data and so forth. So if the city, or excuse me, if the JPA has insufficient revenue to pay back the debt, are the city members, are the JPA members on the hook to repay debt if there are insufficient funds?
Mr. Barron, can you answer that question again? I know you said it in your report, but can you answer that question?
Yes, the JPA and state law and the Public Utilities Code say that the members are not liable for the debts, obligations, or liabilities. So they're not liable for any of the contractual obligations, the debt with Irvine, or any of the power purchases. And that's pretty ironclad in the JPA and up and down with CCAs. In terms of the launch, that is driven by the Public Utilities Commission because they have a year ahead process. It is not unusual for us to be here. This was a situation in LA. San Diego's was finalized October 30th of last year. I have seen cities adopt the JPA in November and even do their second readings as late as December, even early January.
Okay.
So just to let you know on that. Yeah.
No, I appreciate the clarification. I missed that, but I want to be completely sure the cities are not on the hook. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness and then Mar.
We did not hear a lot about the governance structure of the JPA, and we have a discussion draft agreement. Is this envisioned as the eventual structure of the JPA?
Is that question for Mr. Barron or?
I don't care who answers it.
Okay, Mr. Barron.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sutherland.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Guinness, we will be, we are reviewing that JPA agreement at this time. So I know our city attorney office has made some comments and are in some discussions, but we don't have any final agreements on that at this time.
And has Irvine explained why they want more votes than everybody else?
That's one of the discussion points.
That is one of the discussion points. I do have to say that in our discussion with Mr. Barron, our hope was that each city would have a single representative to ensure equal governance control. I have been told that may not be acceptable to the city of Irvine, but I'm hopeful that remains an open point for negotiation.
Yes, we've taken, I've made certain suggestions on the JPA. You will see revisions to it. The governance structure has largely been tied to the money, and one of the issues is if a city joins and if it's allowed to exit by March or April of 2021, right, in order to get into the implementation plan, but still review some of the financials, because we're constantly redoing the pro formas as we go to market. If cities still are not comfortable with those numbers, we're discussing the possibility of an early exit for those cities, which would allow for more time. So part of that is a concern by the city of Irvine in putting up these monies, and being able to ensure that it is paid back, it's paid back timely, that its investment is not stalled out if cities decide to exit. But I don't have a clear answer for you today publicly, but it's certainly we've heard from your city attorney and others, and I'm in discussions with Mark and the city attorney on that point.
Okay, and then there's a reference to a voting shares formula. Well, anything based on population, it's real easy for us to look up, but this appears to be based on energy use. And do we have any idea how that would work out, or is that part of the load data that we're still looking for?
Once we secure the load data, it will be finalized in those exhibits. This weighted vote is an alternative vote. It's only one that can be called for by 2 or more directors, generally from larger jurisdictions. And it generally it's been used once in the state. It's really been used by significantly large entities, which there are large cities in Orange County, but not compared to LA or San Diego. And it is a vote that is calculated based on the energy load in your communities, and then that reflects it. But it's only an alternative vote, whereas the traditional majority vote structure is the one that is primary.
Okay, but you said it could be requested by 2 or more directors. In other words, if Irvine wants to do it, then that request would somehow it would be on the table. I don't know what happens to it after it's on the table, but I would want to know how that might work out, because looking at this, I see Lancaster's looking for, I guess, what you would call like associate members. And maybe if staff could explain that a little more, where, as I understand it, we don't have a whole lot of, we don't really get a vote except for our own rates. But if we would be consistently outvoted by a different city, who basically, if it's a choice of Lancaster running things or Irvine running things, and Lancaster's a lot cheaper, tell me why we would want to go with Irvine.
Yeah, no, the weighted vote is only called, again, by multiple directors. It's only when the majority vote passes and someone wants to call a weighted vote based on that. So that would need to have entities with a significant load. So even if, say, Huntington Beach or Santa Ana join, which are some of the prospective members, it wouldn't just be Irvine, it'd be whomever has a larger load share. Generally, you don't see a lot of dissenting votes in these CCA JPAs, quite honestly. They're there if a large program or expenditure is there where there's a significantly large entity. So to me, the Lancaster is a bit apples to oranges, because there is no governance ability in that JPA, because it's run by the Lancaster City Council, and their JPA is just structured differently.
And you also mentioned, or somebody mentioned, that Pomona Choice Energy, but they have no interest in any new members or anything, do they?
No, I'm sorry. Pomona, we helped launch them into the Lancaster program.
Oh, okay. Because it sounded like they had their own program. So they're part of Lancaster, but they basically, the types of things that would be voted on would be what? Like, say whether, you know, how much solar, the source of the energy, would that be the types of things that would be voted on?
In Lancaster's program?
Well, in either program, the directors would be determining where the energy came from, essentially, right?
Yeah, and typically what happens is once the board is formed, you know, they generally try to approve a rate savings below Edison at a certain percentage, and then generate revenues quickly in order to provide rate stabilization for the residents and build revenues so you can roll out programs. And then after, as part of that, they vote, and Gary can talk about this next point. They vote on the power supply mix. And one of the areas would be each city choosing what they want to provide to their residents. So generally there's a 33% renewables, right? 50% and 100%. Some communities like in LA, for instance, will opt in their entire city to 100%, while others may provide a baseline. And so here the board would vote on what those packages would look like. Is that right, Gary?
That's correct. Once you launch, what we would do is go around to each city and see what type of power supply you want. And then that would be the option we'd set up for you. We'd go out and buy that kind of power, tell you what it costs, and charge you accordingly. Yeah,
and there's
the other point. Yeah, the other point which came up was the cost of Lancaster versus the cost to us. And we haven't seen any proposal provided to Costa Mesa on this, but typically Lancaster is more expensive than the type of model Irvine's offering.
interesting. And currently there's what, 8 cities in Orange County that are considering joining?
Yes.
And how many of them are really serious?
Who wants to answer that question?
This is Mark. I can comment on this part.
Mr. Starr?
I would say 3 are on the top tier of being very serious. 3. I want to make a quick comment too about the one difference between the Lancaster CCA and something in Irvine. The load curve, how load is distributed and given to the customers throughout the day, looks a lot different for cities that are all near the beach and slightly inland than a group that consists of a bunch of inland cities, San Bernardino, Riverside, and North LA County. So keep that in mind. With different load mixes, you know, a beach city may not fit in with that very well. So just kind of a general comment.
Thank you.
And, or would you benefit from having a mix of load within your CCE?
Yeah, from a power supply standpoint, you get the best deal when you have diversity in loads between winter and summer and on peak and off peak, and when you have a relatively high commercial industrial base load. And certainly Irvine and frankly the other 6 cities that are in Orange County we're looking at seriously. They've got a fairly large commercial industrial load vis-a-vis some of the other cities we've done.
But when you talk about diversity of load, do you mean like different peaking characteristics? Say some have night peaks, some have day peaks. Or do you mean within each community?
No, it'd be well, the community certainly, the sum of the parts adds up to the whole. So the cities would be important, but we'd buy the power supply mix for the entire CCA. So it'd be the diversity among the cities.
So basically, then there could be advantages for beach cities and inland cities to be together.
Yes, you would have different on-peak periods. Yeah, yes, you would have different on-peak, off-peak periods. And as I say, a large commercial industrial base is very advantageous from a power supply standpoint.
Councilor McGinnis, do you have any other questions? Because I want to get to the other council members and open public comment.
Yeah, but this is a huge thing, so I want to make sure. And I know it will be coming back, but I want to make sure that that our residents, it's called community choice. And I want to make sure that we're not just jumping into a choice because it happens to be the city next door, when there may be other choices that will serve our residents better. And that's why I have these questions.
Okay, I'm just asking if you had any more questions, so please continue.
Okay. Well, and then my final question is, you're saying there's about 3 agencies, I think, my final, that are fairly serious. Say just we and Irvine end up in this little basket together. And then, well, actually there's a 2-part question. Then Costa Mesa, basically we would just be along for the ride with Irvine. And then what is the possibility that some of the other cities might join that are now considering joining the Irvine, the one that Irvine's kind of taking the lead on, starting another? Because I had heard at one point that Huntington was thinking of taking the lead on one.
Huntington is conducting the feasibility study. We believe that there's strong interest. Now, I don't want to speak for the council or staff, but we've had some meetings that are fairly positive. We think that they're one of the leading cities here. There's no discussion that I've heard of an alternative CCA being formed in Orange County. Certainly between Huntington, Fullerton, Costa Mesa, and Irvine, that load is sizable. It would put this CCA in the top 4 to 5 in the state in terms of load size, just because of the population, the load characteristics. And certainly if a Santa Ana or Lake Forest jumped in late, because that's how this seems to work, they always have domino effects. That would be a pretty sizable CCA out of the gate. Now, it's ultimately up to the board who they let in after that. That's a really board decision, and the JPA says the board will create a policy. Some JPAs charge full freight for members to join later. Some discount that. Right now, I think the JPA contemplates that members who come on in a year or 2 might have to pay costs to come on, whereas they're funded now by Irvine. But that's certainly a decision the board makes, and we don't typically predetermine that. One thing I would say about load too is even if Costa Mesa or say Fullerton, Irvine's load is about the size of the 6 cities in Western Riverside. And Gary, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But even 2 cities in this region of the county would be fairly sizable.
And it wouldn't make sense for us to have one all by ourselves. Maybe do what Lancaster does, take the lead and then invite others.
I don't want to speculate on your load by yourself. You'd have to look at the data and make that decision. Typically, there's scale, right, in buying power. When you're buying power, you're out of the gate paying $30, $40, $50 million in power contracts. And I can tell you I'm negotiating a lot of agreements now and for San Diego and others, and you buy down price based on your load size. So
yeah,
okay, thank you.
Just a rule of
Okay,
thumb
I'm
on the
gonna move
math.
on to Councilmember Mar.
Wait, it sounded like somebody was going to add something though. That last gentleman.
I'm sorry. Did you have something?
There's just one final thought on that. On scale savings, our math indicates you need to have about 100,000 meters before the economics look desirable. And Irvine and one other city would have that. I don't think anyone individually other than Irvine would hit that bar.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mar.
Thank you. Yeah, just to finish that thought, it's also a question of all of the fixed costs and having an executive director in an office and all those things in addition to buying power is what I understand. Okay, so we haven't really talked about programs. And so I think that's one of the questions about us joining Lancaster is we're also just talking sort of entirely different culture in terms of what we would be interested in offering with those revenues to our community. So a couple of the ones that pop into my head I want to throw out there, and then I'm super interested, Mr. Barron, and what else you're seeing folks do that may be along the same line. And I know you've lived in Costa Mesa, so you kind of get us. But also when the public speaks, if there's something that they think is of interest in terms of programming, I'd like to kind of get ahead and understand that. So I'd love to see programs that allow us to do solar on multifamily and low income properties as an incentive. It's something that the CCE brings. I'd like to see increased access to EV charging across the city so that you don't have to, all the people that go to the fairgrounds to like plug in for a couple of hours, but make that ubiquitous. And I'd like to see, as it gets hotter, as we are opening up cooling centers for the first time this year, I'd like to see a program by which we can install high efficiency air conditioning in senior housing or for seniors anywhere in the city. So I think there's a lot of benefits that if we were to have a CCA, the point wouldn't just be to lower rates across the board. It would also be to do programming that would very specifically meet our community. So is there anything else, Mr. Barron, that you can think of that would sort of appeal to Costa Mesans or that we can educate the public on now?
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we talk a lot about numbers because we get asked a lot about numbers, but you know, that's sort of the first step. And the second step is the program. So you're seeing, particularly in the more established CCAs, the deployment of charging stations throughout the community, net energy metering programs. Clean Power Alliance has rolled out programs for low-income customers. So CARE and Medical Baseline and FARA customers continue to remain and get their discounts from Edison, but CCAs have supplemented those programs in a variety of different ways. You know, one of the things that FERC just approved of in the last 2 weeks was the ability to sell power wholesale through distributed energy, which we think will open up markets for rooftop solar to be able to sell into the grid on a large scale wholesale basis, which is pretty exciting. Those programs do cost money, so you know, we don't see them day one right out of the gate, but those are programs that you see fairly rapidly, particularly in a larger CCA. I think Sonoma and Marin have offered electric vehicle rebates to their customers, $4,500. Gary, am I missing anything else? I know Howard's Joy usually with us, who's the programs.
No, I think you've hit the programs well. On the amount of money for programs, in the pro formas, we assume that you would pay back your debt first, and then you'd fund your reserve fund, which is board decision. That's how we modeled it. But even at that, we can offer at the pro forma show, we can offer a 2% discount off the total bill or 4% off the generation rate. And after 3 or 4 years, the CCA starts spending off tens of millions of dollars for these programs, which would be a significant improvement from than what your constituents have now.
There's also about $2 million a year that Edison administers in public benefits charges that the CCA could apply for and bring those monies back to the community. And so, you know, one CCA in particular has a clause or a program to sort of distribute funds, you know, pro rata among its members, so everyone gets pieces of these programs. But that pot of money is pretty sizable, and I think fairly attractive to go after in the early years.
Okay. So, I mean, to that end, to talk about the JPA itself, I'd love to see some sort of a community advisory committee that becomes part of the JPA such that we're getting input. It's not just the board members making these decisions. We've got some external impact as well. With regard to the structure, I mean, I guess 2 seats for the city that fronts all the money until the loan is repaid might be acceptable, but my strong preference would be that we all started equal right off the bat. And I think that I really don't like the alternative vote because it just feels like another way to sort of give Irvine all the power, which I appreciate all the work that you're doing up front. But at the end of the day, there's all these programs that we want to do for our community. And if we're not able to do them because somebody else is sort of driving the bus, then it defeats the entire purpose, to be honest. And so I think there's a lot of changes, and the city attorney is well aware of them in terms of structure, but most of them are really around how much power we get relative to Irvine and how long that lasts. And again, I don't understand the need for the alternative vote structure at all if we don't have a lot of sort of big cities hefting their weight around.
One thought on the some JPAs do have clauses that the members can vote on programs, and the ones that don't want to participate don't have to participate or fund it. That is, I'm just speaking off the top of my head here without having talked to staff, but that's, anyway, my initial reaction to your comment on that point.
Yeah, but that's part of my concern, frankly, is like in my mind, really the whole value of joining a CCE so that we can execute a lot of these programs. Otherwise, we're just kind of, we're playing with power purchase contracts. And so ultimately providing the maximum benefit to the community in ways that Edison wouldn't do, or we would not otherwise be able to do with our general fund dollars, is really what makes me excited about being able to do this. So I would want a really surefire way in which we could have enough voting seats to execute some of those programs. Even if it was 3 years from now, that's still kind of in my mind the point. I do want to talk about this out at the end of Q1 potentially. So, other than a ton of time that Ms. Barlow is going to spend on this JPA agreement, in terms of staff time, Mr. Sethuranan, I mean, what do we feel like we might have? Do we have anything to lose at this point by joining, knowing that we have an out at the end of March, beginning of April? We haven't put any funds in. We've spent a lot of time playing with the JPA language for sure, but is there anything else that ultimately we're at risk?
Councilman Mar, at this time, I mean, it's a big commitment. I feel that we are entering into something that I want to make sure that we have a good understanding. And at this time, that's not there. That comfort is not there. So with respect to risk, maybe I'll let city manager address some of these issues, but that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Frill Harrison, can you address the risk? I mean, and not about staff time. We understand staff time, but address the risk in terms of, is there any risk? I don't see a risk myself, but.
So we really can't have a discussion about risk without talking about workload impacts, right? And everything else. So, but workload impacts aside, because we're also looking at Measure Q implementation potentially, perhaps short-term rentals, perhaps, and changing that. At this point, we don't have all of the information necessary to make an informed decision or recommendation. And so in terms of risks, I mean, I have a series of questions that I would talk to Irvine staff offline, and the consultants, but I'll share with just a few. I mean, clearly the JPA agreement as currently structured is not tenable as far as I'm concerned in terms of making sure that we have an equal voice at the table. And so there are many sections of that JPA agreement that would need to be modified to basically strengthen that. That aside, I'm unclear as to the member guarantee that was just mentioned this evening. That's the first time we're hearing about it. That's okay. This is going kind of fast, so I'm fine, but I would need to understand what is that member guarantee. And so I'm assuming a member guarantee means a guarantee, financial guarantee from the city. And so how much, for what time period, what form of collateral, et cetera. I think it's very difficult to move forward on this. It's going to take a lot more analysis. I mean, we need to understand the pro forma. I need to see those financials and look through that analysis to be able to understand what are the risks. And while it's not a risk to the city per se, we need to understand how this would affect our ratepayers. And so without that information, the JPA, we keep talking about it as if it's a legal entity that has no bearing on the city. Well, while it might not impact the city's general fund, although I have seen JPAs that do impact the city's general fund, assuming that there is this firewall and that firewall stays, regardless of litigation that might come down the pike, it's how the revenue shortfalls, if there were any, which maybe there won't be, but we don't know, would impact our ratepayers. And so in terms of risk, there's a lot of information that's really critical and essential. This is a big decision that we just don't have at this time, and it's nobody's fault. We're smack in the middle of a pandemic, so putting this all together in this short time frame has been very difficult. And thank you to the Irvine staff for really trying to do the best that they could with these great consultants, but we're a month and a half into this. And so there's a lot of information that we don't have. We don't have 4 exhibits for the JPA agreement. The JPA agreement itself, the body of it, needs to be revised. I don't understand the financials, and I wouldn't feel comfortable making a recommendation without really understanding that and the impact to our ratepayers, and we don't have the load data. And so I think the real question is one of opportunity costs. We know that we want to move forward with community choice at some point because it looks to have benefits. And so I would recommend that we take the time to do this right with our other partner cities and hopefully with time, the other cities would have the comfort, the discussion, the negotiation to do this in a way that really makes sense, as opposed to just trying to ram this in to a December timeframe because, we don't want to wait.
Okay, but the question was, assuming that we can continue to learn all the answers to the questions that you just posed before March, and we have an opportunity, if you're not comfortable or we're not comfortable by March, to pull out, what's other than the time, there's no risk to us, right?
If I could.
I haven't seen an out clause, and I'm not sure how that would work. I wouldn't recommend that we jump in with the expectation that.
I'm asking a hypothetical question based on an assumption of taking in good faith what they said, that there's going to be an out clause. So that's the hypothetical.
So I can address at least a piece of that. Regardless of the out clause and the timing, should this move forward and should there be employees hired by the JPA, if they are, for example, enrolled in PERS, we would be responsible for that based on a law that was enacted after a couple of JPAs dissolved without being able to provide for their PERS employees. So even though the law says, it's a separate legal entity, the member agencies continue to be responsible for certain liabilities, even when a JPA is dissolved or even when you withdraw from a JPA. So without having an opportunity to discuss that in any kind of detail with Mr. Barron, that is a potential concern for me.
Yeah, I'm cognizant that this is really the first time we're airing this in front of the public. I think it's super important. I've had 1,001 offline conversations with folks over the last couple of months. And so, we needed to have this conversation and talk about all of the challenges. I think it remains to be seen because we have, and I apologize, it's a comment, not a question, but it remains to be seen on whether or not we're going to be able to get a load analysis done in any kind of time to vote on this before the end of the year that shows results. What the modified JPA language actually looks like. It sounds like we'll have at least a pro forma that's kind of close to our numbers in the next week. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, we're chugging in the right direction. Okay, it doesn't have a bow on it yet, but this is the conversation that we needed to have. So that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mansour, and then Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I don't know why we don't want to address this question. I would like to put this question forward to our city manager, point blank. And I think I know the answer. And I appreciate all the explanations you've given about the things that are unknown at this point. And I love this idea. I just want to make sure the city's not on the hook. I hear, okay, it may not impact us fiscally as a city, but it could impact the ratepayers, or it could dissolve, but we're still on the hook for PERS costs and things like that. But my specific question it could be a yes or no answer or elaborate. Do we have the staff resources to do this long-term or even just between now and March when we supposedly could get off the hook? And who would be that point person? Would it be you? Are we putting more demands on you? Are we putting more demands on Raja? Or is it a combination of people? And do we have that ability? Do we have the staff availability and time and staff resources?
Ms. Farrell Harrison, I'll let you answer that question, but I thought that's why we hired the sustainability manager.
Okay, well, great. Then okay. But my question still stands. Do we have the ability in terms of staff time? Because I don't think it's going to just be Ms. Afewerki, it's going to be our city manager as well, and I or at least I think so, and it's going to be Raja too. It's not going to just be one person that's going to get this. It's going to be Kim Barlow as well. All these questions are coming up, so my question still stands for our city manager because it's
okay. Ms. Farrell Harrison, can you?
So I want to know: do we have the staff time and availability for this, in your professional opinion?
It's a trick question. Okay, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I said you're so the team is me and Raja and Salem. That's it. And so you know our workloads, you know everything that we're working on and trying to manage. And so clearly Salem is the lead from the technology energy standpoint. I'm bringing the fiscal aspect to it because Carol's managing a deficit during a pandemic, and Raja is also building a shelter and a community center and a playground and $18 million in other CIP. And so is this time would be much appreciated on an endeavor of this significance for us to understand it better, negotiate the aspects to the agreement that make the most sense, understand the real benefit to our ratepayers, and move forward in a way that's, you know, well thought out, comprehensive, makes sense with our neighbors and with Irvine. I mean, they've done an incredible amount of work, and I think this has potential, but at this point in mid-October, we're past mid-October at this point, for December implementation or December CPUC filing, we just don't have the information that we would need to make an informed decision. And scrambling to try to do that, I think, is a disservice, quite frankly, to you and to us, because I think that we're still not going to have that information enough time to be able to make a real recommendation to you. I don't feel comfortable, and I hate to let you down. This is painful to say to you right now, but I'm being honest. I mean, we don't shuck work. We've taken on a lot of things even during the pandemic, but we have some major projects coming forward. And this is something I think between now and December to try to scramble ourselves, really the three of us, to try to really put our hands around this is a Herculean task.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor.
I want to get to Councilmember Reynolds, and I want to open it up for public comment, and then we can kind of deliberate and debate afterwards. Councilmember Reynolds, do you have questions?
Yes, I'm trying to, I have some very detailed ones that feel very small compared to this like bigger discussion. But maybe staying on the bigger discussion for a little bit, which yeah, I think we're in a really tough place based on this December deadline. And the reason we're placing some importance there is there's this 1 year delay, right? So if we can't meet December, everything gets shifted back a year if we want to continue to participate. That's my understanding. So I'm going to guess the answer is we don't have enough information. I'm just thinking about if we meet this December 2020 deadline, that's the goal, to be able to start a CCE in January 1st, 2022. If we don't, the next opportunity to start is January 1st, 2023. As Councilmember Mar mentioned, one of the real benefits for our community is getting that sort of additional revenue back that we can reinvest into our community. That's still, from what I heard in the staff presentations, 3-4 years down the line after all of the debts are repaid. So I'm trying to sort of remember that in the context of this discussion, that it's a 1 year shift for the benefit that's still 3-4 years down the line. I'd be interested in hearing, maybe not tonight, but later, what opportunities are to maybe scrunch that payback timeline so we can make up for that last year if we don't feel like we can confidently move forward this year. So I guess that was more of a statement. If any of our consultants have a comment on that, that would be helpful. But I do have two specific questions. One is, does we heard mention of like EV chargers, for example. We talked about in the staff report and in the presentation, different conservation programs, incentives for solar. A lot of those things, all of those things that I just mentioned are offered right now through current either utility programs or other state programs. Does participation, sort of our ratepayers participating in the CCE, remove our access to any of the IOU or like CEC programs? For whoever can answer that. For example, wasn't it, I think it was just this week, another tranche of funding got allocated for EV chargers, something on the order of 400,000 EV chargers across Southern California. If we were to move to a CCE, does that preclude our ratepayers' ability to have access to all of those other programs or any of those other programs that are currently available to SCE customers?
Gary or Mark, do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, sure. I'll take a whack at it, and Ryan can follow up. Your electric bill from Edison has two components. There's the power supply and the distribution or the wires component. And all the programs are funded through the distribution rate. And your customers will continue to pay the distribution rate and be eligible for all the Edison programs that they currently are. The only thing the CCE could do would be to enhance those programs above and beyond what Edison has right now.
Great. I think that was my understanding. Thank you for confirming. And then on that additional revenue that we would have access to 3 or 4 years down the line to do those enhancements or create additional programs, what are the rules around how we can use that funding, if any?
It's generally supposed to be for some electric utility application or program. You couldn't use it for fire trucks and police cars, but you could use it for any demand side management programs, low income assistance, things like that.
Mm-hmm. And is it all energy related, or are there could greenhouse gas reductions through a non-energy tactic be eligible?
Yeah, on greenhouse gas savings, there's 2 ways to get that. One is not used so much, which your demand side management programs would achieve. The other would be to have a higher renewable content in your power supply mix.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, there are other strategies for GHG reductions, but what you're describing is still energy related.
Yeah.
If you could, I think it would be really helpful. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you or someone could help provide the language around what the rules are sort of tied to that funding, that would be really helpful.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll get the quote for the rules and give you some examples of what other people are doing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And specifically, someone, I don't know if it's someone who's on public comment, but I did get an email of an example of a program. I guess this is still energy related, but where they were providing incentives also for electric bicycles, for example. But I'm thinking, getting people out of vehicles and onto bikes is a GHG reduction strategy that doesn't have to do with sort of energy sector. It's related, but not directly tied to SCE load, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get back to you on details on the program.
Yeah, okay. And then the last question, just something that popped out at me in this draft JPA was the discussions of eminent domain. Could you describe how that works? On page 7, for example, they talk about potential eminent domain action. Was happy to see that no eminent domain action should be approved within the jurisdiction of a party without the affirmative vote of such party's director. But it's still, I'm a little bit puzzled about how any eminent domain action could occur in a city without the full council of that city approving. So can you describe how that, an example of where that may occur?
Yeah, the JPA is not going to have capital projects like a city does, road, flood control projects where you might use eminent domain to get a little sliver of land and widen a road. And I'm not really aware of any CCAs ever using it, to be quite honest with you. It's generally a power that's thrown in there in all JPA agreements if it ever needs to be used. Where it could come up is, let's say you're building a generation asset in like a rural part and you want to run some utility lines across somebody's land to serve that. There might be some need to use eminent domain in that respect. And even if it were, there's a supermajority vote in there. But this is more of a generic power that I'm not aware of it having been used. Certainly, if we were in the poles and wires business, SCE uses it pretty commonly to acquire easements, but we don't have any poles and wires. So I actually don't foresee this power being used, particularly in Orange County, where there's not a lot of land area to build large projects, except maybe on the county landfills or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just sort of giving up any local council authority on eminent domain to some other entity where we only had one representative, I'd be very uncomfortable with, in addition to some of the other concerns raised. Those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, it looks like Councilmember Guinness, you have more questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Say I'm Joe Ratepayer, okay? And I go, hey, I want to sign up for this. It looks like I'll have a cheaper rate. It looks like it'll be cleaner energy for whatever reason. Okay, a little bit further down the line, the CCE isn't doing so well. The rates are higher. What are my options in going back and forth? Once I abandon Edison, can I go back, assuming Edison is still there?
Yeah, so by law, Edison has to remain the provider of last resort. And the whole part of this is choice, where the customer has choice in a space that's traditionally been a natural monopoly. And you've seen monopolies broken up in telephone, even in natural gas, and electricity is sort of that last place. And so the customer can go back to the IOU at any time. And the attrition is about, 5, 6, 7%, Gary. And then once they go back, they have to stay with the IOU for a year. And then they're allowed to come back to the CCA. So there are some rules around it, but there's generally the ability to go back and forth. CCAs generally charge $5 to terminate service to residential customers, $25 for commercial industrial. So the fees to do that are nominal.
And what about the fee to join in the first place for the ratepayer?
To join the CCA?
Say, yeah, I'm Joe Ratepayer. I go, hey, instead of Edison, this sounds like it might be interesting. I want to join.
Once the city passes the ordinance, it opts out your community into the CCA. And then they're given 2 notices before launch, 2 notices after, required by law, giving them opportunities to withdraw at any time for no cost. After that period is up, then they can opt out at any time. But your ordinance is what will bring the entire community in unless they affirmatively opt out. Is that right, Gary?
That's right. And there's no charge for a new CCE customer that wants to join. That they don't opt out, they're automatically enrolled, and there's no fee associated with that.
But initially, if they opt out, they don't have to pay to not be in, right?
Yeah, there's no payment to join, and if they opt out, they just stay with Edison like they currently are.
And that they do that for free. I mean, not
Yes.
for free because they still have to pay Edison, but there's no additional charges.
Correct.
And how long does that initial opt-out period last?
And they're like Ryan said, there's 60 days before, 30 days before, and then 30 after, and 60 after they can opt out. So there's about a 4-month window when they can opt in or out for no fee.
It's a fairly good-sized window then.
Yes.
And going back to the eminent domain, there's certain things that I've heard, oh, well, that's standard in these things, but why, if there's really no purpose, why would we keep it? Because you mentioned running a wire, but then also that, the CCA is selling the energy product, not providing transmission facilities. That's what Edison does. So why would we even want to have that? I mean, why would there even be a necessity to acquire something, any real estate or any easements?
Like I said, if there's any, generally CCA start building stuff several years down the road. If it's a power, there might not be, but it's generally a power that's put into the JPA agreement so that if the need came up, the members could at least have the option to vote on it and move forward or vote it down. Generally, it's a pretty long process to go through. You have to, evaluate something, offer fair market value. It spends time in the courts. It's not really easy to condemn something out. But the option is there for the JPA. So if it encountered the situation, it wouldn't have to stop the project or go back and somehow amend the JPA agreement to give them that power.
Well, you indicated that about 7 years down the road, these type of arrangements start, quote, building stuff. What kind of stuff would be built?
Well, like Marin, for instance, has started to build and buy portions of solar farms in its county. Alameda County has a goal to build about 170 megawatts of local power. So at some point, the JPA board could decide that local development is a priority. I'm not sure where that would happen in Orange County that's largely built out, but say Riverside or San Diego or San Bernardino where there's more land, there could be partnerships where the JPAs, kind of like the municipal utilities like Anaheim, jointly go into ventures for power plants. And in that case, maybe that's in that situation.
Okay, I need to interrupt because we have to have a motion to extend the time past.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes, and I'd really like to get to public comment.
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis?
Yep.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, and I second what Member Mar said.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, and I'd like to add to the motion that we go to public comment.
Well, you don't have to because I was going to go to that anyway.
Let's just go to public comment. Enough already.
Okay, we have to finish the vote. Go ahead.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we need to go to public comment. I said that about 10 minutes ago. So if we could open it up for public comment. I have several individuals on the public comment. We're going to start with Hoyen IP Sierra Club. If you want to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Hoyen. Yep. So I really just want to thank all of you for all the efforts you have put in before tonight and also so late at night tonight. So I guess that's my most important message for now. But I want to have a quick mentioning about the importance of microgrids, local power. That's one of the features CCE will bring us. So, currently the power comes from miles away through a vast electrical system. So if somewhere far out there need to shut the power off for fire protection, then we probably get cut off too. So that's why we need to have local power with microgrids. So that's another beauty of it. So thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks for staying up. Okay, next speaker is Mr. Castaneda.
Just 1 minute, Mayor. All right. And he has a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to load up real quickly.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Castaneda, if you would let us know when you want us to fast forward the slide.
Are you there?
Oh, there we are. Okay, great. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I will try to make my comments very brief, but essentially, I'm feeling very confident that Fullerton might join you in this JPA. They're voting on November 2nd, and so I'm feeling very confident. Of course, other cities like Huntington Beach are assumed to vote or schedule their vote for November 2nd, and we haven't heard from the other cities. So next slide. So you've heard about the many benefits. I just really want to emphasize that whether you're deciding between Lancaster control or local control, choose local control. That's where all the fun is. That's how you can decide where your program revenues go. Next slide. Something that came up earlier was the state law that required member cities of a JPA that dissolves to shore up funds for their PERS employees. Just wanted to be very clear that CCE staff are not PERS employees, and they negotiate a different set of benefits than public employees. Next slide. So you've heard about different programs that you can offer, definitely the EV charging stations. I just want to make a note that Nathan McDonald, who is the CEO of Alternative Resource Group, is an EV charging station developer based in Costa Mesa. So really by Costa Mesa joining this JPA, you're supporting local homegrown businesses. And I'm sure he could. He wishes he could be here. Next slide. You know, when it comes to job creation, I don't think anyone's really talked about how Clean Power Alliance in LA County has generated over 1,500 new construction jobs in LA County through building new energy and storage. And you have the option of, you know, working and partnering with the labor agreements. Next slide. During COVID, other established CCEs have offered bill relief to low-income residents and small businesses. So these are some of the things that you can help provide as a safety net for Costa Mesa families and small businesses. Next slide. Yeah, so my main thing is, you know, keep community choice in the community. I'm so grateful that Councilmember Mar mentioned the creation of a community advisory committee that can really help you know, bring in more public input as to how to drive program revenues in the future. But you can only do that by joining Irvine, because Lancaster control is really not an option if you're trying to bring all these amazing benefits and programs to the community. Next slide.
Can you please wrap up? It's been 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to say thank you so much. That was my last slide. You know, I can send more information later, but please consider joining Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you staying up. Okay, the next speaker is Linda Kramer, Costa Mesa.
And Ms. Kramer has a PowerPoint also.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I want to thank all of the staff for staying late tonight. And I want to say I'm a Costa Mesa resident, clean power advocate, and business advocate as well. And appreciate you, all the council. Next slide, please. So one of the risks you're not talking about are the increased rates of Southern California Edison. The fact that we have no protection from that. The rates have been going up every year please consider that businesses are paying insane rates for electricity right now. And you won't be starting till 2023 if you don't do it this year. This year alone, 4 CCAs have received increased credit ratings. Central Coast launched 2 years ago, and they just got a credit rating along Marin County, August, July, and Peninsula Clean Energy, and their expected net income is $186 million at the end of 2020. Next slide, please. So this is more examples of COVID relief. Most CCAs are giving their cities COVID relief. 6,000 small businesses got a $250 bill credit from Peninsula Clean Energy. 34,000 customers, 100 bill credit. Same with Silicon Valley. East Bay Community Energy is on their 3rd round of community grants for clean energy workforce development partners. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. CCAs draw clean tech businesses, which are exploding exponentially. And so local government policies, this was an article in LA Business Journal in July 2020. I'm giving you the reference for that. Let's be the clean tech hub of Orange County. We got to start now. Next slide, please. This would be our governance structure. If we go with Lancaster Energy, it is the city council. Next slide, please. I also want to mention Lancaster Energy for 100% renewable rate, it's $10 more a month. Peninsula is $2 more a month, just so you know. You can look all the rates up of all CCEs on their websites. Next slide, please. You mentioned programs. This is just one program. PCE just passed this at a board meeting. This is public information on their sites. $300,000 for the next 3 years. Electric bike loan program for low-income residents. I also want to point out, they cite a study that says 30 to 50% of the time they don't buy a car. Getting cars off the streets. Next slide, please. This is a wonderful Peninsula 3 to 5 faith institutions, solar and battery, creating community emergency hubs open to the public during emergencies, heat waves, earthquakes. Next slide, please. Clean Power Alliance has a peak management pricing program. This is the #1 reason businesses pay insane electricity rates, and they're working on bringing those rates down. That's an amazing program. Next slide, please.
Can you please wrap up? It's been 3 minutes.
Marin County I just want to point out their EV charging. Every CCA doubles EV charging. And in business parking lots means they stop and they shop in your businesses, double the rate of solar returns. Grid alternatives for low-income homes, they partner with them. And I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for staying up. Okay, next speaker is Ian Crasian.
Hello. Thank you. Ayn Crasian. My name is Ayn Crasian. I'm an Irvine resident, and I actually serve as a volunteer on Irvine Councilman Mike Carroll's CCE Stakeholder Committee. When I was thinking about what to say here, I saw the LA Times story about the effort by several local churches to raise money for Costa Mesa residents in need due to the pandemic. And as you may know, from April to September, they raised $700,000 to help almost 600 Costa Mesa families in need. So just keep that in mind. But now I want to ask you to think for a moment about SoCal Edison, which we haven't talked about very much, but what Linda touched on. Of course, everyone in Costa Mesa needs electricity every day, and they have no choice in where they'll buy it unless they can afford rooftop solar and a battery. They're really stuck in a monopoly, so they pay SoCal Edison at the price Edison sets, and the city of Costa Mesa right now has no input, of course, on the pricing. And if you look at Edison's annual report, you'll see that this competition-free monopoly arrangement has brought Edison at least 15 consecutive years of rate increases and dividend growth, with a compound annual growth rate of 7.75% a year, which Edison has paid to its shareholders. And I guess that's nice for the shareholders, but I'm sure, as fiduciaries, you guys would all ask yourselves, what do Costa Mesa and Irvine residents have to show for it? And I would say we don't have lower rates. In fact, we know that Edison plans to raise our rates another 14.4% early next year. As has been talked about, Irvine has done 2 studies of CCE, which found that Irvine residents and businesses will save between $1.9 and $7.7 million per year on their electric bills with CCE. Costa Mesa is about 1/3 the size of Irvine. So with a back of the envelope calculation, knowing that you don't have a feasibility study, you could figure that Costa Mesa residents may save between $633,000 and $2.6 million every year. Thinking back to the money that was raised by those Costa Mesa churches to help all those people, the annual savings with CCE would be somewhere between 1 and almost 4 times as much as what those churches raised without ever passing a hat. And then on top of that, you have the Irvine studies that found that CCE will generate $8 million in annual revenue for programs, of course. And a Costa Mesa size equivalent would be $2.64 million that could be invested in the community rather than going to pay, bonuses and shareholder dividends. So I think that most people in your community would agree this is worth doing. I really thank you for your time and consideration, and of course for staying up late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Preston, you're up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, I'm Craig Preston. I am a resident and active member of a local national group called Citizens Climate Lobby, but we have a conservative caucus, so people that lean right. And I wanted to bring out some of those advantages here. This is something that's pro-business and pro the economy. And so thank you for taking this on. It's a chance for community choice to be a benefit to Costa Mesa families and businesses. It's attractive to us on the conservative side because it emphasizes these 4 things: competition, free market principles, cost savings, and local control. Let me just elaborate on those a little bit. In terms of competition, we know this is an energy marketplace, and we could stabilize our energy rates with cleaner, more affordable energy if we get involved, instead of SoCal Edison continuing to increase rates for their transmission lines. Businesses are in dire need of additional cost savings, especially in this time of COVID, but at all times, businesses are looking for cost savings. So we want to help regenerate that for a robust economic recovery. In terms of local control, we want to bring back those ratepayer dollars here and not to the investor pockets. And we can reallocate CCA program revenues towards much needed incentives, as have been talked about: electric vehicle charging stations. I have one. Solar and battery storage. Lots of my friends and family are getting that done, but we need incentives for energy efficiency and other infrastructure needs. This is ready to go now. I think our climate deserves it and our future needs it. We want to clean this energy now and clean the air now. Orange County could be what I hear is the 24th CCA in California, and would kickstart a clean economic recovery with good jobs that would be administrative, construction, maintenance, manufacturing, retail. We can't get that with Lancaster Control. I've been to Lancaster lately in July. I've met the mayor. He's doing great work on CCA and a lot of things. And they have a 5-year-old CCA. However, it's 100 miles away. And I think we can negotiate with Irvine on some of the important things you've all brought up and make this happen right here in Orange County and have a new OC Energy Authority. Please give guidance to the staff to move forward now and not later on a CCA program. It is truly about our community. Thank you.
So much. Okay, next speaker is Danny Gray. Mr. Gray? You can unmute yourself or press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Got it. Okay. All right. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for staying up so late and discussing this. This is a really important issue. Mayor Foley, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, council members and staff. My name is Danny Gray. I reside in Capitol Beach. I may not live in Costa Mesa, but I occasionally work events at Orange Coast College and Orange County Fairgrounds as a sound engineer. So I speak to you as a longtime resident of Orange County, and I'm hoping to see community choice, energy, and all the benefits come to Orange County. The decision made this evening could be the key to making that hope a reality. That's why I'm here. My career over the years has been based in new technology, from turning the lights on at the World Trade Center to making personal computers a useful tool that everybody uses in their daily lives, to developing equipment that allows people to see again through eye lens replacement. On the rise are new technologies that create electricity from renewables, as well as energy storage systems that store energy for future use. Community choice programs are positioned to utilize these technologies to deliver electricity to customers at competitive rates. Today, we can provide electricity anywhere in the world where the sun shines and without burning fossil fuels. I feel this is progress, but it requires action for progress. Technology, innovation, leadership brings us good things to improve our lives and society. Now, leadership is hard. Leaders must make decisions that others don't have to make. Leaders take risk to move progress along life's timeline. Risk can be scary and keep people up at night, but the leader takes a deep breath and makes a decision. There are many successful community choice programs in California, and future implementation of CCEs is going to be exponential. Just imagine local control over energy needs through community choice energy and the possibilities it can bring to the residents of Costa Mesa and eventually Orange County. It can start here tonight. I encourage the council to take steps to move forward this year by joining the Community Choice Energy JPA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for staying up. Okay, I don't have any other speakers in the queue. This is our last, oh, looks like somebody came in. Philip Chipman, you're up.
Hi there. Thanks for listening to me, and thanks for having this conversation about the energy choice. I really enjoy it. I'm so happy that Costa Mesa is really leading the way in our local area, especially with masks and COVID-19. I'm very proud of this community.
Thank you.
And I'm very proud of the fact that we have a sustainability manager, and we're thinking about going forward in the future. Now, the thing about SoCal Edison, they haven't been that bad a company, but they caused a hell of a lot of fires up north and gone bankrupt. And all the decisions they make are for their shareholders. I mean, it's a capitalistic system, but to have the electric company, which is a monopoly, I mean, we don't have any choice. To put that decision into shareholders' hands, I mean, into a company that obeys their shareholders is not really good thinking for our community. I also like the fact that they support, this CCE would support electric vehicles, charging stations, and I can't believe the thing about electric bikes. That's a huge deal. That could go right hand in hand with our biking program in Costa Mesa, which is another good thing. Also, I'd like to mention there was a petition that had 196 signers on there, and people from all over the country. I couldn't believe it. Palm Harbor, Warren, all over the place. But at least 33 on there were from Costa Mesa. So that was just in that was just in a week, and very little propagation, but it got a lot of signatures. So I just wanted to mention that. So thanks for considering this CCE, and I hope we join in.
Thank you so much. Thanks for staying up. Okay. We don't have any more hands raised. If you'd like to speak to this item, this will be the last call. Please either press *9 on your telephone or raise your hand with the hand raise feature. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and go to council. Let me go to the other panel. Okay, Councilmember Mar.
I'd like to move that we direct staff to continue negotiating a JPA agreement, as they've heard our comments tonight regarding the structure of the board, and to make it our goal to bring a feasibility study so that we actually have the financial results that we need to the November 17th meeting. And I'll speak about why I think that deadline is important in a second.
Second. Okay, would you like to speak to the item?
Sure. So, I mean, I think the elephant in the room is the fact that it's October 21st. And that this is a whole heck of a lot of work that needs to get done before the end of the year, and that there are still there's still uncertainty in the shape of the JPA agreement, in the shape of what our specific financial pro forma looks like, in terms of the analysis of our own load data. And so I'm also cognizant that, yeah, Fullerton was supposed to meet on it tonight. They didn't feel like they had enough information, so they punted it out a week. They may or may not have enough information in a week. Irvine kind of wants to move forward at the beginning of November, so whether they're amenable to kind of waiting for us is a little unclear to me at this point. So I think that we kind of need to draw a line in the sand on a make or break date by which we're able to move forward in a rational and reasonable way. And I think having feasibility study results in time for the November 17th meeting gives us another 2 meetings to adopt an ordinance, which we would need to do, and also gives us a feel for where other folks are in the county. That being said, it's also entirely possible that maybe we don't get results until the beginning of December, in which case I can't in good conscience recommend that we move forward with something so important without understanding truly the implication for our ratepayers. So I think this is sort of a fair compromise that allows us to move forward, but is also bearing in mind staff's concerns about timeline and about the kind of amount of development that we would have to do before the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mar, and thank you for your leadership on this. I know that you and I have talked about this quite a bit, and I remember sitting in the mayor's office and you drawing the diagram when we could actually meet together, sharing what they now had in 2 graphics in the PowerPoint presentation tonight. But I do really, I think, appreciate your knowledge and experience in your own professional life and what you bring to this discussion. I know that in 2019, we talked about this as part of our goals and priorities. I know that in hiring our sustainability manager, the bigger picture was to move in this direction for community choice energy. I know before 2019, some of us had been talking about wanting to do this, and there's never a good time. There's never going to be the right time, especially in Costa Mesa. We're always going to have something because that's just Costa Mesa. So I'm grateful for the motion. I do have some questions for Mr. Barron because they go to what I think is a legitimate concern by staff in terms of the workload. I think it's a legitimate concern because it's something new and different that nobody on our team has done before. And so what are you going to do, Mr. Barron, or your team to provide the timely information to our city staff to help them to feel comfortable moving to the next step? What can you do? What's the timeline, and what can you do to offload a lot of this work?
So I was talking to Mark. We can commit to give you any of the support that you need in terms of analyses. Gary and I have done this a lot of late night council meetings. I have detailed memos on liability analyses for JPAs. They're very neutral. They give you all the facts. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. We can outline what the exact staffing impacts would be. Typically, there are no staffing impacts after the JPA is formed. We have like I said, a 7-page forma that we need to, it's done. I just need permission from the city to release it, which needs to just go up to the channels, and then that will be revised once the load data starts to come in. So we can commit to provide you with all the analysis, additional meetings. We've provided the lending contracts that recent JPAs have done that my firm's negotiated with River City Bank and Barclays. We can go through what those interest rates are, how they were structured, point out where in the JPA and in those contracts and in the power contracts where they ensure that there's no liability to the members. I can pull those provisions out so it's very easy to see, and just really give you any support and not just do it here tonight, but as your questions keep coming in, that's our job. So. Okay. And then as it relates to the concern about liability, which I think is a legitimate concern, and there was in Mr. Castaneda's PowerPoint, but I don't think you addressed it. He mentioned that there's no PERS employees. Can you address that? Yes. There's 3 or 4 buckets of liability. There's contracts, torts, and pensions. Pension liabilities were carved out. The newer JPAs and ones of this size will not have any employees in the first year. They'll have an interim executive director, likely a consultant or someone under contract, but they're just generally professional consultants to get us up and running while the executive director and the board make permanent hiring decisions. So in a JP of this size, I believe EES has outlined, eventually you will need about 5 to 7 employees to run the whole thing. LA Clean Power Alliance does not have pension obligations, and they're a full service shop with 40 people. That will ultimately be up to the board. Some do. Marin and LA bring everything in-house. Marin probably has pensions, LA does not. But currently the staffing plan for a 4 cities JPA, it would be a very light touch. Okay. And then as it relates to the feasibility study, is that something that your team is going to assist with? Yes, the staff committed to that. And so we are shaking the tree with Edison to get that data in, and have told them that they will be hearing from elected officials and others if they don't have that data in soon. And I have a direct contact with other folks at the state to try to get that facilitated, but we're certainly we're talking to them actually almost daily. So okay. And so one last question: what would be the expectation from our city team between now and November 17th?
I can probably answer that question. This is Mark. At the last council meeting, what was directed by the council to staff was to find at least one city that would show commitment to joining the JPA. And that form of commitment would come by you, City Council, approving the JPA agreement. Once we see that at least agendized, then I'm going to agendize either through a special meeting or the last meeting in November for Irvine to also approve the agreement and the ordinance. So that's kind of what we're looking for by the end of the month, that you would be approving at least the JPA agreement. The ordinance has to be done in 2 readings, but at least that to show us that one city is committed. After that, then we're forming the JPA, and then other cities can fall behind. And then that if we had to push that to December, you would be able to schedule your city council meeting in sometime in December if necessary? I believe we could do that. I know that Ryan has mentioned that that cities have approved documents as late as mid-December, and we're still able to get the implementation plan, but that's really going to be squeezing that tight. Ryan, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't control when Irvine agendizes it, but in Riverside, for instance, we had folks coming in. The board was up and running. Folks were still coming in December. We even had a second reading of the ordinance go in January because the council was dark. So for us, the importance is the JPA agreement because it gets the consultants on board, it gets the implementation plan done. and then everything else is really a formality at that point. But we need one meeting in December of the board to adopt an implementation plan at a public hearing, which can happen anytime between now and December 30th. And it takes about 2 weeks to do an implementation plan. There's enough data that goes into it, but it's also somewhat of a form document, and it's not terribly difficult to do one.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, and I appreciate you being available to answer the questions and to be a support and to take any load off. We have, let's see, Councilmember Chavez, and then Councilmember Guinness, and then Councilmember Mansour. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting the motion. I will particularly move by the last speaker, and I think that's a good place to begin with this. We're definitely embarking on into a new adventure, into a new frontier. But I think for me, what coming over the edge was the fact that if we do delay this internally for 2 more months, for example, it'd be a year before we see the benefits of joining a JPA. And I think seeing the position Irvine's in, and that they need any single city to join, I am very confident that our city staff can negotiate an agreement that makes it more equitable amongst us and Irvine. And I'm also hoping and understanding that staff knows that if they can't get a fair vote share of 1 vote per city, or heck, even 2 votes per city, if they want to have 2 votes on their end for no reason, I don't know, Irvine's weird sometimes. I expect that from our city staff. And I also understand that we have the option, if staff says this doesn't work out, that it doesn't work out. But I think we should give it a chance. We should give it a shot to be the first movers on this, because that's given us a lot of benefit in other avenues in Costa Mesa. The first move in COVID, and look what we did with our budget. It's been better than it should have been. There's advantages of being first, there's advantages in moving quickly, and we always have the option to pull out if it doesn't benefit us. So I think the mayor fully said a lot of points that I want to ask to staff, and I feel very confident with those answers. So yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
I have a question for staff. Is November 17th doable?
I think you know the answer.
When having time to.
Mr. Sethuraman, do you have it? Mr. Sethuraman.
Yeah, Councilmember Guinness, it's something that we'll be working hard. Our city attorney's office and our city manager and us will be working very hard to get this done, and depends on the cooperation from City of Irvine and their team also. So we'll see how far we can go. If we can make it, that's great.
And would this cause moving that quickly? Would it cause anything else to be backburnered then? That's serious.
Madam, at this time I cannot. We have all the priorities that we are moving forward with, so we need to figure this out.
Okay, so
I'm not sure what's going to be falling behind, but something will. But if this is your priority, we will work on it.
Okay. Because basically, as it sits right now, I would like to move forward on community choice. I've been wanting to move forward on community choice for several years, but I feel like this JPA is kind of a pig in a poke, and there's no way I could vote for this JPA at all. So I like community choice in concept, but this JPA is not something I could ever vote for. Thank you.
Well, we're not voting for the JPA tonight.
I know that.
So are you okay, you haven't.
But I'm still a little concerned about staff, because we asked them to do so much, and then we're giving them another thing with a very short timeline. So anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Councilor Mansour, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So I love the idea of community choice, and certainly we all want to pay lower bills and have cleaner energy and so forth. I love the idea. my concern is with staff time at this. Well, there's a lot of unanswered questions, which I do want to answer, and I think everybody does. That is a huge concern. But in terms of staff time, I know Mr. Setharaman said something will fall behind. So I'm assuming this is going to have the votes to pass. We'll see in a couple minutes. If it does, I certainly want to be notified by staff in terms of what is going to be pushed back because of this, because we're setting priorities tonight, whether we realize it or not, and something is going to be pushed back. I don't know if it's Lions Park. I don't know what it is. But so my question for Ms. Farrell Harrison, can you give me a more clear picture on the staff time commitment, whether it's your time, Mr. Setharaman's, or whoever staff time it is? Just what's a clear picture and what's going to be put on the back burner?
I mean, I think it's safe to say that if we decide to engage and continue negotiation on the JPA agreement and assessing all of the different data that's going to come our way, sure, there's going to be something else that's going to not get done. That's just the reality of it, given where we are. You know, the full suite of everything we have in front of us. It's hard for me to pick one thing at this very moment, but I'm sure that, yeah, there are going to be trade-offs, clearly. So I can't say specifically what it is. It's obviously going to be in the public services arena because it's going to take Raja's time. It'll take my time. I will be very involved in this. And so these are trade-offs. And I'll just say that we have big projects that you've asked us to do in the last couple of meetings that we're more than happy to take on. There is a cost benefit analysis in terms of, you know, how much more we can take on. And we don't have a lot of information right now. So we'll try to get all the information that we can, move forward. I will share a couple of things real quickly. In a situation like this, we definitely need the help of the consultants and the information that they're putting together. I am not delegating my due diligence personally as your city manager to anybody else. So there's no due diligence that anybody on this call can do for me. And so that's something that I will need to do. And that's my obligation to you and my responsibility to you. In terms of how anyone on the call can help us do our due diligence is basically to get us some information that's missing, but ultimately we're going to be doing that due diligence for you. And so we represent you in all this. And so that's what we'll be doing. And I'll continue to work with the city attorney's office and Salam and Raja on that. But there's a lot of critical information that's still missing at this late stage. So we'll see what we can put together. We'll come back on the 17th and see what we have at that time. But I'll just share this one last point. Having spent my entire career in finance for the most part, I've been involved in many, many, many JPAs of many different kinds, including gas and power JPAs. Long Beach has its own gas department, so it's something I'm very familiar with. And I've been in the role where I've been the treasurer for the JPA, or I've been the lead person on a JPA for the city that I represented. There is no absolute proof firewall for liabilities. There isn't. I mean, it's a government and folks are going to go for the members of the JPA. They understand that cities are members of JPAs. And so I think we just need to know these things walking in and have honest, candid discussions about it and assess the risk accordingly. It's not that it can't be done, but I'm concerned about us going in thinking that there aren't any risks. There are risks to everything. There are also a lot of benefits that could be gained. It'd be great to have that information to make that determination right now. So we'll work on it over the next month and we'll bring it back. But the devil's in the details, obviously, in terms of the load data, also in the different aspects of the JPA agreement, and just working through those issues with our attorneys and with Ryan and ES and of course, Mark as well. So we'll continue to work on it. We'll do something back on the 17th.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Mansour, did you have anything else before I move to Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, no, I recognize that this is going to be a sacrifice and some hard work for staff. I support the motion. Yeah, I mean, I'm a director in a JPA, as you guys know, of the TCA, and so anything's possible, but that's a entity that's moving forward, and it's a much bigger entity than the one that we're talking about. So obviously we need to look at liability, and all that stuff will be looked at presumably by the city attorney going forward. I would expect, I will say to the folks that are on the call from Best and Krieger, and I have every confidence in Best and Krieger. One of my best friends is a partner there, Mark Easter, and also from the city of Irvine. Of course, we have close relationships with them. I'll expect them to take the load off staff as much as possible. But also we made a decision, didn't we, as a council, and a budgetary decision, in fact, to hire Miss Afewerki, and we haven't heard from her. I was dying to hear her voice. Say something. Go off mute. Just say something. Say something. Say hello.
Hello, and I'm absorbing everything so that I can.
I'm sure you are. Yeah, I have no doubt. But we made that decision to create a bit of an infrastructure in this area, because it is a priority, and it has been a priority of this council. We've seen several decisions that we've made that have indicated that it is a priority to, address sustainability and energy savings. So, this should come as no surprise that when something like this comes up and there is a time crunch, that we should address this and say that there should be staff placed on that. And I understand it's a sacrifice. I understand it's going to be difficult, but I think it's in keeping with the priorities that we set a long time ago, and I support the motion.
Okay, thank you. I don't see, oh, yes, Councilmember Guinness. Did you have something else?
Yeah, I don't know if we could get there from here because, but that being the case, we're asking for 4 weeks. And if we still don't have the load data in a couple weeks, I think we should probably get a heads up and know that we're just not going to get there. So that if it looks like we're not going to get there, that we're not going to expect the impossible. We like to have, set challenges, but we can't expect the impossible. And so if there is something where we know where staff realizes that there's just no way we could get there, that they would kind of give us a heads up.
Can I clarify something, Councilmember Marr, before I go to Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah.
I know we changed our schedule for November. Ms. Green or Ms. Farrell Harrison, I know we have the 10th, we have a city council meeting. And then do we have back to back? Is that what we have? Okay. Because then the 24th, we don't have a meeting.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have the next meeting is on the 1st, right? Of December. And so, Councilmember Marr, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to use December 1st just to give a little bit more room?
I mean, to Councilmember Guinness's point, like we are ready to go or we're not, and I don't want to have staff go until December 31st, sort of like trying to make it work. Like we got to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and so we'll know or we won't know, and we've figured it out and have a plan moving forward.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to ask. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, sorry.
Sure, I've got. Yeah, no, I'll be supporting the motion, and probably with everyone sort of agonizing and wishing we were 4 or 5, 6 months away from this December deadline. We're not, but it does feel like an opportunity, certainly an effort sounds like we all support, and an opportunity worth making one sort of last mad scramble to try to meet that deadline. And if it's good enough at that point, we can move forward. If not, we'll have to readjust, and it's not our last opportunity. Ms. Farrell Harrison, I appreciate your due diligence for the city. I know there's a lot of, we're talking about being the first movers in Orange County, but there's what, 20 plus other CCEs and experience from those that we can lean on, and I think we should leverage that experience across the state as much as possible. If we don't have those contacts, I'm sure we can collect those so that you can have direct conversations with people who have been running some of the first CCEs and have 5, 6, 7+ years of experience there. So appreciate the effort you'll be undergoing for a month. Hopefully we get the data to be able to make a good decision, but I will ask you to do that due diligence that you promised, and definitely raise the red flags that we need to be thinking about a month from today. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion. I don't think it's going to pass, but I would like to make it anyways. I will move that we continue to receive requested information from the city of Irvine. That would put the onus on them to get us the information we need and not commit as much staff time for us. So my motion would be continue to receive additional information from the city of Irvine until our next council meeting, and then agendize this for our next council meeting for a vote.
Oh, wait a minute.
Motion dies for lack of.
I'm not. What is he asking?
I'm basically asking to get more of our questions answered and then vote on this at our next council meeting. I think that will still be sufficient time, but I just don't want to burden staff right now with too much. I do support this. I like it, and I want to see it go forward. I think we have time if we start this by our next meeting, but I want to put the onus on Irvine to get us the additional information to answer our questions. So, hey, if there's no support for the motion, that's fine. I just want to be on record as making the motion. So that's my motion.
Are you moving to continue?
Yeah, you can phrase it that way. I'll move to continue receiving information from the city of Irvine to get our questions answered and continue this to the next council meeting. That's my motion.
I'll second for discussion, but I have a question.
Sure.
The information that we're looking for, doesn't that come from the Edison company?
Okay, well, some of it might, and that's I think that's going to be. I know Irvine wants us to be a part of this, and we want to be a part of it. I'm just saying there's a lot of unanswered questions. I want to give it a couple weeks to try to get more data from the city of Irvine and Edison, for that matter, and then continue this for a vote at the next council meeting. I just don't want to slam staff right now. That's my point. So if you want to second it, I appreciate it, but that's my motion.
Councilmember Guinness, we're shaving off 1 week. That's it, because we have a meeting right after that. So it's 1 week. So I don't.
Well,
do you want, is your second holding or no?
No, because I'm not sure where this is going to, where it's going to get us.
Okay. Councilmember Mar?
Just a second.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll be supporting the motion. Obviously, I seconded the motion. And, I think you heard Mr. Barron, Mr. Stour, and I'm so apologetic that I can only see your number. I don't remember your last name, Gary. But I think that it's very important to us that you take on the brunt of the load over the next couple of weeks to get the information that's needed and to get the pro formas and the help get the load information so that our staff isn't burdened with that, so that we can make a decision on the 17th. So I understand that you have already expressed that you'll do that. So we hope that is the case. Ms. Afewerki, I hope that this is a project that you can, just pour yourself into, because that's why we hired you. So we hope that that you will be, this is a challenge, we know, and it's something though that I think it'll be transformative for not just Costa Mesa, but Orange County.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Sorry to
Councilmember.
interrupt your flow, but to that end, actually, I know our energy and sustainability manager has been working on a ton of projects. For every time I talk to her, she's got a bunch of stuff going on. So at some time that it's convenient to staff, it would be nice to get just a quick presentation on all the things that you're working on, so that we have an opportunity to hear from you a little bit more, and also make the rest of the council aware of what some of these projects are tiny, but like they're important when you add them all up, that we really are making progress on the energy and sustainability front.
Yes, maybe January. Okay, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
Yes, with reservations.
Member Mansour,
No.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to all the community who stayed late, and to the staff who are, I know, mad at us right now. Okay. Anyone have any additional comments, questions, or suggestions from the council? If you do, please raise your hand in the hand raise and I'll call on you. Councilor Mansour, is that left over, or did you have a question? No. Okay. I don't see any hands raised. So Councilor Reynolds, did you have anything else? No. Okay. We will adjourn the meeting, and good night, everyone. Have a good morning. It's coming soon.